ecosystem in India. It's a great honor and a privilege for me to organize this panel. We have a set of distinguished speakers along with us, cutting across diverse group of stakeholders from industry, regulatory ecosystem. I would like to welcome Mr. P.K. Singh ji. Sir is with TRAI. Sir, good morning and pleasure to have you. Welcome to the panel, Mr. Narendranath Gangavarapu Sarji. Sir is with NSCS, Government of India, Joint Secretary. We have with us Mr. Rushi Mehta with I4C. Would love to introduce and welcome Priya Srinivasa with Meta. We have Aditi Chaturvedi with Google, and of course, Shweta Singh from Airtel. So the focus for this session is around strengthening digital ecosystem and making sure that we are living in a safer world where communication platforms, telecommunication services, and all the services which we use as customers, as users, how can we prevent scams, spams, digital frauds, etc. Just want to sort of take you all through some statistics before we get into our panel. According to the I4C, we have over 1.4 million cyber crimes complaints were registered on the national portal in 2023 alone, a 113% increase over the previous year. Industry estimates suggest that Indians lose over 10,000 crores in 10,000 crores annually to digital frauds, with cases ranging from phishing and different kind of scams which are taking place online. TRAI reports that more than 800 million spam calls and SMSs were blocked in 2023 alone through regulatory and telecommunication interventions. Despite this, citizens continue to face sophisticated scams, and the fraudsters are always one step ahead in terms of the scams they are deploying on the people. And one recent study found that nearly 7 out of 10 Indians receive at least one spam call or SMS, and over 50% fraud victims are first-time internet users, highlighting the both scale and also the exposure and vulnerabilities for the people of India. Now, obviously, the government agencies and the regulators have done a lot of work. We have the Ministry of Home Affairs, from TRAI to MeitY. They have taken significant steps. We have the 1930 cybercrime helpline, mandating caller ID and SMS scrubbing frameworks, cracking down on fraudulent numbers and shell entities. Telecommunication networks, digital platforms, and businesses are also investing in safety systems, AI-driven spam filters, and citizen awareness programs. Yet the challenge remains, and we have a lot ahead of us to discuss. The threat landscape is ever evolving. While the industry and the regulators and the government are taking the steps to come together and prevent these scams and the frauds which are taking place, fraudsters are continuously building more and more sophisticated ways to attack the consumers and people of India. So towards this, our focus will be to come together and figure out what is already happening, where is the threat landscape moving towards, and how all set of stakeholders can come together, that they already are, but what is it that we can do more in terms of making sure that we are able to prevent the scams and the frauds and also all kinds of different criminal activities which are taking place online. So with this, I would like to start with Narendranath sir, and sir is with the National Security Council Secretariat. Sir, I would like to start with you, and maybe then I'll go to Mr. P.K. Singh sir. And as we were discussing previously as well, in your mind, sir, how has the threat landscape evolved around spam, scams, and online frauds in the recent years? And how important is it for different regulators and a whole of government approach where you work with different ministries and cross-sector frameworks involving telecommunications, IT, finance to streamline trust and safety efforts? Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. And thanks for starting with me. As we debate about spam and scams and all of that, and people getting defrauded, we have a limited audience here and very well-known faces. And while the people who are getting scammed and spammed are standing outside. So I think there is an issue here. But yeah, there is a challenge, here, and I'll also come to that part that why don't we have so many people where, well, this is an important issue and that's been exercising everybody's mind, including the Prime Minister's, to the sense that he has taken it up in his monthly bath. One of the episodes, he talked about it. He devoted one complete episode on that. So it's an important part, and I think we should looking at it. So the thing is, how is it evolved? The thing, you will look at it, who are the people who are getting spammed? They're looking at some opportunity. There's some element of greed. There's some element of fear. And there are also genuine service calls that he thinks that it's a service call that he's addressing, and that's where that's happening. So these parameters continue to be there. Only thing is, what are the vectors that are being used to address these parameters is what is there. That's all. That's the only difference that is there. Because once persons get familiar with one particular vector, then the people start looking at what are the other vectors that can I look at. Like, for example, you have this IMC that's happening. There could be some messages coming about regarding IMC, about exciting sessions on that, people would fall for that. So that way, that's the thing that's happening. But otherwise, I think these parameters are common. And so there's a amount of research that our spammers or scammers are doing in terms of what should be the mechanism through which I reach out to the possible victims that I have. That's the only change that is there. So here, one thing that we should be talking about is the product and service design. It's where that it comes. Why is it that people fall for it? It's because he thinks that he is not falling for it, because he's getting addressed to service. So whenever somebody is designing a product and service, it should be very clear that how do I see to it that he can differentiate between a fraudulent service offering or a product offering to a genuine service and product offering. That's very important. So, okay, that's one. And the other is the KYC part. Correct. That's where I think, we still have a long way to go about looking at the KYC part about, getting genuine people on board, and how is that people, bank accounts and SIM cards and all of that, how is that KYC is failing and all that.
Especially the fraudulent, a lot of the KYC process also falls through the gaps, and there are a lot of...
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
So, see, it means these are problem statements that I think require people across the sectors like banking and financial sector, the telecom sector, that they have to work together to come about with a common framework for KYC. It's like one person is there, and you have multiple agencies doing their own KYCs.
Right.
Yeah. So it's also painful for a person who has to do all the KYC.
Maybe a little bit more streamlining, sir, in terms of how the government looks at KYC processes.
Yeah. So I think these are some important problem statements that we should be looking at. That's one. And the other is, I was just talking to Mr. Pushpendra Singh, that trust and security, I was saying that part of quality of service. That's why, maybe from my, personally speaking, not from the government perspective. I think maybe the regulators should start looking at trust and security as part of the quality of service, and then see that, how do I see that when the service offering comes, that these features are built into the service offering.
Right.
That's an important part. And here I would like to say that, trust is a suspected spam. Thank you, Airtel.
Yeah.
I got a call. Yeah. Here, I was just thinking today morning that trust is now a blue ocean, A lot of people are designing, offering services, but that element they are not bringing to the service. If trust can be part of your offering, I think that you will up janda gaad lo usme, trust me.
Right.
And here I come to the .in. .in is something that, are you looking at it as a commercial venture where I want to make money out of, proliferation of .in, or I'm going to brand .in as a trusted .in domain where I have strong KYC, and I also, have privacy, considering privacy, I should be having a very strong database where people can see that who is this guy who has taken the .in domain. What's the type of service? There's some sort of vetting that happens, and across the world, that if some URL comes with .in that is coming to me, I can trust it. So that is where you have got 1,500, 1,600 top-level domains.
Yes.
Why do you want to be one of those top-level domains? Why can't we be one top-level domain, .in, which is the only trustworthy domain in the whole world? I think that is where I think we do, and then migrate bulk of our, these to that. That would be very important. And here I come to some measures. I'm taking my own time because I think we will not get a second chance.
I think we'll get stuff. I'm pretty sure we'll have enough time for that. But please go ahead.
So no, what I'm saying is that why it's important. Now, this is something that we recognized, and that's where we talked of .bank.in. you must have heard of .bank.in. RBI has said that from October it should come. And we can take credit from our office that this is something around 2 years back. I had been to IDRBT, and this is one thing that we floated in front of all the bankers. And good, it has come down. Now, at least if some message comes with .bank.in, I know that is from the bank.
Right.
160.
Yes.
Yes, 160.
Yeah.
And recently I received a recently message from Union Bank of India. It started with 160. So felt so happy. And I took that call because it's coming from 160. And even now I'm getting calls from other mobile numbers from banks saying that I'm bank. So, these are some measures, the trust factor and then service design. This is where I'm talking of the service design. If a bank is designing customer service, they should have one .bank.in and you should have start 160 so that at least the customer knows it's coming from that. This is where the product and service design
will help in building trust with the customer as well.
Yeah, same thing about SMSs also, the work that has happened, through TI and others, the SMS suffixes that come, service messages, promotional messages, government messages, which are all there. So that's all very good. But here there's a challenge. I don't know how many other people know about what I've talked about.
So sorry, can you repeat it?
I do not know how many in this room know about 160.bank.in or SMS suffixes.
How many of
that
you
are
know
there.
about 160? Raise your hands.
Yeah. And can you differentiate in the
Most of
SMS
them are
suffixes
from-
that come S, G, and T? But you're all from the domain. You have
Yes, they're all from the domain, so they would have to know. It would be quite embarrassing if none of you knew
Yeah,
about it.
so this is where I think now comes what you type whole of government approach.
Yeah.
Department of Consumer Affairs, DOT,
Yeah. MATI,
Ministry of Finance,
MHA.
yeah, MHA. I think they should all come together and have one common, outreach program which says that everybody's sensitized. It's not that DOT does its own thing, MATI does its own thing, MHA does its own thing, and people are thoroughly confused. It should be where all of these parameters, which are common for customer security, should be combined together as a bouquet that the government is offering to all of them. And together, we should have a common message that across all platforms going on and have a timelines that over a period of this, just a few months, you have and, objectively measuring how many people know about it by taking, surveys on the road.
Yeah.
People know about it is something that I think that we should do. And here, I'll talk of technical solutions. Now, .bank.in has come about. Now, if A in the bag is a Cyrillic letter, it's a different URL altogether.
Yeah, yeah.
So it means that, though we have come with .bank.in, it means that you have to think through that what are the possible fraudulent activities that can happen with that, and then see to it that those things don't get registered. It means registration process and .in, that should be prevented. The other is blocking. If, for example, .bank.in appears as a string and another top DLD, it should be blocked. We should be brutally trying to protect our own citizens, know. So this is something I think, this is something that's have to happen. So I think at this moment I'll stop. Otherwise the others will start cursing.
No, we'll definitely come back to you, sir.
And when you give me a chance, next time I'll go on after that.
Great. PK Singh, sir, I'll come to you. I think, of course, you can build on the context of what Nath sir had spoken about, especially in terms of trust and consumer safety. And trust is very critical, right? And TRAI is doing a lot of work towards this. I mean, TRAI has taken steps to prevent unsolicited commercial communications, through SMS scrubbing, call ID frameworks, etc. How do you see, sir, TRAI is evolving its consent management approach and spam control, as spam move across telcos, digital platforms, etc.? So would love to get your thoughts.
Thank you, Cousin. And I'll thank Narendranath also for giving us the opportunity of speaking also. A lot about
Just want to say the organizers, I think this panel will go a little long, so I hope we have the room beyond 11:30 as well. But yeah, just kidding.
Okay. A lot of activities which the regulator had done had very clearly been specified by Mr. Narendranath. Thank you, sir, for that. I would say that the genesis of trust lies in how a statute is worded. What are the various provisions which have been incorporated in the statute or in the law, and how those laws are converted into actionable items by way of rules and further directions, and how those rules, regulations, various provisions of statutes are implemented by various stakeholders, and how the compliance is obtained, how they are enforced by the authorities, all that ecosystem, complex ecosystem, is the point where the trust in a specific thing happens. And in this, I would start with the regulation provided by Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, which is abbreviated as TCCC-PR 2018, which regulates the commercial communications, realizing the need of commercial communication. There was a necessity felt that there should be some regulations defined on how the commercial communications are going to be regulated, and what are the various actions, what are the various responsibilities of various stakeholders in this commercial communication ecosystem that needs to be defined. And in case those responsibilities are not being fulfilled, then what mechanisms are available for enforcing the compliance to those commercial communications. And that way, TCCC-PR 2018 has been very well defined, and a lot of action under that has already happened through various stakeholders. And one of the important stakeholders are the telecom service providers, which provides the communication resources to all entities. When I say entity, these entities are consumers, these entities are financial institutions, these entities are companies, these entities are government organizations, these entities are one and all in the country, which are basically operating over the digital media. So the telecom service providers have very important role to play in the complex ecosystem of commercial communications. And now coming to what has been mandated under the TCCC-PR and how it is leading to development of trust and how it can be collaborated in a manner such that we are able to curb the commercial communication, unsolicited commercial communication. A lot of actions have already been taken. We already have a D&D platform which is based on DLT technology, and it is a collaborative platform which has been built by all the telecom service providers. And this D&D platform is accessible not only to the telecom service providers, the consumers also can make use of this platform. The consumers make use of this platform in exercising their preference of receiving a particular type of communication, commercial communication. And here I would like to give a statistics that out of 1.2 billion consumers, it is only 24 crores who have registered on this platform for their commercial communication preference. So around 90 crores are still not exercise their preference, and they are basically going to receive the commercial communications. And I would also say that the unsolicited commercial communication emanating from a 10-digit MSISDN is still beyond the reach of this type of platform. But there were provisions incorporated in the TCCC-PR 2018 which mandated and which basically gave an option to the telecom service providers of making the latest state of the technology to identify these spammers making use of the 10-digit MSISDNs for originating unsolicited commercial communications. And I'm happy that all the telecom service providers have started making use of AI/ML in identifying and informing the consumers so that they are able to take an informed decision of whether to receive a call or not to receive a call. And apart from that, for the registered commercial communication service providers, we have already started mandating that it is only the 140 and 160 based numbers which can be made use for the commercial communication. And if a consumer is receiving a communication from 140 series or 160 series, the trust should be there that it is coming from the genuine commercial communication service providers and not coming from any other service providers.
140.
Yes. I think I should also give time for other speakers. Also, we have a lot of information to share, and we'll continue to share as and when we are given the opportunity.
No, absolutely,
thank
sir.
you.
We'll come back to you in terms of what steps can be taken. But Mr. Mehta, would like to come to you, sir. And I want to focus a little bit on coordination and collaboration over here. and would like to understand from you in terms of, the fact that there are millions of cyber crimes which are reported every year. How is I4C strengthening coordination among all stakeholders, so, including telecom operators, digital platforms, and financial institutions to tackle emerging fraud patterns?
Yeah, thanks, Kazim, for the question. Actually, I was not supposed to be here, but something came up, so yesterday night I got a call. So I'll give an example why coordination is needed. Just one small modus operandi. So the highest money that India is losing right now, so in fact, Kazim forgot to mention one figure. So till 2025, India has lost around 31,000 crores. This is official figure released by I4C. These are reported figures, 31,000 crores. That has been lost so far since 2020. Again, reported figure. So
over the last 5 years, sir.
In last 5 years, right? Excluding 2025. By Indians. So we have released this in the recent parliamentary panel report. So how stakeholders are involved? I'll just give an example. So one of the highest money losing modus operandi right now is the unlawful stock trading scam wherein you are added to a stock group. Now how the ecosystem plays, let me give an example. Person sees an advertisement on Meta. He clicks on that ad, he gets landed to a WhatsApp number, which is again owned by Meta. A WhatsApp number is activated by one telecom operator, which could be either Airtel, Vodafone, Jio, BSNL, MTNL, right? After that telecom operator, he starts interacting with that person who is sitting outside in Cambodia. Then he is given an app which is hosted on Google Play Store or iOS Store. And when he deposits money, that goes into a mule account, that is banking. And after creating layers, that money is being withdrawn through some either fintech or through cryptocurrency. That's the entire ecosystem. Now you see starting its IT intermediaries and telecom, then banking, cryptocurrency, fintech. This is just one chain of fraud, and the person who is doing it, he has hired experts. For example, if he wants to call, he is hiring someone who is 15 years of experience in telecom sector. That is how it is. Recently, one person was arrested. He was 15 years into telecom, into SIP line establishments. They are hiring professional ad agencies from overseas, those who are 20 years of experience in this advertisements. So that is the current ecosystem about. So how I4C is dealing is, we have a strong research team inside our organization, backed by an army of constables, inspectors, SPs across India. So whatever wrong is happening in the country, and whenever there is a lapse that is identified in any part of the country, that is immediately being communicated to I4C. We break it down into the sectors. For example, if it's a telecom issue, one issue I'll tell regarding telecom, which is very new. It's been out, but people have not focused on it. You can call without a SIM card through a telecom network. It's an open challenge for every one of you. You
Right.
decoded how is it possible to call someone through a device without a SIM card in that device. That is a new, there was a recent development. Again, it's done by the experts, telecom experts. There was a research paper that they have implemented, and now they are using this. So we have a strong research team inside I4C. We break down the problems. Almost everyone of we have a regular meetings. They come to our office. We discuss the problems. We even try to give solution after industry stakeholder consultations, and we share signals. And in every meetings, we are pushing the issues and along with the constructive solutions, which is not hurting the business as well. And then we try to fix that problem. So we are coordinating with almost every agency who is a part of the ecosystem through meetings and through platforms and portals.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta. I think you sort of really gave a very interesting layout of how the chain of fraud takes place. And I think it's a good time to segue to the industry, and I'll come to Shweta. And I think, Shweta, of course, a lot has been already discussed in terms of what the telecommunication platforms are doing, but would love to know from you in terms of, the roles you guys are playing in to prevent scams and spams and frauds. And also in terms of working with the regulators when it comes to fraud intelligence sharing. And I think that's something which, Mr. Mehta also spoke about, that because of so many touch points, there are touch points with telecommunication network as well. So maybe a little bit in terms of what Airtel is doing and what generally telcos are doing around those touch points. We'd love to get your thoughts.
Thanks, Kazim. I think it's a tall feat to go after all three stalwarts. It's as the first industry player. But I think I'd like to pick up from what Mr. Narendranath had just said in the beginning, that a lot of people who are currently sitting in the room probably are aware how scams happen. They are aware what 1600 is, 11400 is. They understand what unsolicited commercial communication is. And as telecom operators, although we have partnered fully with Department of Telecommunication, with MHA, with TRAI, in all the initiatives that they have taken, and there's been great benefit that we can see that is coming to the customers at large. But at the end of the day, we, as an operator, we wanted to keep trust and safety at the forefront this year. We also understood that the awareness level of people across the ecosystem might be from low to medium to high, and we want to protect all kinds of customers. And the only way we can do it is, as he said, if we put trust and safety in the product and design. In addition to complying with the regulation, in addition to doing everything what the lawmakers expect us to do, we also want to go a step forward. We want to go to every customer touch point, make trust and safety as the bedrock of the communication, whether it's call, whether it's SMS, whether it's link, and inform the customer that even if the message is coming from a 10-digit number, sir, it could be a suspected scam. Of course, if it is coming from legitimate sources like 1600, if it's taken by a telemarketer, then it is a commercial communication and a person is already aware. But if it's coming from 10-digit numbers, if it is coming from any unsolicited commercial communication, the customer would be aware, and at least he can take an informed decision whether to take that call or not. We launched this in September of last year. In 1 year itself, we have flagged over 48 billion calls. We have blocked 3 million links. We've just launched our fraud detection solution on malicious links. So we can see that across all category of customers, informed or not, it's helping them. Now, coming on to the fraud intelligence sharing, what Rishi sir just said, while there are ways how independent operators can share information with government agencies, there are unilateral ways how operators can share information with each other also. There is no formal way of sharing fraud intelligence databases, signals across the entire ecosystem. And when I say this, I mean financial institutions, digital platforms, telecom operators, all government agencies, whether it's TRAI, DOT, MHA, RBI, NPCI, because all of these platforms are sitting at a wealth of data with them. The only problem is that they don't know how to share it across platforms, while of course keeping privacy at the core. We're keeping customer consent at the core and making sure that this data is not misused. So we have written to all operators, all telecom operators. We've written to all digital platforms. We've also written to all government agencies to come up with a fraud intelligence bureau, simplistically put, where these fraud intelligence signals could be shared. And then we could, of course, put that in our product design across operators.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Shweta. I think, one of the things, because I use Airtels, and I think the whole feature you guys brought last year where you tell spam, potential spam, you can just cancel that also. So that's a very effective way of dealing with things. Aditi, I'd like to come to you, and with you we would, I think there's some commotion behind. If we can just, I think there's people at the back. Can we please just quieten down a little bit? Yeah, thank you. Aditi, I'd like to come to you next. And, spams and frauds cut across industry, right? It cuts across telcos to digital platforms and apps. So how is Google strengthening, safeguards in its ecosystem to protect users and also to sort of prevent scams and frauds? And of course, you lead platform and devices. So from your perspective, the mobile phone ecosystem is a complex user-facing ecosystem, right? So how is safety evolving in the mobile ecosystem? If you could touch upon these two. I'm taking two questions at once because I fear we may run out of time if you do one by one. So yeah.
No, thanks so much. Hi everyone, my name is Aditi. I'm from Google. Google has a lot of products, so I think let me try to address it in a more principle-based approach. So see, Google's mission is to organize world's information in a manner that is usable, it is accessible to people. So at the core of it, we have to provide information to people which is quality, which has quality, and it is relevant. Frauds and scams seriously impacts our, the way we present this information. It deprives user trust in us. So that is why it is important, and we acknowledge that fraudsters are continuously evolving, and we are also at the same time trying to play a catch-up, right? But I would say that still we have a principle-based approach, and we are trying to address it in all possible manners. How do we, there are basically three essential pillars to how we address frauds and scams. One is by protecting our users. The second is by ensuring that the information that we're providing to users is reliable. Third is by collaboration, that is what we were talking about, right? I'll start with user safety first. Again, with users, first is what is the first barrier of defense for users is by ensuring that the information that they get is not spammy or scammy information. So that's a first barrier of defense. And we do this in a number of ways. For example, we talked about verification, right? So in ads, we have a financial services verification where we have authorized only financially verified ad providers to demonstrate whether they're authorized or not, and only in that case they can be on our platforms. Then we also have for our Android phones, for example, third-party application of softwares is a problem. In that case, now we have recently launched actually an Android ID verification where side-loaded 3P apps all developers will have to register the package ID with us. So nothing will come into our ecosystem which is not registered, no unknown source.
Right.
We have like AI, ML, it's a commonly used word, but just to put the numbers out there, 99.9% of malwares, phishing, all of these bad actors are scanned, and then we prevent 99% of them from entering Gmail, which is big. We have Google Play Protect also at work, right? It's scanning about 500 billion apps per day. So I'm just, the number is huge. So that is the verification level. Then it comes to find that some content will enter our ecosystem. What do we do about that? How do we weed that out? So we have constant reviewers. And we also take help from the government through takedown mechanisms. So this is again going into a zone where we are reviewing continuously, we are weeding them out. And the third one is, of course, how do we respond? There are review mechanisms, sometimes we outrightly block them. So these are the three ways in which we are doing it. As far as reliable information is concerned, which was like the broader pillar, there are synth IDs that we are working on. We are using AI, ML classifiers. Even for example, if you look at an image on our platforms, you can actually click on it and understand, the users can understand what is the journey of this image, where did it originate, where did it come from. So there are lots of teams at work, right? Like it's not something in isolation. And on collaboration, which is again under a broad pillar, what we are doing there is that we are addressing it at a local level and at a global level. At a global level, we have joined forces with with various other bodies, DNS Research Foundation, to look at global signals exchange. It is still in the process, it's still in the works, not out there. Rushi and I had a conversation about it. We do want to make it more robust, but at a more granular level in India, we constantly take feedbacks from the government, right? For example, app labeling is a big thing for us. I think, you just mentioned that, stock trading, fake stock trading is a big problem. We are trying to address that by ensuring that labeling on Google Play Store is absolutely right. It's only financially verified services that are offered there. Similarly, we are working on the loan app issue. There are multiple things that we are addressing at one go. It will take some time. Specifically on Android, because that's closer to my heart. So yes, Android, if you look at mobile ecosystem, is a very critical, complex product. It is interacting with almost every single user, right? Like all of us carry mobile phones. Typically, just to put it very simply, we are looking at app stores. That's one way in which you can access an outside world through your mobile phones. And of course, there is a side loading aspect, which is again third-party sources. So while I would say confidently that yes, we have a whole set of teams looking at app stores, all kind of app stores, I'm sure, they're different. There's Google, then there is Xiaomi, Samsung, all of these guys have their own trust and safety teams. When it comes to 3P app stores that are side-loaded, There we had a brilliant pilot, which was, HRA side loading pilot, where we noticed that majority of the scams were originating from browsers and messaging platforms, where users go click on a link, which is a stray link, and it takes you to another source, right? So we worked very extensively. Then we blocked all unknown sources that were asking for very serious permissions, sensitive permissions, right? So we blocked them from entering, but again, we realized there were workarounds, which is why we've introduced the Android ID program.
Right.
So it's a whole plethora of things, but I think I'll just stop here.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thank you, Aditi. And Priya, would like to come to you now. And I've been told that we have around 10 to 12 minutes more. So after Priya, we'll do a quick conclusion round. As Mr. Nath predicted, that is how things will end up, and that's exactly how it's ending. So you were sort of ahead of all of us. But Priya, as digital platforms and communication messaging apps are now becoming key communication channels, right? And would love to understand what steps are being taken by WhatsApp. All of us use WhatsApp here, most of us, I'm guessing. So what steps are being taken to strengthen user safety and reduce exposure to scams? And also, if I can add a little bit in terms of collaboration with regulators, in terms of how WhatsApp is collaborating with regulators on areas like consent management, authentication, fraud detection. So yeah, over to you.
Thank you, Kazim, and I see how you've put me at the far end of this August gathering on this panel. Especially with Rushi to my right, the first jab he took was at us, so I'm coming right after that.
Feel free to respond.
No, I think you've got the right set of people on this panel, the regulator,
Yes.
the policymakers, the lawmakers, industry bodies, and really for the topic that we're discussing today on scams, it is an all of industry collaboration.
Yes.
It is an all of, we can't build our own fortresses.
Can't be working in silos.
And sort of just ensure that we've bolstered our fortress and have built the strongest walls. Because, as everyone has spoken, scammers are like water, right? They're just adapting to the container that you put them in. So they build regulations, they build detections. Google does it, Airtel does it, we do it. So every platform is building their own high walls, but we're seeing how, scammers are looking at the smallest cracks like water and sort of just adapting to the container that you put them in. So definitely scammers and scams are not static at all. They're so evolving that even our mechanisms to address them have to be in evolution at all times. Now that said, as a platform for us as WhatsApp, we've looked at product and platform solutions which are built into the product itself. So we look at it as a four-pronged approach. One definitely is to prevent harm by design itself. That is features that you cannot turn off. So these would be what are baked into the product that a user cannot turn off. So say for instance, as a platform, these are inherently meant for protection from unwanted contact. For us, it's a failure state when that first contact is made by the scammer. If the scammer has been able to reach you, that's already a point of failure for us, because then it's a matter of being able to defend it. So we want to be in a position where we are quarantining any contact between a scammer and a bona fide user in the first place. So that's where our systems are built to be able to do, and like Aditi said, machine learning tools, AI/ML tools, which are built to sort of identify the first contact and quarantine any contact between a scammer and the user. So that prevention of harm by design is where a lot of our product solutions come in at the back end to ensure that the first level of contact never happens with the users. So something we did recently is to bring you what's called a context card. So say if you're not in my contact list, you will get a flashcard which says that this user is not in your contact list, doesn't belong to a country code that you know, and will flash the name and country code and country name of the unwanted contact. So what it does is introduces that moment of pause, of friction between a user clicking through a conversation and making that contact with the with the scammer. So this is what we look at as a harm, preventing harm by design pillar for us. The second pillar that is very strong for us is how do we give control at the user's end, right? Because the user is not our can't be a last line of failure. It has to be our first line of defense. So the user has to have privacy and safety controls at their end.
Yeah.
Right? So how do we build those as part of the tools that we have in the product? The third one is, of course, how do we detect? Say, for instance, that first line of breach has happened from the scammer to you. How do we then potentially detect that abuse, and how do we prevent any further sort of spiral down of that? So we have 24/7 sort of machine learning tools that are operating at the back end to be able to make that detection happen. You know, where we see automated bulk messaging, etc., tools that are able to prevent that at scale. Looking at behavioral patterns. Here again, there are behavioral patterns like Rishi spoke about that scammers demonstrate, right?
And using AI to sort of detect those, I
To
think.
detect those behavioral patterns, right? And the last, of course, is without a doubt cooperation between everybody here, you know, and with regulators, with law enforcement, teams which are able to sort of be that next layer of enforcement and detection for us.
No, absolutely. I will come back to all of you, but only 30 seconds. And this is a sort of a conclusionary remark. But Priya, very well said. I think, you know, what you touched upon is how do you empower citizens to be active participants, you know, at first line of defense to prevent scams. I think that's very, very important. You know, I'm sure everybody is sort of doing that. But Mr. Nath, sir, I'll come back to you. 30 seconds, conclusionary remark in terms of, you know, how do you see this in the next, I won't even go 5 years, I'll just say 2 years' time. What is it that is required collectively for us to, you know, sort of be ahead of the fraudsters? So just 30 seconds for you.
Yeah, I think, you know, some of the points have come up in the panel. It's in the sense that, you know, like Rishi brought out, there are multiple players who are there, you know, to see that you get a good product out and to see that trust is built in. The cooperation mechanism that is there, I think, should be very proactive in sense. That is one part. The second part is the product design part, you know, that people should know that how to differentiate between a fraudulent activity to a genuine activity. That's very important. And that, like in the investment scams that you have, the WhatsApp groups, you'll find that written Motilal Oswal. It looks so genuine to that. How do I differentiate between that? So that's where I think we'll have to have every product that is designed, service offering the design, that should be a mechanism for me to verify it's a genuine or not. And that's where the product design part of it comes. Right. And so it's not the service is designed and floated and then you start seeing fraudsters taking over and then saying, how do I now modify it to see that? So right at the beginning stage, I think they should start think through and see that what fraudulent activity should happen. I think these are two things. That's the cooperation part of it and the other one is there. From our office, you know, that's what we see, that whether people are working together or not.
Yeah.
Like,
it's your job to ensure coordination.
And, you know, we expect the people to do their own thing. You know, we don't want to get meddled in their affairs.
DK Singh sir is laughing. I think you can hear
like,
that.
you know, around 6-7 months back, we got DOT and FIU together in our office.
Right.
And then that was the first time we met. And we were surprised. I mean, we just called them to ask them. Then they came to know. Then we told them that every month we expect them to meet and tell us that you're meeting. Yes. Good thing is around a week or 2 weeks back, they have an MOU that they got signed.
Lovely.
Between DOT and IF. So that you feel is a small achievement.
Very
so
important.
Basically, I think people who are in this domain should be meeting more often to understand, you know, what is it troubling people.
And emerging threats and emerging frauds and emerging
You know,
that's
very important.
defrauding customers.
That's very important. And here itself, I'm saying now you have, you know, the Chakshu portal, which is Chakshu app.
I'm just getting a promotional call on my
Sanchar
phone,
Sati.
and I can see it's a promotional call. So 140, I can detect that. Yeah.
So we have, like, for the Sanchar Sati app is there. Then we have one, yours is one, you also have one app?
It's a CFCFR, 193.
Yeah.
No, you have an app.
Cyber
So you have an app from there.
Yes.
Then maybe, I don't know, Meti also must be having. Or TRI also will come up with an app. No, okay. I'm saying, but you know, you should have an omnibus app which looks after cybercrime.
Right.
And then people are able to report, and then, you know, also all of that. And it's a wish list. What I'm saying, you should have an omnibus app, like, you know, going to 1930 and filling up all of that, it's not required. A lot of data is available with me. So what should happen is in my mobile itself, I fill it up, it fires it, and that gets populated to 1930. It should really help. So I think this is one thing that people should get together and think that what's that omnibus app I'll have for cybercrime, which will help in not only reporting as crowdsourcing of information, but also reporting of, if I'm a victim. So that is something I think we should be working together. I hope all of you work together on that. Thank you.
PK Singh sir, I'm sorry, you have 20 seconds now.
Okay. Okay.
Before we all get thrown out.
Continuing from where Mr. Narinath has left. See, the first line of actionable intelligence development is consumers. And consumers should be facilitated with a reporting mechanism which will enable them in reporting all type of spam, scams, frauds, etc., onto a central platform. Okay, such type of information which is generated by the consumers, it can be handled readily under the framework defined under TCCC/PR 2018.
Right.
Telecom service providers have already deployed a platform where they can collect the complaints through various mechanisms. And one word of caution I would like to make for the information of all those present here. See, the applications which are being made use in generating the information about spam and then reporting it and then blocking it, they are local solutions available which doesn't cut across the telecom service providers. Let's say an app, mobile OEM based application, it will provide you an option that this particular number is spam, and whether you want to report it and block it, you will report it and block it, but it will not come to the telecom service providers. So we basically need to have all such type of applications sending the information to the telecom service providers, and telecom service providers are the first and the best line of defense in taking action against such type of spammers and scammers. They are able to identify not only a single telecom resource, but the multiple telecom resources which are being deployed by these spamsters and scamsters, and they are in a position to take action against these type of scamsters and spamsters wholly. Okay, so we basically need to have a mechanism wherein this information which is available by with the telecom service provider can be made use, and it can be provided to them through all these applications which Narinath had indicated, the Try DND app, the Sanchar Sati app, Cyber Dost application, and the various applications of the handset manufacturers, and the calling apps like the Truecaller, etc. So there is a need of integrating the information being developed and generated through these at a common platform. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mehta, would love to get your sort of concluding remarks, and also a little bit on awareness initiatives, because I think the citizens being the first line of defense, I think that's something which also we could sort of highlight. But over to you, sir. 30 seconds, because we have to leave quickly.
Okay, so first thing is, when we speak about scams, I would like to rename that. It's not scam, it's transnational organized crime. We have to think on that front that it's not simple scam, because it's an international organized crime that is taking place. Now, regarding this awareness, I mean, I like to share my honest experience. You can check our Cyber Dost handle. Our team is working very hard. People don't want to see the awareness content. They want to see reels, which is like different themes, but actual awareness content, people don't want to see it. The kind of views that we are getting, it's not up to the mark with someone who is doing some stuff on the road. So awareness is one part. Yes, we are tying up with influencers and a lot of things are happening, but what we need is a public-private partnership. We have done it in our CFCF-RMS module. So I started with 31,000 crores figure that we have lost. We have also saved 5,000 crores through public-private partnership. We have onboarded 600 banks on our portal, which is nowhere in the world. Whenever someone reports on 1930, 600 banks and their hundreds of executives are at work. We have an API integration with NPCI. Real time, we are safeguarding the money. So we need technology. भारत बहुत बड़ा है, मतलब आप 140 करोड़ जनता को इतना अवेयर नहीं करवा पाओगे. So you need technology like जैसे एयरटेल ने किया हुआ है अभी सस्पेक्टेड स्पैम. it is creating an impact. We checked the data and it was significantly improving. मतलब आप liability customer पे डालो, उससे अच्छा है कि technology ऐसी बनाओ कि कुछ हो ही नहीं. So there are only two gateways to international criminals from entering India. One is telecom and one is internet. Internet में all the IT intermediaries. So if we are fixing at that front, we will get proactive. If we deploy technology, we need to think inside कि हमारा product team में कितने लोग हैं और fraud abuse team में कितने लोग हैं. ठीक है. Similarly in bank, how many bankers we have and how many transaction monitoring team we have. So if we ingrain the technology, जैसे नरेंद्र सर ने भी बोला कि product ही ऐसा बनाए कि abuse नहीं होगा तो crime रुक जाएगा. And CSR funds आपका होगा तो you all can participate in educating. And we can also tie up if you have some startup or ideas in mind, you can reach out to us. We can discuss how to build products which can safeguard the citizens without relying on the awareness part.
Yeah.
That's it.
The safety by design is absolutely critical, and of course, industry is doing what it can. But Shweta, Aditi, and Priya, not more than 20 seconds because we really have to leave. But I'll leave that. Yeah.
Okay. So quickly, two last concluding thoughts. One, having a product design or a citizen-centric approach. I think we completely agree that while awareness is playing its role, but at the end of the day, it is operators or a platform prerogative to make their products simpler for every customer to understand what is a fraud or a transnational crime, as you're saying, and we have done so. While we had launched our product, we were very, very cognizant of the fact that it had to be available across all devices. It had to not be linked to an app. It had to be not linked to internet. So irrespective of the fact whether you're linked to an internet or not, whether you have an app, you will still get, like how you just said, that when the call was coming through 140, which is a designated number series for promotional calls, it showed promotional call.
Yeah.
If it would have been coming from a 10-digit number, it would have shown an Airtel warning spam. It goes across call, it goes across SMS, it goes across links. So we are doing our bit by making our products safer. It has also been recognized by I4C that there's been a 70% reduction in the fraud losses on Airtel network from September of last year. Coming on to the next point, which is very important, is having an industry collaboration. I think every stakeholder on this panel has spoken at end about having a designated or formal structure for collaborative effort, whether it goes across government departments or private operators, and there needs to be a singular approach. While everyone is doing their bit, every government department is doing their bit, there needs to be, like her sir said, there needs to be an omnibus way of doing it. There needs to be a single platform, single way of doing it, so that it's easier for the citizen or the consumer also to be aware of how to report, how to go about it. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, Shweta. Aditi, very quickly, closing remarks. Nobody has followed the 30-second diktat.
I'll follow it. I'll follow it because Shweta has actually pretty much covered everything I wanted to say here. So I echo that. I think collaborations can be within the industry. I would say industry itself is divided into different sectors. Telcos and us and telcos, and different kind of collaborations are possible. You will possibly hear many more coming up in the time to come in the future. With the government, super critical. I think we're already getting a lot of feedback. And thank you so much to MHA to try. For an RBI actually, for really, and SEBI was also one of them who gave us fantastic pre-feedback and we improve our products. One sector that's left out, which I would highly encourage for us to see, is that the so-called, the third sector, which will be civil society. I think we have a lot of them who are working very hard as priority flaggers. That has really, really been helpful. Yeah. They flag problematic apps and, lots of ads to us, and in fact, I've also seen government also acknowledge them, like FACE, for example, is one of them, right? So it's been very helpful. That will just be another consideration here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you have the last word, please.
Thank you, Kazim. Glad I'm getting the last word. I think the last word is user awareness. It has to be that you can build, Fort Knox around your users, but if they leave the door open, then no amount of technology is going to prevent the fraud from reaching the ultimate user. So I'd say user education is not a nice to have or a good to have, it's an absolute must have. It is that difference between a scam getting stopped and lifetime savings between getting saved. So I think that really is the bottom line for all of us, just in terms of what you don't hear is the frauds that get saved. that grandmother who did not wire her money, that student who did not click on the job offer. You don't hear any of that, right? You don't hear the fake job didn't get taken, the business owner who didn't click that link. You'll never hear of those stories.
But that's happening.
Those are happening as well, right? Every fraud that is prevented is a story that is not told. And that is important to note. And the reason that fraud gets prevented is when your last mile user does not click on that link, does not take that call, does not fall for that scammy message. That is where the real challenge is for us, to make sure that every user of a digital technology and of communication platforms is aware and becomes that story that we never need to tell. And we're back in this platform, and Rushi's number keep falling, and it's not as alarming as it looks. But I think this really is the success. Our success will be measured in the silence of this platform next time when we are here.
Yeah, if nothing is being said, it's good. So the stats hopefully will keep reducing. Thank you all for joining. A big round of applause, please, for the panelists. I think 3 key takeaways. One is on continuous feedback, I think, from the government to the industry, and the industry keeps adapting to the feedback. And it's great to see that the industry is doing. But we hope this will continue, where the feedback is listened and steps are taken to, sort of improve the systems. I think from a whole of government to a whole of stakeholder approach is needed. And it's great to see the collaboration between different stakeholders here, from regulators to the ministries to the, of course, the industry, from platforms to telcos. And obviously, responsibility is everyone's, right? I mean, we all have to work together, not in silos, within the government, but even outside the government when it comes to the industry and platforms and telcos. So thank you so much for listening in. We will now end the panel because we have another session. So thank you all, and I hope you enjoyed the session. So we'll have some...
our esteemed panelists for the session to join on the stage: Aman Sharma, Hiral Sharma, Dr. Elena, Vijay Kamath, and Payal Mittal. Thank you everyone for joining with us. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. Can we just settle the commotion a little bit? I'm checking on the time as well. It's 11:21, and I promise that this is going to be a 30-minute panel because we respect time of the impending panel that is going to come after us. But thank you so much for... this is like too much commotion. Yes. Can we please just have seat and begin? Folks, can you just figure this out? Just settle the commotion, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Like I said, we will take 30 minutes only, and we will wrap it up. But a funny story, we're not selling any product here. We're selling an idea, and we would like all of you to be, participative in ideating. But I do want to say, imagine a tech company where they have actually given their development team a task to basically have their AI assistant agent tested out. And the development team actually goes out and gives the AI agent to respond to, "Hey, handsome." Everything goes well till the time it starts getting compliments from male colleagues. And it doesn't know then what to do, right? And that's really the power of not bringing diversity into each one of our mandates and each one of our requirements at jobs and at homes. So it is my pleasure to welcome a very, very powerful panel today along with me. I have Dr. Elena Fernsman on my left. Dr. Elena Fernsman is the Vice President and Head of Global AI Accelerator Program at Ericsson. She is also driving artificial intelligence innovation across companies' operations of Ericsson through multi-jurisdiction framework. I also have Vijaya Kamath next to her. Vijaya is CEO of Sensorize. Vijaya is, her career has spanned many corporate leadership, entrepreneurship, and social impact endeavors. She's also deeply committed to elder care and dedicated not just her time, but portion of her earnings to many of these endeavors. I also have Payal next to Vijaya. Payal currently serves as a Deputy General Manager with MTNL. She's a tech graduate. Payal has 30 years of experience and a very interesting career journey that I would love her to sort of relate when she has time to speak. I have Hiral on my right. Hiral is the Head of Solution Architecture at Fortinet. She has 17 years of experience and she's a trusted advisor to corporates, government clients, and defense organizations. I have Aman Sharma right on my extreme right. She's got 23 years of technology experience. Aman has worked across US, UK, and Asia Pac, and she's navigated her organizations through several journeys of cultural and technology transformation. So thank you, women. Thank you so much, ladies, for joining me in this panel. My first question, in no particular order, but Vijaya, you get it because you are the CEO, and CEO has a lot under their mandate. My question to you is, how does diversity of thought and diversity of experience strengthen organizations as they go along their growth journey?
Thank you, Manisha. I think this is what I do every day. So I've just prepared some points so that I don't miss out on anything important. So innovation thrives, when people who think very differently, come together to solve a problem. So when it is different people bring different experiences and perspectives. And with that, comes a very, very unique way of looking at the same challenge. So if you look at, a team, someone who is very close to the customer may understand a pain point of the customer which the engineering team might not. And then you have a data scientist, in the same team who will, look at the data and, come up with a different intersection point. So that's how, diversity works in teams. So diversity, in my opinion, should not be seen, as a way to highlight specific groups. It's really about widening participation to solve a problem at hand. So when we bring in a mix of perspectives, we build a technology that's more inclusive, very relevant, and genuinely innovative. And one last point, okay, diversity is not charity, nor is it compliance. It is a very, very good strategic tool and a real business advantage if you practice diversity.
Thank you so much. That was lovely. I think, Elena, I would come back to you on the second one. And I know this might be a little tough one because there is paucity of some of those projects, but can you perhaps look at the landscape and look at some moonshot projects that women have sort of driven in the tech field?
What's a fantastic question and very tricky one. I agree with you. It's I've been kind of trying to dig up from my mind where we have the fantastic, intelligent women who were really thinking, coming up with bold ideas. Of course, we have those in the past. We do have those today as well. And I was digging up the statistics with how it looks in the startup
startup map nowadays, we have about 15% startups in the world that are created by female founders, which is way too low, even though, I mean, we've come far. And I was kind of starting to analyze what's happening and why does it look as it does, right? I mean, I see that there has been a big transformation. I see kind of women leaders and women ideas, they are kind of often purpose-driven, and they are very much about the calling. And all these startups that I see, the moonshots and the really good ideas, beautiful ideas, they are not directly driven by the money, they're driven by the calling. And those callings are often, you know, actually making the world a better place. Those startups are about, you know, environmental change. Those startups about the diversity. You know, it's startups that are about girls who start to code and so on. And many environmental startups are about, you know, making the world a better place. And many, I mean, and then I will give you one example that I really, really like. I was thinking, you know, making cleaner lakes, but there are also ideas about making cleaner data lakes, because data lakes are so extremely important. And having good data as a base in the world, very clean, non-biased, a very good annotated data, that's kind of a prerequisite for democratization of algorithms and so on. And we have one professor, Fei Li, as we know, who has created the biggest data bank of beautifully annotated images with the metadata, and actually offered that to the world, and is creating now a model of the physical world as well for the world. So this type of, you know, purpose-driven innovations, they are the most beautiful ones.
Thanks, Elena. I think we often talk about AI with specific mandate of human in the loop. And I often wonder, we should probably also have few women in the loop, just so that we don't have, you know, biased data sets driven out of AI, which is going to, you know, not be beneficial in the long run. My next question, Payal, to you. Tell me, while this may be true for all domains, specifically for technology more so, what are some of those challenges that women face in our tech field that they, you know, they sometimes cut short their careers or move out, and perhaps a personal story for you that might be great to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning to all of you. Just to make it a little interesting, I'll share a small story. This is about a girl who did her graduation BTech from a very prestigious university 30 years ago. Started with the tech industry. She was managing an electronics manufacturing division, which required long fixed working hours, sometimes even staying into the nights to meet the dispatch deadlines. 6 years into the job, she gets an opportunity to shift into a government job. Despite the fact that she was doing very well, getting recognition for the hard work, out-of-turn promotions, best employee awards, and most important, she was enjoying the work. But she chose to switch. Why? She chose to switch at a lesser salary on a lower grade. The reason? Societal pressure, and plus the fact that she had got married and she could understand the family responsibilities by that time. So also her mother played a very pivotal role because the mother herself had to leave her own job 25 years ago when she had that girl as the second daughter. So she decides to switch. Moral of the story. That runs in the family? No. That runs in the society. Another moral of the story, this is my story. I did this 25 years ago. I left the tech industry to join into a then government job, now a semi-government one. So now that 25 years down the lane, the statistics are still staggering. It is not because the women lack talent, ambition, or skill. Writing on the wall is very clear. There is a systemic issue that demands attention. Majority of the tech industry women leave the jobs mid-career. There is a combination of barriers, toxic workplace cultures, unequal pay, rigid schedules, and a lack of support systems. I think all of us agree on this. Add it all together, it becomes nearly impossible for many women to balance their professional aspirations, I would say aspirations, with their personal responsibilities. So leaving jobs midway is less a true decision and more the result of these barriers that makes staying unsustainable. So my take on this, like in case you want me to, I think that's the next question, like what are the suggestions?
Of course.
Yeah. So, see, flexibility in schedules can probably encourage women to stay and balance their personal and professional lives. It might be so that people, the colleagues, the male counterparts might see it as a charity, but it's not so. Because the society and the industry have to balance each other. We cannot change the society overnight. Of course, things have changed. Down the 50 years, that's the story I told you. Things have changed, but still we need to change more. So, over to Manisha again.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. So I think the topic of today's discussion is primarily women in tech bringing disruptive ideas and diverse minds. And the panel here stands for the women leadership in tech. But the question to you, Hiral, is tell me, how does visible role models of women in tech drives the younger generation to inspire, to aspire for more? And I'm sure we all have done that, but would love to know more.
Okay. Thank you, Manisha. First and foremost, thank you so much, IMC, for giving us this opportunity to interact amongst the diverse experiences within women. I think before I answer your questions, just around the room, I want to go and see. Today, luckily, at least this room, though it's not completely filled, it's an equality, at least in quantum, in the gender, I could say. With 5 of us representing here, and there are some women there and some women who are hosting it, at least there's an equality. But unfortunately, the topic is women in tech, and we don't have audiences to hear about it. How are we bringing the changes that we are looking forward to have? I mean, I can talk about role models that Manisha is asking about. All of us trying to be one and trying to influence in our own capacity. The organizers are trying to influence in their capacity by having these conversations around. There's not only one panel, there are 2 panels in this particular subject. And we had Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi coming in and talking about how fearful these women are and what changes they can bring. So I think we have role models not only in tech, across the different walks of life, and not only within women, but I'm sure the men present here, somewhere or the other, play that role in terms of influencing your dear ones, whether it is your sister, mother, daughter, or a friend nearby, to motivate them to take tech as one of the leadership roles, right? At least a career choice. Now, my co-panelist, Payal, also spoke about what challenges were there. That's why she had to leave the job in between and probably settle for something lesser for her personal choices, right? Today, luckily, tech is such an industry for women. For all the women in the room, I'm sure you know about it. And for the men, I want to give you this key pointer so that when you see women around in your life, you go and influence. Tech gives you that flexibility, which has been the biggest obstacle for a woman to go out and work. That flexibility, that freedom to choose, and most importantly, to innovate. Where the creativity, the natural creativity, the skills that a woman naturally carries helps a lot of way in the career. By role model, coming specific to the Manisha's questions, I'm sure there are many, but as me being the one, I've had my own career choices and career obstacles throughout this to reach here. As a role model, I only go ahead and encourage every girl that comes my way, despite of whatever life stream she chooses, that go ahead, take that risk. It's worth taking it. Any risk that you fear of, just go and face. It could be career, it could be personal, it could be selecting a particular role. At least be open and look at it from a different perspective. Things will eventually work out for you. Not from the spectrum that you're looking at today, but eventually things will work out. So that's my submission. But in a generic, I'm a little disappointed to see that though we are having a conversation, but we don't have supporters here to, embrace that conversation amongst the society. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Hiral. You do raise a very important point about, just having support system that inspires, women to grow higher in their growth aspirations. I'll come to you, Aman. While we were discussing what were the thoughts that we wanted to bring out in this forum, you actually touched upon a very important point. And you said it's important for not just for women, but men colleagues to be sponsors and perhaps mentors to their women juniors, right? So, and I know that you wanted to speak about that. Please help us with some of the experiences that you've had.
Yeah, thank you, Manisha, and thank you everyone here. So, in last 20 years, what I've been noticing happens around all of us is that how do we measure the performance for both the genders, right? So my observation is that usually men are being promoted on the basis of potential, right? Oh, this guy has a potential, let's give him a promotion and then we'll mentor him on the way. However, for women specifically, you have to prove yourself first and that's when you get the promotion. And even after you get the promotion, you keep proving yourself every day. It's like this cycle never ends, right? So how do we do this? How do we break this cycle? Because this cycle is tiring, very, very tiring. And that's when women decide to quit tech jobs. So we need to shorten, we need to relax these cycles for women, right? So if we really look at the stats globally as well, women are not leaving tech jobs because they are talent deficient, right? They are leaving jobs because there is no visibility. There is lack of sponsorship internally. So when I talk about sponsorship, there are mentors within the organizations, outside in the industry as well, right? But what happens is how your skills are being talked about in your absence. So when you have right sponsors within the organizations, when they promote you within the organizations, when you are giving the high profile projects to work on or high visibility projects to work on, that's when you help with that sponsorship round, right? So that's why I think we need to create policies. We need to imbibe sponsorship for women in the organization in a way that it's not done out of charity, but this is important. And it is already happening for men. So we all have heard about boys club in the evenings. They catch up, they chit chat, they go out on drinks and everything. We're not able to do so. We have to go back home. Our kids are waiting, right? So they build those trust among themselves during that time. How do we do that? Maybe we build policies around it. Can we also have sponsors? Those are in the evening sitting together within the organization or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I love the fact that people are making such important points and keeping it so short and having respect for everyone's voice here. Vijaya, next one for you. I think Aman touched upon policies and frameworks in an organization. What are some of those policies and frameworks that can help? And you run that organization. How are you helping?
I think from a policy perspective, everybody talks about diversity, equity, inclusion. But do we measure it? No. Do we have any mechanism to measure it? No, unfortunately. So, this should become a very important part of our government policy framework, perhaps the HR Commission or Women Welfare or something, where, there is some measurement framework, that is devised, where, corporates, any organization, SMEs, startups, etc., can report what they are doing in this DEI space. And a very important thing other than the policy is about, a top-to-down approach where, leaders enforce this, okay? They include diversity, equity, inclusion in everything, every affair of the company, okay? And then a lot of stuff on training and, education. That is, the whole organization should be trained on, what this diversity is all about. Because unless people are aware, then implementing that is always an impediment. So I think these are some of, the points. And I think, flexible work options. I think in COVID, we did see a lot of this work from home and all. But now in the last 1 year, it's all changed and everybody have been asked to come back to work. But imagine a lady who's just given birth to a child and, she has to take care. Or, people who have old parents, who need that elder care. So, if organizations can build, infrastructure or a support ecosystem, for people, they can leave all those worries, aside and still continue to focus on work. So yeah, so that's what I feel people should do. And from a sensorized perspective, we have all the health insurance and the maternity benefits. I mean, everything that we need to do as an HR organization. But yeah, I mean, if there is any framework that the government comes up with, we'd be very happy to implement that.
Thank you. Elena, last question before I do the rapid fire with all of you. I want to ask, what can boards of companies and leadership of corporates and workplaces can do to basically ensure that there is momentum in the topic we are talking about and bringing more people to tech and more women to the leadership in tech?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there is a lot of things being done in companies, for sure, what we are talking about. In the boards, there is women in leadership organizations, there is mentoring organizations, there is some kind of, I loved your woman in the loop metaphor, it's great. I think one more very important thing that needs to be done across the society is to address it upstream, so early on in the schools, in the educational systems, bring this equality for girls in STEM subjects specifically so that we unlock this. Because we are, unfortunately, even though we are transforming, I can see that since, well, there are fewer female-driven startups and fewer female founders, and there were fewer people, there are fewer women, but here we are in this panel and we are spending time on kind of advocating it and mentoring it, and in every board we want to have a woman in the loop in every coaching session, and that adds to the stress. And then we have those kids waiting for us in the evening. That all adds to the stress. So we need to, it's so important, so we cannot stop doing that. We still need to do that, but we need to kind of, reach that curve when it becomes easier, because it's still very tough, and we need to have more advocates for this from men as well, for sure.
I like to add to this one as well. Maybe a short story, because I think outside the policies and the regular corporate structure, we need to have more empathy for each other, not just for women, but even for men who are working with us. I share a short story with everyone that represents a very senior leader's empathy in a very good situation for me. So I was in the US back in 2015, I'm talking about, and I was trying to seek time from a very senior leader of a global telecom, and I got his time from 3:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. And in the US, people generally start their day early, so I used to reach office at 7 a.m. And I used to pick up my daughter from her daycare at 4:30 p.m. And I was like, shit, I've got the time, but I've been chasing this leader for last 2-3 weeks, and now I just don't want to miss it, right? I responded to him, I picked up a call that I have to pick up my daughter at 4:30. Can we make it from 3 to 4? And he said, Aman, I wish I could do that, but you can leave at 4, and I promise you that I'll give you time next day. I said, fine, you may be just saying it. We were in a meeting, and as usual with me, what happens when I'm in the flow, I totally lose control of time. I was explaining him a very complex technical solution at 4 p.m. He says, stop here, man. You have to go pick up your daughter. She is more important than this meeting. Go pick her up. And he actually gave me the next day slot there only. And he did not see that as a charity given to me. That flexibility, he actually meant it. He said, if it was my daughter, I had to pick her up at 4:30, I wouldn't have even said yes to this meeting. So that empathy is really going to help us on day-to-day basis, right? For each other. We're all working together, we're all one workforce. We cannot say you've been given this charity, the flexibility, and it's a charity, but all men are struggling really hard, or all women are struggling really hard. We all need to work together, come together for each other.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Aman. So basically, I just want to also relate one last bit before I just go to my colleagues here. If you remember 2008 financial meltdown, it was brought upon by Lehman Brothers, who went down in the financial crash. And the Harvard Business School actually had a study on that. And the one single prime reason for Lehman Brothers to go down was because their board of directors were homogeneously 10 people, all white, all male, all finance and accounting background stalwarts, and they had no diversity of opinion, conflict, or conversations. Everything was driven through consensus, and that was given priority over, just creating thought structures which are perhaps divergent. So, with that, I think it's important for all of us to ensure that we bring diversity into everything that we do, into our leadership structures, our work teams, and create more inclusive environment. And I will actually ask, like literally 30 seconds, and we'll restrict it to 30 seconds. Payal, what is your dream for women in tech in future?
I feel women are more creative, can work better in budgets, bringing more innovations in lesser resources. By instinct, they are better equipped to handle conflicts and maintain a harmonious work environment. Yesterday in one session, someone said, bring glamour to the manufacturing industry. Yes, of course they can bring. Diversity can bring glamour to anything. And I think if we follow the right path now, make some right policies, the imbalance can be managed, and in a few years from now, we will not be having these sessions, women in tech, no. We'll be having the sessions on men in tech.
Nice. Vijaya, 30 seconds.
I think my wish for women in technology is that, we stop waiting for permission and we start taking our place at the table, okay? And we should bring our full perspective and confidence, okay? Because that is where real innovation happens, okay? And another thing, we've all been talking about workplace, but I think it all starts at home. Parents, who have girl children, you need to give them that confidence right from the time they are born till they come to that age of 18 years where they take the leap into the technology field, okay? So it's very important, it is ingrained in them that they are the best, they can be the best, and there is a sky which is the limit. So that is very important. Okay, pass on to you.
Thank you. Elena, your dream.
So my dream is when it will become so natural and easy and diverse. And I will refer to a book by Malcolm Gladwell, which is called The Revenge of a Tipping Point. And tipping point is the point where we reach the point when everything becomes just easy and natural. We're not there yet. And I can give you another analogy. It's like when you kind of introduce AI technologies in the telecom sector. It's a very, traditional, heavy telecom sector. It's hard in the beginning. You need to do it, it's hard. And you reach a tipping point, and then all of a sudden it's easy. I want to reach the tipping point with our women and the acceptance and diversity here.
Thank you. Hiral, your dream and your wish.
Yeah. Well, the wish is simple. I just wish and hope that nobody assumes on somebody's behalf. Usually women are not even given the right of refusal because there's a preconceived notion that, she has just got married, she'll go through the maternity journey, she's the new one, what time she'll work, if this is an odd hour, how she's a girl, how will she perform her duties? Don't assume. Let her refuse. So give her the right of refusal. Once you have the right of refusal, whether it is a girl or a boy, man or woman, does not matter. Give everybody equal right of refusal. Don't assume on their behalf. And as far as the tech is concerned, I think the change has already happened. The future has unfolded in itself. Look at all the relevant tech today from a disruption perspective is AI. Most of the AI agentic voices are female voices, be it Siri, Alexa, they are all talking to us in feminine voices. Or even the robots that we see are more women. So what Payal said that, we will soon be having conversation around bringing AI on a male voice. Well, you can do that too. But I think the future is already unfolding in itself today from where we started and more to come our way. So more power to everybody here.
Aman, last word.
Yeah, I think pretty much everyone has covered everything, but I think all we're looking for is one workforce. No men, no women.
Awesome.
One workforce is my wish, where all of us are equally working, all of us are equally respecting each other's challenges. That would be my wish list. Thank you.
And I'll just say, in my own mind, the true parity of women versus men, and it's not a versus, between men and women will be when you will find women at the top of the echelons of the organization as incompetent as sometimes, our colleagues are. So this is really tipping me on the other side of the spectrum, but that's really, it's going to be complete parity. Okay, thank you so much for this time, and we have taken 35 minutes, but I'm glad we did, and I'm sure you all enjoyed. Thank you so much.
Smita Mehta. I am a partner with KPMG in the tax practice. I also lead the tax technology for KPMG corporate tax. And I'm here to moderate a session on women on tech. Now, I'm joined by lovely ladies from the industry, and I'd like to invite them one by one. Janet. So we have Janet White. A clap of hands, please. She's the head of public policy and external affairs, GSMA. Her role entails providing public policy support for mobile network operators on telecom and data privacy, spectrum policy, IoT, FG, and competition policy. Before joining the GSMA, Janet ran a telecom media technology consultancy firm where she had a wide range of projects including development of fixed broadband strategies and business plan for mobile operators across Asia. Welcome, Janet. Okay, I'd like to invite then Neelu. Welcome, Neelu. Neelu Ambar, she's the Chief Growth Officer of Airtel. She's a seasoned business leader with over 2 decades of experience across marketing, sales, distribution, and customer growth. As Chief Growth Officer, she leads consumer-led growth and marketing for all B2C businesses. She began her career as a tech professional before pivoting to marketing, sales, digital growth. And she's a passionate leader who firmly believes in using technology to solve customer pain points. Airtel's rollout of anti-spam is a strong testament to that belief, which is designed to enhance trust and safety for millions of Indians. She's a computer graduate with an international marketing from IIM Calcutta. Next, I'd like to invite Shraddha. Welcome. Shraddha Gupta is the CEO of Cache Digitech. She's a dynamic leader in the IT industry and deep expertise across marketing, sales, supply chain, operations, and services. With a strong academic foundation in business and marketing, she brings a strategic cross-functional approach to driving business growth and execution. Her experience includes scaling IT-driven solutions, building agile systems, and aligning business functions to deliver consistent results. Passionate about innovation and team empowerment, she excels in solving complex problems and fostering collaboration. Welcome. Welcome, Shraddha. Okay, my last panelist, Vibha. Please welcome on stage. Vibha Mehra. Clap of hands, please. Vibha Mehra is Vice President of Government Affairs in Nokia for the APAC region. She has a diverse experience in the tech industry for more than 25 years. Welcome, Vibha. Okay, so now as I said, we will start, and I'll come there. So we'll start with the session, and our topic is women in tech. How do we support women in tech? As I start this session and as I reflect on my own career paths and when I joined tax technology within KPMG, I've realized that effective use of technology requires a lot of brainstorming. And that brainstorming requires diverse perspective and disruptive ideas. Those come in only if you have a greater diversity in your teams, be it geography, culture, education, and gender. If you have an equal representation across all these 4 areas, the ideas are better, the innovation happens, the creativity fuels up, and you get the best results for meeting your business considerations. But when we reflect on technology and tech as a sector, we see low participation in women. We are improving, certainly, but there is a low participation. So clearly, when we look at women, what they bring on the table, they bring in a lot of aspects which are very, very useful, and there are several studies done which impact the business results. So to discuss this, why do we need women in the tech sector? Let me go across the panel and take a view. Jared, maybe if I can start with you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to be on this panel. It's great to be here from the GSMA. So I'd like to look at it from AI, hot topic. Everyone thinks about AI. So if we think about where the information is coming on AI, it's coming from the internet. And that means the data in there, is that all men's data or is it women? Let's take an example. Here in India, 33%, women are 33% less likely to have a smartphone. So the data that we're looking at on the internet may be biased. And in fact, that's what we can see. There's many studies that show the fact that if we don't have women's voices heard, then we will have a very biased way of the way we look at the world. And just talking a little, I know it's not quite answering your question totally, but if we think about it, if we do not have that diversity, we're going to have some real big social and economic problems. If you look about, there's many studies which have shown that if you look at health data, it's biased towards men. So when women who may have a heart, and we know this is like say a heart attack, the data that's looked at is from men, and the solutions then, you know, will not be right for women. So I would like to just, I know we've not got much time, but I would like to say one thing. If AI isn't built for women, it isn't built for half the world. Now we need to make that change. We need that diversity to ensure that we have a fair and responsible way. I'll talk a little bit later about how we can do it, but that's just setting the scene.
Great points. Thanks, Janet. Neelu, let me come to you. We were discussing earlier how many stories you have from Airtel world where women have contributed significantly.
Yeah, okay. So thank you, Janet. Thank you, Nitika. I would just want to continue with where Janet left. 34% representation in IT in India, 25% female representation in GCC at leadership position. The most heartening number, however, is the number of computer science, computer engineer, graduate females enrolled in India. Anybody has any guess? It's 45%. Even more heartening. So the future is bright. Even more heartening is what is 45% for India is 17% for US. So starting with that, and why do we all believe that women bring in something different to the society, to the organization? I'll start with a couple of examples which are very real life examples. One of them is collaboration comes naturally to women. So, and in our organization, the buzzword is CFTs, cross-functional teams. You cannot create anything large, anything big, till the time you do not know how to collaborate. Collaboration comes naturally to women. That's the first example. Though, and from being a woman, you all would have heard of a plan called family plan. I don't know how many of you have heard about a family plan. That is planned for a family connecting multiple devices. That, ladies and gentlemen, was innovated by a female in our organization. And I don't want to talk about number, how much growth, but it was pretty substantial ARPU growth that was given. The second thing that I will talk about is, you all have heard that Airtel has taken a lead, and Nitika spoke about it while introducing me. Airtel has taken a lead in spam, not just in the country, but globally. Now, what we realized when we were reading behaviors and we were reading how women scroll, how do they browse an app, you look at all of it. Women are sensitive towards, is this data secure or not? Am I safe or not? Often men, kids, boys, they may be wanting to complete the task as against women who would be very careful about what they are sharing there. It all started from there, and look what it had become. Third thing for Airtel as an organization that women bring in, and for society, again for society, is empathy. And as Shraddha and I were talking, she said women don't need sympathy, they need empathy. So, empathy. Now, when you are in an organization that thrives on customer happiness, if you are empathetic towards customer problem, trust me, that organization and that society is going to do wonders. Last one is women have this ability to anticipate risk. Now, don't get me wrong saying they are risk averse. Risk averse is very different from creating something and knowing isme koi risk nahi hai and still you ended up having a risk. I'm saying you are creating something where you know you could fail. That is pretty good with women. But creating something not knowing that it could be risky is not a great proposition. Women have this innate ability to anticipate risk. And trust me, all these 4 or 5 things that I have shared make them really, really unique.
Thanks, Neelu. Great points. So collaboration comes naturally to women. Risk, anticipation, and bringing empathy while making business decisions. Fantastic points. Shraddha, let me come to you. You are at the pinnacle of your career. You are a CEO of your organization. Why do you feel women are important in the tech sector?
See, I feel informal mentorship is a very important aspect of anybody growing. Formal is something that you can go to people and, seek their advices. But once you sit on the table, all those corporate, things off, and now you talk to each other and you feel, okay, this is going on in my life, I want to do this, but I'm not able to get there. I think that is where a person who's of the similar experience can help you feel, okay, possibly you're doing this at this point of time. I feel you can help do this to navigate this problem. I feel that comes easier when in comparison to men, you can go out for drinks and so on and so forth. But I feel with women, it's still a taboo, and then stepping out after 7, 8, however it is. And once you're in that leadership role, you are empowered that, okay, no, I am in that role and I need to do all these things for other women also. So I think that is very important. Secondly, I feel the consumers are 50% women, but the people in the workforce, in IT specifically, is only 30%, rather 23 to 30%. So like I just found this example out that the majority of the people addicted to Instagram are more women, but the people who are making it are only 30%. Are you serious? Yeah. So I feel it's very important, to understand what a woman might want, and that might be, in favor of your product. So that's pretty much, and also what I think that women empower women, and we should do that.
Absolutely, fully agree with you. Vibha, what are your thoughts on this topic?
You know what, I think hearing everybody on the panel kind of covered it so well. Why women are not there where they are, and what are the challenges which they face, as well as, I think Neelu very nicely articulated the strengths which they bring. Couple of more data points from me. So we talked about the tech diversity at about 23 to 30% depending on different countries and geographies. The leadership tech percentage is about 14%. How India is doing is possibly at average because, for us, the IT industry has been fairly big. But now there was a mention of how many engineering students are there as women, so about 45%. And that is where the glaring, issue starts. So the entry point of women in the careers, the percentage is about 45 to 48%. But as they progress during the career, it keeps dropping at every level, okay? They go through those phases in their personal lives where they start deprioritizing things. Sometimes they're supported. All the women here are, supported and they're here. But a lot of time, the support of the whole ecosystem doesn't happen. But if we make that happen with the right policies, at the company's level, at the government level, I remember when, we were young, and we're not so young right now, the maternity policy used to be very different. I was telling somebody, I was in office, exactly 91 days, on the dot. Today, thankfully, with all the government support and all the corporates adopting it, things have changed. The work from home options. I think as corporates, we're changing. We're allowing these things to foster. We're giving them a roadmap, but possibly we need to do more if we want this to be a sustainable growth trajectory. That's my views.
Perfect. Thanks, Vibha. I think what you said, corporates are alive to the fact that there is a support required in those life-changing times for a woman. And there is a lot of activities, a lot of policies already enabled for women. Yet we do not see the full representation. So how can we do more? Or what are the best practices that, Janet, you have seen in your practical life, which can really help women?
So many of you might not have heard of the GSMA, so I'll just explain who we are very briefly. So we represent the interests of the mobile operators globally. So we are an association. So we don't make products, but what we do is we represent the industry. And that is, we at GSMA feel it's very important that women have a rightful place. We do a lot of conferences. We have a big conference in Barcelona with, it's huge, it's very, very big, a lot bigger than this. And one of the things we notice is that if you ask a woman to speak on stage about what they're doing, no. Oh, I'm not qualified, I can't do this. If you ask a man, even if he knows nothing about it, he'll say, yeah, I'll do it. So we set up a policy of having, we won't have a manel, i.e., we can't have a panel where it's all men. Now, if you look at, it's very difficult to do. I mean, actually, I think I congratulate IMC. They've had a lot of panels where we have had, women on board, but normally it's very difficult that way. So what we did at GSMA, we set up something in our APAC region. We have it at a global level, but we said, what can we do? Practically, we can't do the products, but can we do something that would be practical, that would help women? So 3 years ago, we set up a Women for Tech. I have a little badge here which shows our group of women. And what we did is on International Women's Day, we invited women in Asia Pacific to write about what they do about their job in tech. So we have a theme. This year it was about women in tech in AI. And they can write it's a very small piece, or they can do a video. And then all those are put on GSMA's website. GSMA, we are a huge global marketing machine. So that websites get lots of access, lots of people can see. We've run this program for 3 years. The first 2 years, we had a lot of applicants actually from India. This year, sadly, none. So I want to change that. What we do is then the women, we select, we have a panel, we select the women, and 3 or 4 women are invited to our regional conference, paid to go there, and then they have an opportunity to be awarded, and everyone can see, and then we promote them. So they can actually see that they are really doing something well. So that's something simple. I will just add one thing because of policy. And AI is a big thing that everyone's talking about. Responsible AI. I said that if we don't have women's voices in the models, then we are not having a proper, useful model for the way going forward. In fact, one of the ladies who wrote the paper and won, she said, is ChatGPT a man? And she debated about what was there and what we needed to do. So we have set up what we call a responsible AI framework. And in that, the mobile industry is signed up to that, which through their processes has that there is diversity in the organization. So it is so important so that we get that diversity into the AI models. So we're doing things from, let's say we're not being able to build products, but I'd invite every woman in this to next year. Please support and come there. Just think you can get our event will be in Kuala Lumpur, so the winner will be invited to Kuala Lumpur. You'll be on stage there and lots of promotion.
Perfect. Thank you, Janet, for that point. Neelu, let me come to you. What are the best practices that you've seen in your practical life that can support women in tech?
बिल्कुल honestly बोलूँगी ना.
Absolutely honestly.
Okay, I want to quote an example. I think it will start from mindset. We were traveling to Singapore. There was another colleague of mine. She's just had a baby a year ago or a year and a half ago. There was a gentleman who asked her, so how do you manage when you are traveling your small baby? and I asked him, you also had a baby a year ago. How did you manage? I'm just saying that while we are readying women, we also need to change the mindset of our own colleagues. And we have to, is the society prepared to take women as leaders? Is a question that we need to ask. From the support standpoint, a couple of things, and I was reading Indira Nui, I follow her a lot, Indira Nui, and she said, women keep juggling. There's nothing called as work-life balance, they just keep juggling. आज PTM है, तो पहले PTM जाएंगे, then meeting करेंगे, if there is a meeting, then, so you just keep juggling between multiple things. I think they require a little bit of flexibility. So if organizations are providing flexibility, women will do really well. The second thing is, I often hear, यार वो ना network नहीं करते हैं. So, and I really don't understand the meaning of this word. What do we mean by network nahi karte hain? But I just believe they need, and I think Shraddha spoke about it, saying having mentors, informal mentors, having sponsorship can help them really grow and not drop off their career. She spoke about 45% people entering but dropping off. And the last one that I missed in my first one was that women have this paranoia about doing something new. They don't wear similar clothes every day, their colors of the clothes are different, they will do up their house, and it reflects, that's how they are. That's how most companies who innovate something big prefer to have a very diverse force. That's how women are. So I believe giving them flexibility, having a sponsor, having informal mentors can really do wonders, not only just to the organization, but also to society.
Thanks, Neelu. I think that point that you brought about unconscious bias, that's very important, because that's in the mind of men as well as women when they're dealing with women. So never assume that a woman cannot do something. Let her come up to speed and try and deliver. If she delivers, then great. If she asks for support, then support. I think that's a very, very powerful point. Thanks, Neelu. Vibha, let me come to you. What are your thoughts on this topic? What can we do to support women?
Thank you. So I will talk from the perspective of, what we have done, and I say technology, telecom technology in the tech area is far more intricate than even the IT side. So we have a good example where we have a factory, where we have R&Ds, and we have the sales in the business areas. And we have maintained a very healthy balance, even in the factory environment, which runs 3 shifts a day. Why it has happened is because we were able to create or give them a safe environment. What is the biggest issue which a woman will have when she is, let's say, commuting to work or spending those 8 hours? First is the safe commute. Okay, and especially on the the late night shifts. So we have supported our factory guys, which is in one industrial area near Chennai, with that facility. Okay. Secondly, the supporting HR policies for the women. They are prioritized for the day shifts. Only on the critical tasks, critical times, we will allow them, or we will want them to come to the late night shifts. The my colleagues in the R&D sector, Bangalore, a little more I would say a central place, a established city, young girls coming, almost 3,000 to 4,000 of them. They don't need that kind of support which the factory needs. Okay, but maybe the young girls just married, getting into the family, they need a little different kind of support. So work from home policies, allowing them to work remotely, giving them that flexibility which we just spoke about. These are those initial years. I think every woman needs that bit of hand holding which allows her to continue till the time she settles things at home. So we have policies to do that. And then the corporate offices. I think we've done very, very well there. I say one function where telecom as a segment has not done well compared to IT is the deployment of networks in the field. Okay, that is still treated as a men's job, and I wish we can do more of it. Okay, but within the corporate side, I think we're still doing okay. So good policies, flexibility from the managers, colleagues, little sensitivity, these things go a long, long way.
Thanks, Vibha. Shraddha, let me come to you, please. In terms of the best practices, what are your thoughts?
So, because I had a great mentor when I was growing up, that was my mother. And because of that, I never thought women were, it is difficult for women to grow. Of course, I saw her struggles, but at the same time, I had a great women leader in front of me, which actually motivated me to tell everybody else that why is it not equal? And that is what I've done with most of my staff also. I mean, I've tried to be as complacent and as, humble towards them to come and talk to me in case they need any help. I've been the good cop, bad cop, both of it for them, all of them. I mean, I'm sure some of them are here and they should agree. So, but then I've done that. But what I feel is that we should promote women entrepreneurship. And with women entrepreneurship, there'll be a lot of people out there who might, when they face issues that, okay, are we working with men? No, I'm not really comfortable. But if they see that, okay, this company is owned by a woman, I'd like to work with her. There are more female workers here. I think I'm more comfortable there. If we have that whole ground of a lot of women working, it is easier for them who are still little hesitant to work. I feel that is there. And then I feel for entrepreneurship, there could be taxation policies which could be slightly better for, promoting women entrepreneurship. There should be women-led VCs, like you mentioned, that you would want to start a women-led networking program, something like that. Then I'd also feel that there could be co-working spaces for women, that they feel safe, they feel confident that, okay, I can walk in, wear anything and come here and I'll not feel, I'm a little, I don't have to feel conscious about it. So I think that's pretty much what I feel, and that is how we can always promote women in this space.
Wonderful, wonderful. And you mentioned your mother in the beginning, and I know she's there to support, sitting in the audience. Wonderful. Thank you, thank you. I think mothers are natural mentors for everyone. But, coming to this point of informal mentorship, I can also relate it to my career, where, I have had a friend and colleague who's been a friend for me for almost 20 years, and she's been my guiding light all throughout my career. And this informal mentorship actually adds a very good dimension when you're going through challenges in your work. You need a sounding board. Have that informal mentorship to, push your things forward and keep moving ahead. So both formal and informal mentorship actually helps. Great. Do we have any other points to make? I'll leave it open for the panel, please.
It's leading on your point. I would like to see more of like a women's network, informal women's network. What we do in GSMA, we just have a WhatsApp group. Something simple and easy. And it would be, we've already set that up. Why not do something? Why don't the women in India join that group and learn from other women in Asia Pacific? And to your point, a lot of the women are entrepreneurs in that group. So they're very supportive of each other. So I think you'll get some real benefit. They're from different countries, but they're similar, it's the same sort of problem. So maybe I always like a call to action, so maybe we could have a call to action that we could be the starting point of the India Women WhatsApp group, and Yes.
Yeah. I'm sure. But I'd like to add one more point here, that like we were talking about mentorship, I think reverse mentorship is equally important. The people who are now in their 40s, 50s, now in fact in my office itself, now we have more people in their 20s than in their 30s or 40s. So I think we should go back to understanding their mind space, like we're dealing with Gen Alphas. So, and the leaders are actually possibly...
Actually, Shraddha, I can add to it. Yeah. In Airtel, we have, during the hiring process, retention process, as manager, we have a program that focuses on Gen Z. Their motivation, their excitement could be very different from my motivation and my excitement, and therefore, very, very good point you have brought forward, which is not just applicable for women, but
everybody,
Gen Z in general.
And in KPMG, we do have a reverse mentoring, and I have seen the benefits of that across. Partners are, being mentored by 20 or 30-year-old Gen Z people, and it's a great perspective to add.
I mean, I'm in my 30s and I still learn a lot from the people in 20s.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I feel that's something that you win some, you learn some. It's like that. I feel you keep learning is a process that you do every day, and I think you should learn a lot from them instead of feeling that, oh, I know everything. No,
True.
you don't.
True. Viva, you want to make a point?
Just one comment on that. I think most of the organizations are now setting up a different, person to just manage this Gen Z, okay? Believe me, most of us don't know what to do with them, okay? They don't want to come to office. If they're remote, they'll keep working remote. So we're trying to kind of adjust to their way of working. They are way ahead in technology understanding and the way they adopt technology. But I think most of the organization needs to do, something more. One last point from my side. I think women, need to ask for help a little more. Okay, and this is one thing which I have, told all the people I've been mentoring. You know what? Don't be shy to ask for help at your home, with your husbands, with your family, anywhere. You don't need to do everything on your own. Start delegating, start asking, things will fall in place.
Thank you. I think have you heard some very diverse perspectives, disruptive ideas, some actionables. And I'm going to take one actionable for sure back to my organization. I'm starting a women's club very quickly, Manisha. Yes. So we are going to invite people, friends, colleagues, and we will start this and create a women's club like a men's club as well. Thank you so much for your time, your valuable insights. I hope everybody enjoyed the session, and we look forward to having all your support to support women in your organizations. Thank you.
Next, we have Ashwani Mohar from DDG. Can you please join? Next, we have Rishikesh Parankar from NSDS DC. Next, we have Priyanka Anand from Ericsson. Next, we have Sumit Kumar from Team Leads. And last but not least, Manoj Kumar Singh from DAIPA. Thank you, everyone. Over to you, sir, Pankaj, sir, for moderating the session. Thank you, everyone.
The best thing when you have a senior army officer as the CEO of the TSCC is that the SOPs are always in order. So you never worry that, the, the post, obviously it's very efficient also, but I think all the SOPs are really in order, and we had the privilege of General Kochhar earlier. So, and I want to welcome you, General Gavas. So, we had this similar session last year also, and I think we have been very self-congratulatory in the telecom industry, as I see from all the headlines. So, if you see that movie, The Last Samurai, there's a captain of the US Army who's fighting for them with the samurai. And the emperor asked him, tell me how the samurai died. So he said that, I want to tell you how he lived. So I'd like the panel to, not be self-congratulatory, but be that'll be a little difficult for the gentleman from DOT for obvious reasons. But we would like to see the big gaps, because let's define what we are capable of as a nation, as an industry, is to be the best in the world, the best in class. I was just telling the group that sub-Saharan Africa and India were at similar GDPs for years. In fact, till 2013, we were growing at a similar rate. And after 2013, we outstripped them. We are nearly $4 trillion. Sub-Saharan Africa is under $2 trillion. So we've done better than someone. But have we done better than the rest of the world? Have we fired on our potential? So I'd like to keep that as the center theme, that how we can be the best in class. Because we as a nation are under a tremendous challenge at the moment. You know what is going on geopolitically. So every little pocket of value creation possible, we have to optimize. So my request is that if we can be deeply analytical about the gaps and so on. So this will be my first question to all the panelists, that where do you think are the deep gaps and the strengths of this country as far as skilling and, in this sector, which is now a very large sector, because the supply chain is common with electronics. You have AI, you have quantum, you have all these things. So it's not related to just the bottom of the pyramid skills, but a more comprehensive this thing. Please. Yes, yes. You obviously have the first word and the last word, the government, in this sector.
I think we should listen industry first. Since we are policy makers, so we would like to listen to the industry and then align our policies in accordance to that. So would better hand over this thing to Ericsson and industry other players.
That's a very deft answer, and and it's a very positive beginning. It's a very positive beginning. Could you imagine that somebody from DOT is saying this 2 decades back? So I think this itself is a very refreshing and a good beginning. Can we go to Mr. Patankar?
Thank you, Pankaj sir. I think in India, the skilling system is evolving. And if you see the overall digital transformations, fintechs, which have come from the last 2 decades, we are seeing the transformations. India is truly on the development side. The inclusive development is propelling it, and we are the largest growing economy in the world. And with all the things in place, actually, if you see from the top, we are having the right kind of push from the political side, from the government side. There are a lot of initiatives where transformations are coming in, a lot of ideas are being given, a lot of importance. Innovation is happening in not only in the private sector, but in the government sector also. There are a lot of interchange of ideas. There are inter-ministerial consultations. Government wants to work with industry, as we are seeing live here that DOT wants to listen from the industry first. So I think there are a lot of changes which are happening. The landscape is there. If you talk about telecommunication, we have the right kind of framework, infrastructure on the ground with BharatNet, optical fiber, the connectivity on the ground, reaching the last mile, reaching the citizens at their doorstep, right kind of quality training institutions, right from BSNL, MTNL and many other telecom companies who have put in the efforts. we have right kind of trainers in our ecosystem, our education system is aligned to the skilling. Education basically creates opportunities, but skilling will give that employability touch to the ecosystem. And degrees are always important, but as our Honorable Prime Minister said, skills make them indispensable. So I am authoring skilling as a focus area, and that is what the Government of India has also recognized. There are multiple activities. I was just seeing outside, there is a poster on circular economy. So a lot of work going in that space. We are, in fact, the country overall is moving ahead. But then, as Pankaj sir suggested, there are multiple challenges. One is the skilling gaps which are there in the country, which we want to basically fill with the right kind of approach, maybe some innovative models which will work or which might not work. There will be a lot of challenges, but I think our youth and our policy makers are there. We are moving ahead in the right direction. I'll speak more once I get back. Thank you.
Thank you. Priyanka, what is your sense from a global perspective and matching? I think the numbers we are doing well, but in terms of quality, in terms of global penetration, what is your sense?
So Pankaj, that's a great question and well timed, because the way I look at the entire telecom landscape, right, and I think our Prime Minister kind of said this yesterday as well, that with 1.2 billion users that we have in the whole telecom landscape, we are the largest, almost getting to be the largest and second largest today. And just in the last 2 years, we have 365 million 5G users. These numbers are unprecedented, and almost they get to a scale that people can't even believe when we quote these numbers outside of India, right? And again, to me, the biggest asset that we have is a lot of demos yesterday spoke about our product, indigenous products that we're trying to create for India and for the world, and again, being made in India. And that has all happened because of the skills that we are continuing to invest in. So upskilling is going to be one of the most important tenets of how we continue to harness the success opportunity in India. And upskilling will happen in multiple ways, but what is really important, like most of the others are also saying today, is that industry, academia, and government partnerships have to create the right ecosystem. How do we upskill people with the right technology edge that we need, so that we can harness the opportunities that the technology will offer to us, again in the telecom space? But when you read the recent reports, it's quite evident that we have a current gap of 2.4 million talented, skilled workers that we need to fulfill the needs of the telecom space. And if we don't work proactively towards the upskilling, bridging the upskilling gap, this will become almost 10 million gap by 2030. So what's really evident is upskilling is needed. And if I talk about the corporate intention that we have from an Ericsson lens, we are continuing to partner with DOT to create, with this Apex training body, with BSNL and 100 plus 5G labs, where we are creating upskilling for the people, and they can access instructor-led online learning opportunities to more than 10,000 students every year. And then we're also continuing to partner with TSSC and the Delhi Skills Entrepreneurship University to create online learning modules on 5G, IoT, machine-led learnings, agentic AI. So all I'm trying to say is we have to play the game from the front. We've got to make sure that those opportunities are not available just to the privileged, but the larger ecosystem gets to leverage those learning opportunities. And when we invest, we don't have to just stop there, because that is just the beginning. Imparting learning and upskilling opportunities is just the beginning of the whole journey. The real proof of the pudding will come when we can make them ready to use skills for the larger ecosystem, government, corporates like us, and even the overall university ecosystem. And that will really happen when we get them more access to labs, internships that we're talking about, apprenticeships that the government is talking about. So all of us to come together to create that learning from classroom into on the ground. And again, with Ericsson, we're creating the largest A6 R&D base in Bangalore, A6 engineers. We're creating manufacturing of antennas. So we're becoming not just a service delivery organization with 22,000 employees sitting in India for Ericsson, but we are saying we want to up the game. How do we create more R&D? With 2,000 R&D engineers, we're creating for the world, innovating for the world from here. So overall, the ecosystem has to go through this mindset change, and that's where the change will begin. And we are right pace at this point to make that happen.
Wonderful. I'll go to Sumit now. Sumit, what is your perspective? You know, TeamLease is we are very fond of this company, and you are not only thought leaders, which many of us are, but also creating great outcomes. So from the globalization point of view, where do you think the gap is? Because today we are stressed. There are huge job losses in certain sectors, especially with the US tariffs. So can we realign? Can we find a happy landing for some of these people, nationally and globally?
Absolutely, sir, definitely. In fact, when we talk about the gaps which currently exist, it's always about how the skilling is happening in India. Now, today, we always say that there are so many skilling schemes which are there are centers being, set up for the skilling. But skills cannot be, taught. They have to be caught. They have to be acquired. You cannot acquire a skill by sitting in a controlled environment in a classroom. So what's the better way to look at it? And that's exactly how we are different from, the rest of the world. And specifically, if you look at most of the developed economies, they focus a lot on apprenticeship. For any developed economy, there are at least about 3 to 4% of their workforce is part of the apprenticeship. But in India, we are just about 0.27%. Now, that's the gap where it exists. Consider the kind of potential what we have. And the potential what we assess is about 20 million apprentices if we were to go by the same equation of 3 to 4% of the labor force. So what needs to be done? I think what really we need to look at is, like as an organization, we kind of facilitate the entire arrangement between the academia, the industry, and the youth. And even if I were to look from a global point of view, there's a degree apprenticeship, which is very popular, specifically in the Europe. Now, you spoke about degrees, then we also speaking about the relevance of skill. How do you match that together? How do you make apprenticeship more aspirational? So the idea is that can apprenticeship lead to a degree? Can there be a qualification corridor? Fortunately, today the policy definitely exists with new education policy being in place, which is definitely at par with some of the global, education standards that we're trying to set. Even I would also like to acknowledge here that very recently there's an economist in UK which kind of considered or recognized India apprenticeship system, he kind of appreciated this entire system, But the fact is that till date we have only, as I said, 0.27%. Now, from an adoption point of view, we have roughly about 50,000 organizations that are doing apprentices. So where are the employers? While they are looking for talent, are they investing in building talent, or they only look at buying the talent from outside? Can they balance this whole equation? If you talk about the industry-academia collaboration, which today gets facilitated because of the new education policy, how many academia have been successfully able to collaborate with the industry and vice versa? That's a question mark. There are roughly about 2 lakh organizations which are registered onto the apprenticeship portal, but as I said, it's just about 25%, 50,000 are doing apprentices. So it's also a difference between intent versus the reality. I think those are the gaps which exist, but definitely today we have come a long way. As I said, that while we have just 0.27%, but over last, I would say 5 years, we've seen almost 100% growth in the apprenticeship intake as compared to where we were in 2020 versus 2025. Even in terms of 100% growth in the adoption by the employees, we were 20,000 employees then, we are about 50,000 employees today. But having said that, yes, we need to increase the pace if we really have to build the talent pipeline, and we want to be the skill capital for the world. So
very nice. Thank you. Manoj, what is your take on the similar lines? That we have a large workforce in your sector, which is the infrastructure, and we have a reasonable global presence also. I'm not too big, but reasonable. So how can we step up and become the infrastructure provider for the world?
Thanks, Pankaj. And rather, it is a question which everybody need to think. While one side we say that we are the global leaders in telecom, but we must remember that telecom is a sector in which all 3 categories of labor, white collar, blue collar, all kind of skill sets are required. And this is a sector in which technology evolves so fast that in 18 to 24 months, its shelf life is only 18 to 24 months. So forget the days when we say that have a degree once and serve for rest 30, 35 years. Now you have to recertified every 24 months. So that kind of sector in which we are. By the time my 4G deployment is over, 5G is on the verge. By the time 5G is over, we are listening now 6G. I was listening to the numbers spoken by Priyanka that 375 or 365 million subscribers of 5G. On the contrary, we will listen, there is no monetization case for 5G. What is this? This is actually the skill gap. This is actually the skill gap. While we do not focus too much, but we focus on the innovation, but we simultaneously do not focus toward the skilling of the new innovation being invented. So the product is out in the market, but there are no real and right people to demonstrate the right adoption of those products. That is what the biggest challenge is. In our sector, in infrastructure, we all know that infrastructure has to come first. We all have seen the EV story. Should the EV come first or should the charger come first? That is what the chicken and egg story going on. And infrastructure sector is always being said that it has to come a decade before the actual product comes. Because our monetization model comes after a decade. Is from that point of view, our criticalness to be more proactively readiness toward the skill which is required down the line is rather more critical. If our infrastructure is not capable to host the newer technologies and the newer innovation, the obsolescence of the infrastructure is having a much more cost than the technology itself. Point in case in our tower, what actually India demonstrated to the world. Please remember, our infrastructure of tower infrastructure to readily host 4G was ready much before than the actual 4G was in place. That is what the India has played and demonstrated to the rest of the world. Now today is the 6G. Today tower infrastructure is ready much before the 6G monetization case are in place. There is one more angle to this. And because we are into this sector and we are actually feeling that what is happening. Line between infrastructure A, and that is completely related to the skill. The time has gone when a particular domain expertise was required. Now the line is blurred between the capability A and the capability B. And the same thing we have experienced in our infrastructure. And that's why somebody was asking during my initial pre-discussion that earlier over a tower infrastructure provider association and today you are a digital infrastructure provider association. Yes, I said yes. The line has blurred. Today this tower asset or infrastructure cannot be an asset delivering the digital services to telecom. It has to deliver the digital services to other sectors as well. That's why the integration of the infrastructure is far more important. And to meet that, the skill set which is required becomes very, very critical. This is my point, Pankaj.
My next two questions are, you see, no discussion can be complete without AI, right? And about entrepreneurship. So on AI, I want all of you to take 1 to 2 minutes each. And I'm not talking about just superfluous, I'm talking about compute, I'm talking about GPUs, ASICs, data centers. You know, is it disruptive or contributing? Fraud security, cyber security, all of that. In network management, what role will it play? In consumer services, value-added services, what role will it play, etc. So 1 to 2 minutes each on the opportunity or the threat of AI for us from the skilling point of view. Are we ready? Obviously, we don't have we are not going to design GPUs at the moment. I'm not sure.
So, Indian government has already launched the India AI mission. I think with $2 billion is the India AI mission, and lot of emphasis is at various levels. One is at the trainers level, where college teachers, school teachers are their capacity is being built. Also at the community level.
But Ankur, I like you, sorry to interrupt you, But, you know, I don't want a Pravda kind of a discussion. That was the Soviet Union newspaper. Let's go to the deeper things that, you know, what can we do more, right? We dig deeper, you'll get sweeter water, you know.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So with almost 34,000 GPUs which are available to the current students in the tech side of it, the students who are doing either ITI or BTech, there are a lot of opportunities to work on AI, and there are use cases where a lot of innovations are happening. And with less than $1 of GPU per hour rate in India, we have all the right kind of technology infra in place. At the skilling level, as I mentioned, there are a lot of trainings which are going on AI. There is a SOAR program which the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship has launched. There is parallel program with the Ministry of Electronics and IT, Ministry of Communications is doing it, multiple areas, Government of India as well as corporates, multiple areas where AI is being used. We have the large language models which are put in, and research is going on towards that. And things are right. So I think with our curriculum getting changed, quality being delivered, I think we will surely see some of the models which come out, the language models specifically because of the vernacular nature of the country. I think there are multiple problems which AI will solve, but there is a lot of work which is going on.
Looks very encouraging and exciting.
It does. I think it's so promising to see how there's the whole ecosystem trying to venture into how do we make AI the reality of, you know, what was supposed to be happening right now. I'll just zoom out a bit once more to say that there's lots of myths about AI, right? That students are talking about, the whole ecosystem is talking about, will AI really disrupt the jobs? Will it create more job losses versus job opportunities? How do we really leverage AI to make it, you know, more relevant to the today's times that we are living in, both economically but also in the industry? All I would say is, contrary to the illusion or the perception that we are kind of hearing from different corners, that will AI reduce or decline the number of jobs that we need, on the contrary, it's transforming the jobs the way they are being done today, and it's evolving, right? You really see AI transforming the jobs to an extent that what you start human intervention, playing a role in making the jobs more meaningful and more impactful. And when we talk about AI, I think the biggest revelation is we've got to really look at the work designs. How do we restructure the jobs that we are doing to be able to make them more AI savvy, so that the tactical and transactional part of the jobs is done by the technology, and human interventions really bring out the value from those jobs. And what's important is not just about creating newer talent pools, which people who are AI savvy, because the Gen Z are digital natives. So for them, it comes easy. But how, as an ecosystem, we upskill the people that we have to become digital literates, to become AI savvy, right? So what we're really trying to do, again, I would talk about Ericsson as one of the examples, Pankaj, that we're creating huge digital labs, we're creating digital repositories, we're creating anytime, anywhere learning, but encouraging and almost making it non-negotiable or zero tolerance for people to be on an AI upscaling journey. So that clearly creates the shift that you need as an organization and as an ecosystem. Once you do that, you create opportunities of changing the work designs to take those learnings into on-job real implementations, right? And the third thing I will definitely say is AI is here to transform the way we're experiencing our normal lives today, but also the works. So we're talking about AI intelligent networks, we're talking about machine learning, we're talking about automation, and then these networks start to create more intelligent outcomes and throughputs for our customers, for end user experiences. And we look at API designs, we look at cybersecurity, like you spoke about, various other opportunities where we can start creating more leverages for our customers and end users to leverage and experience AI in different ways. So my whole take would be there's a systemic change we need to make to not just think about AI as something which is a demon sitting on the side, but bring it to the mainstream. And when we do that, we start to see a compounding impact that it can create to the way we do our jobs, but the way we monetize it, both for our own needs, but even for the customers and operators that we are servicing. And to me, the apprenticeships, the internships, and the overall ecosystem that we are trying to build to be able to leverage this AI opportunity is going to become fundamental to the future we want to experience. Over to you, Pankaj.
Manoj. So, what it appears, that as users of AI, we are okay because we have created a base. But I mean, going more deeper into network management, infrastructure management, what do you see is the role of AI with your tech? Are they safer because of AI, your technicians who are top of the tower?
So thanks, Pankaj, and I will just go to your initial thought that you want a very clear answer. Okay. Yes. So when I say clear answer, how many of you have used the chat GPT? Okay, good. Chat GPT gives the answer first and justification later. And that's what Pankaj want. Okay. So the first question he had, that whether AI is a threat or is an opportunity. So I have to answer as a chat GPT that is it a threat or opportunity?
AI has more intellectual integrity than human beings.
Absolutely, yes. So the answer is, it is opportunity. And the same thing happened, the same debate happened when in 1970 the computer came. कि computer मेरी job ले लेगा. And what happened? Has it taken the job? No. It has created a newer type of jobs. So that's the scenario with the AI. AI has, and that Pankaj has reinforced that it is having more integrity, more intelligent than the human being. So it will not take away the job, rather it will make us more efficient. So answer to the very last question which Pankaj asked, that is it making any, you can say, supportive role in our tower management, network management? Answer is absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. And a kind of setup in which we are. When I say kind of setup, two focus. Distributed right from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. Second, non-gated. There are many applications in which we are present in Kashmir to Kanyakumari, but it is a gated complex. Our network stands tall into the community with no supervision, no guard, with no operator. In that condition, the AI plays a much more important role than any other application it is. So that's what my specific answer, Pankaj.
Is your technician safer?
Absolutely, absolutely. Why it is so? What happens? Safety is an algorithm of behavior of individual, type of the job he is going to perform, the type of infrastructure on which he is going to perform, the type of tools and tackles he is going to use.
Very nice.
This AI gives a predictability that this job which you are going to perform in this scenario, because simulation is very important, Pankaj. Okay. Same car is safe on road A, but not safe on road
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, but I want to hear if Sebastian, can you hear me? You need to unmute. Oui, c'est bon, Nouchine, on t'entend. Très bien, tu nous entends aussi? Parfait, parfait, parfait. Now we need to make the... Est-ce que c'est mieux comme ça? Pas vraiment? Le son est faible?
Oui. En fait, la voix est très claire. C'est juste qu'on a...
कितने बजे से सर?
Oui, oui, pour nous, c'est parfait. Il faudra juste qu'on fasse aussi les tests d'image, de projection. Alors, il y a beaucoup de bruit autour de moi aussi.
Max. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank the TSSC for giving us the opportunity to present our idea at IMC 2025. And now I'd like to begin. My name is Amarta Pandey and my co-presenter is Gagan Sharma. We're both students at the Faculty of Technology, Delhi University, and this is our presentation. So, empowering India's unseen, a sovereign AI approach to upskilling and livelihood. A generative AI platform for data-driven empowerment. So India currently is at a crossroads. We're the youngest population in the world with a median age of just 28. 65% of our population is under the age of 35. And what that means is that we possess an advantage that can catapult us into Viksit Bharat 2047. And that is our demographic dividend. But the problem is that out of our complete workforce, 90% of the workforce is in the informal economy. And that means 400 million people are informally employed. That means their resource management is not at its best. And that means they're under a perpetual state of uncertainty. And we've not been able to solve this problem is because we assume, we generalize when we fail to understand the intricate nature of hybrid livelihoods that exists on the ground. And the aggregated statistics that are present there are just not able to highlight the problem so our leaders can take the right decisions to solve this problem. And because if you can't measure it, you can't solve it. Simple statistics have not been able to help us make the right policies. So a solution only the age of artificial intelligence and machine learning could bring. Our idea is to use a generative AI-enabled conversational support platform, a guide, a mentor, and a resource hub designed for India's marginalized workers. We're going to offer three things: conversational support, an empathetic chatbot, skill guidance, which is actionable advice, and scheme awareness. We're going to demystify government welfare programs and access. So, well, this is possible because of the magic of machine learning. Finding the rhythm of India, understanding how the most populous country in the world converses and progresses will be a machine learning project for the ages. We are going to analyze millions of conversations to identify large-scale patterns, turning raw human data into unstructured, actionable insights. And now, I'm going to talk about our proof of concept.
So right now we have created a functional chatbot which is delivered as progressive web app, accessible without an app store download.
Can you hear us? Nushin, Sebastian, can you hear us? Is it better? Ah, fantastic. Okay, we all set. That's great. Yeah, we can hear you perfectly too. Do you want to share your screen so we see if that works well too? Oh yeah, right, of course, yeah. So, no, well actually no, that's not necessary. Let me, yeah. Comment? We don't really hear. Oui, attends, j'ai pas compris tout ce que tu as dit. Non, non, c'est pas tout de suite, c'est juste le technical test là. Hein.
Ah ok, ça va. Moi je m'appelle Sébastien.
Okay, Nushin, wait a second. We need to put your presentation on their computer, actually.
My podium. It is our proud privilege to welcome you all to this important session on cybersecurity, which is organized between EU and India stakeholders. To begin with the session, may I request Shri Narendra Nathji, Joint Secretary, National Security Council Secretariat, Government of India, to please come on the dais. May I also request Mr. Klaus Neyman, Head of Political Affairs, Delegation of the European Union to India, to also please kindly come on the dais. Audience, please give them a round of applause. With that, before we get into this session, let me set the context. And we all are gathered here to talk about this critical pillar of our shared digital future. When we talk about digital future, it is same whether it is India or Europe. And we all understand the imperative of safe and secure technological evolution or revolution and its societal impact. We critically see it and link it with. It's an innovation which accelerates, and it is essential that security is not treated as an afterthought, but rather as a foundational element of our digital journey. This can only be achieved through the seamless integration of global standards which are developed between the partners or by the partners with the industry, and the robust regulatory and policy framework. Of course, a subject of such a length, talking about cybersecurity in 2 hours is not sufficient, but it's an attempt that we share what's happening in India and what's happening in Europe, both from a policy and regulatory perspective. It's a beginning, and it sets a good foundation where we could determine the gaps and where we could continue working together in the time to come. When we move forward, and as we often say in India, which was a term coined by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, which is actually together with all, development for all. In the same spirit and in alignment with it, Ericsson Project Indigo Global and Project Sasai continues to prioritize technological crucial for our global development. And together we have to work as a partners. And I need not to touch upon what has happened in Europe and what has happened in India. Our speakers now and subsequently in our presentations and panel discussions will talk about it. We have a limited time, so let me begin with this session, and I request Shri Narendra Nathji to kindly address the audience with his welcome address. Please, sir.
I'm audible, I think. I'm audible? Yeah. So, thank you very much. Okay. Dinesh. And thanks to the small audience that we have got, but I think they are the people who would like to listen about security. And just an afterthought that, you said about security and all of that, but a lot of time we find that security is something that people talk about the last, everything is done and then they start realizing of security. And maybe the importance that security is to be given has not really been given. And it's like, I take this example and many a time that on a highway when you go and see that there are some speed breakers, you find that you get down and ask them why did the speed breaker come there. You will find that there have been some accidents, some fatalities have occurred, and then they have put the speed breaker there. It's not that that particular stretch of road was designed to see that that accident does not happen, but that, that because an accident keep on happening, they put a speed breaker there. That's an afterthought that happens. So I think the first thing that that should keep coming is that, and I try to give this in every forum, is that security is a functional requirement. And people will be saying that, he keeps parroting this, but I think it's a functional requirement and people have to realize that. And a lot of time when people design systems, they put out all the things that the system has to do, but security is not listed at that particular point of time. And that's where the design flaws come in, and security is tried to put afterwards, then you'll find there's a problem. So, design changes cannot be brought in after this product has been designed. So that is an important part. So, when we look at regulators, for example, they talk about quality of service, okay, and they talk of safety, competition. These are focus areas for most of the regulators. But then security is not, many regulators, security is not a focus area. I think security and trust, and that I've been talking outside also, and security and trust are very much part of the quality of service offering of a service and product that somebody does. So that is something that has to happen, and the focus of regulators has to be there on that. And that is one part. And one thing good is that that is really coming into the lexicon of the regulators now in security also to be talked about in addition to as a part of the quality of service offering. Okay. The other is that each and every ICT is across all domains, and one thing is that you have to take care of the security part of it. It's your baby. You could take the help of domain experts to see that how do I design my systems to be secure, how do I, monitor all of that. But having said that, your sector has to take care of it, whether it's the power sector, this health sector, transportation sector and all. Each sector, they may have domain expertise in the respective technologies in that area. If they don't have domain expertise in security, they have to take domain experts into confidence and get it done. But the ownership should be from that sector. That's one thing that's there. And one other observation I have is that regarding whether I should go in for a specific act and a law for getting cybersecurity in my piece, whether I should have separate law from the health sector, for a separate law for the transportation sector for getting security. The point of view is that, let's say for example the power sector you take. The power sector actually provides that they are supposed to provide electricity in a safe, reliable, secure way. They might not talk of cyber security per se, but that doesn't mean that all these terms are there in the Act. To see a central electricity, if you see that there, it means that cybersecurity is also part of it. And I take this example, like for example, Telecom Act, which is then with FI Time. We've been doing manual telephoning, and then I've graduated all of that to analog, digital analog, and all of that. It did not mean that every time there was a technological change, we came with a new act to take care of it. The wording is generic. And then that current acts also, for example, the transportation sector, they provide for that. So I think they have to leverage the current acts and then see that they get the appropriate regulations in place for cybersecurity. So this is one. I'm talking of across the sectors. That's all. The other is the observation is that there's been a tendency to have a hands-off policy and leave it to the private sector entities which are there to take care of the security. But now I think across the board, across all countries, governments have started stepping in and seeing that there are certain things that have to be ensured. And cybersecurity is one part of it. So it's become more of prescriptive than being guidelines. So they're migrating from guidelines to being mandates. They've come into guidelines. Then you find that guidelines are not sufficient. You also get into mandates. So this is a drift that's happening, that you're being more prescriptive, and you're not only talking of guidelines, but you're talking in terms of mandates. So this is another part. So in this context, you'll find that in the country there are lots of developments in the regulatory space. October 6th, I don't know how many of you are aware that Ministry of Power, the Central Electricity Authority, has come up with their cybersecurity in the power sector regulations 2025 draft for comments has been put up. It's a good initiative. And the last couple of years, the power sector has been very active because of various reasons. And one of the reasons would be because of certain incidents that have happened in the sector, and then they woke up to the fact that we should do much more in cybersecurity space. Some good developments in that particular, if you go to the document, you will find that they've talked of having a CISO compulsory. Now it's made it mandate. It's a mandate. An organization should have a CISO. Not only that, they should have an alternate CISO. And they have said they should have a deputy CISO. And they also say that the position of either CISO or deputy CISO cannot be vacant at a particular point of time. I mean, no two positions cannot be vacant at a point of time. So that's the thing that they're talking about. They're also talking of, and they also talk about the level at which the CISO should be there. It's not that they didn't say the CISO and then leave it to the organization to say. They said that the CISO should be at a particular level, and his reporting structure also has been defined. So that's the type of importance that's been coming in the regulations that are coming about. CSIRT power has been established. It's around less than a year since that CSIRT power has started functioning. And very quickly it's come up to speed, especially during the operations that had happened recently with our adversary. It was very active in terms of protecting the power sector. So, and they actually have lateral entry of people, of experts into the CSIRT power to see that the power sector functions. Okay. In this regard, I will also So you find that in the country, the level of maturity is different for all different sectors. So for example, health sector has different maturity compared to telecom and the power sector and all of that. And you, all of you would also be aware of the SEBI regulations, the SEBI Cyber Resilience Framework for SEBI regulated entities that came out in August of 2024. One good thing there, one of the things that we've been talking about, especially regarding MSMEs, that they can't afford to have a SOC. So is it possible, like, have this effluent treatment plants in industrial estates, where there's one common effluent treatment plant and all the industries that are there plug into that. So each of them does not actually invest in an effluent treatment plant. So is it possible to have a SOC that everybody plugs into a common SOC and then they get services? Is something that, and especially in the ICT space, your SOC could be anywhere in the country, and then across the country, all of them could plug into that. That's an idea we've been talking about for a couple. The CII, Confederation of Indian Industries, we have talked to them to see that can you activate something like this. SEBI has made very good. They have come up with a common SOC, and all the regulated entities which are there are to compulsorily plug into that common SOC and then avail the facility. So that's a good initiative that is there. So you find that as time progresses, there's the regulations that are coming in are maturing, and then they're trying to, many of the things that are supposed to be done, they're getting addressed through mandates, through telecom rules and all of that. Recent Telecommunication Act and the rules that have come in, there's a specific set of rules for cybersecurity, which came out in July 2024. Not only that, they have talked about the critical information infrastructure, critical telecommunication infrastructure rules for that also. So that's it. Then you have the certain, comprehensive cybersecurity audit policy guidelines, which are there 2024. That's also just recent, July 2025. This is covering all entities, whether it's the public and private sector entities. It's covering all of them. So you find, what we find is that in the country that sectorally there's a awakening that's happening, and specific regulations for pertaining to that sector are happening. There are some areas that still require work. Like, for example, the device security ecosystem is one that, that's been exercising, and we've been working in that office. We've been talking in terms of hardware test facilities and all of that. We have instituted a mechanism for testing of hardware. But then how do you, have secure devices getting into our networks? That's one part. That is one, I think, is a work that we are going ahead, and then, working towards, we are preparing a white paper shortly. We will be circulating it across. Some studies have happened, and that is one area that we're working on. In this regard, I would like to mention about one important regulation that our office has been driving, that is the National Security Directive on the telecommunication sector. That is for the trusted supply chain. Now, that's a mandate, and that's been incorporated into the license conditions of the telecom service providers. Only trusted products from trusted sources should get into the networks. Based on the mandate, we have established a mechanism for doing that. Okay. But we find that some of the other sectors have found value in what's happening there. And voluntarily they have come up and then said that for the Indian Railways, for example, it's now a mandate that all the ICT equipment that goes into the networks have to be from trusted sources and trusted products from trusted sources. And they have onboarded onto the portal that we have created. Similarly, the Ministry of Power has around 3-4 months back issued to all the entities a requirement that all the ICT equipment that was not the OT part of it, their ICT equipment should be from trusted products, sources and trusted products. So you find that the regulatory landscape that is there is evolving and towards trying to ensure a comprehensive cybersecurity posture across the organizations. And each sector is learning from the other. And from our office, I think what we're looking at is, waking up the other sectors which are not at the maturity level that's required for the others, and see that how do they also get into the act. Okay. Then finally, I would like to mention about, I think the time is getting over. Finally, I would like to mention about the emerging technologies piece. There is already the technology is already deployed. We are actually talking in terms of maturing that to get the cybersecurity posture right. But then you have these developments that are happening in terms of, all those forums that are there. There's one session going on panel day for AI, there's a panel session going on for quantum. And these are some technologies where there are some security issues that are there. Especially in the quantum, we talk of encryption. So banking and financial sector, a lot of encryption there. And what would happen into the post-quantum era where the encryption would be a problematic area, and how do we migrate to that is one part. Have we reached a stage that we come into regulations in that space? Not yet. But actively with involvement with the industry, the government, and the academic institutions, we are working on what are the measures that are required to be taken and what are the timelines that we should adhere to. And maybe shortly, we have a couple of subcommittees which are working on the migration path, a subcommittee that's working on the standardization and testing part of it, to see that what is the roadmap that we should have, to see that the country and the ecosystem here is abreast of the developments that are happening in that space, and we are, we are able to take care of that. Similar is the case with the artificial intelligence piece. There also, are there regulations in place? Yes, Certain has recently come up with some guidelines for artificial intelligence systems, and not only that, TEC also has come up with their own guidelines on that. And we also funded a project for assessment of AI systems, because when somebody comes with how do you assess that? So these are all works towards, let's say, shortly coming up with maybe some prescriptive mechanisms for seeing that all the infrastructure is adequately protected from the cybersecurity aspect, both in terms of using these technologies for protecting and also for protecting these technologies. So in both as aspects, you can expect that we have woken up to the fact based on our experience on existing cybersecurity experience that we have in regulations there, to address that and see that how do we then apply to the emerging technology space also. These are exciting times, and I think as a country, we are geared up to working in these areas, because I think there's an awakening that has happened, and people are aware of the requirements that are there, and this I think is a good thing that's happening. And from our office, we try to coordinate, and as I was telling in the other session, that our job is not to jump in and do the work. Our job is to see that if work is happening, be happy and relax. If it's not happening, see what's that intervention that's required to see, and who are the players that should be brought into the room to see that things happen. Okay, and we actually look at collaborations both within the country and across the world in these areas, to see that how do we work towards the standardization, so that interoperability is also there, while you also ensure security. Okay, with these words, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present a set of thoughts to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting or sharing the Indian initiatives, and clearly highlighting that when technology is evolving, security is always a starting point. You never know, what's coming and what you have done. And challenges are not local, it's global, so we have to work together. With that, let me invite our next speaker, Mr. Klaus Neyman. Please come. We have a presentation. We have a presentation. And yeah, this is one.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to the moderator, and thank you for the presentation by the previous speaker. I'm truly honored and pleased to be here today to address you on the very important topic of cybersecurity. I will do an overview of the cybersecurity framework within the European Union. So, the European Union has a very rich layer of legislation and policies when it comes to cybersecurity. So I will do them in chronological order, and I will of course begin with an exception, and that is the latest. So the very latest is the International Digital Strategy of the European Union, and this policy was established in June 2025. And it sets out the EU's vision for strengthening its international digital cooperation with partners around the world. And if you look at the slide, you see very prominently the flag of India. So that indicates how much we appreciate cooperation between EU and India in this field. So looking at the international digital strategy, it has several objectives. It's to boost the EU's tech competitiveness, it's to promote a high level of security, and it's to shape global digital governance and standards with a network of partners. So again, the keyword is partners. It's an international digital strategy. It's international. It's supposed to boost international cooperation. So the priority areas of cooperation, it's secure and trusted digital infrastructure. A second area is emerging tech. Third area is cybersecurity. A fourth area is FIMI, which is foreign information manipulation and interference, also known as disinformation, although the concept of FIMI is more complex and thought through. Other areas of cooperation is digital public infrastructure and online platforms. So the EU and India, we have a very dynamic strategic partnerships. We had the visit of the European Union College of Commissioners earlier this year. We are supposed to have a summit early next year. The EU just issued a joint communication on the strategic EU-India agenda where cybersecurity features prominently. The joint communication has 5 pillars. The second pillar is technology, innovation and standards. And the third pillar is security and defense, where cybersecurity features in a very prominent role. And in our very rich structure of dialogues and mechanisms, we have established a TTC, the Trade and Technology Council. So it's a Trade and Technology Council working group specifically dedicated to tech issues and digital issues. So there's a strong political mandate set up by President von der Leyen and Prime Minister Modi. There's a digital working group. There's a focus on high performance computing. There is cooperation on 6G. There's an MOU. There's also an MOU on semiconductors. And there's a focus on digital public infrastructures. And of course, EU-India, as like-minded strategic partners, we should cooperate more together on important issues like cybersecurity. We should work together to strengthen the cybersecurity of our supply chains. And in order to do this, we have established a specific cyber dialogue, and I had the pleasure of attending the latest round in March this year, and we agreed to explore cooperation on 6G standardization, new initiatives under the relevant UN fora for improving coordination regarding potential cyber malicious activities. So the cyber dialogue, a very useful mechanism to exchange views, exchange experiences, and compare legislation. Now I'm coming to the very rich area of EU legislation. So the EU has issued several legislation acts, and I will go through them fairly quickly. So it all started in 2016 with the Directive on Security of Network and Information Systems. So this directive required member states to improve their national cybersecurity capabilities, to increase cooperation among member states, to ensure certain sectors take appropriate security measures, and that operators of essential services and digital service providers must meet specific security and incident reporting requirements. So the first directive, it was replaced by a second directive in 2022, and the new directive replaced the previous directive and established a unified legal framework to uphold cybersecurity in 18 critical sectors across the EU. And the directive requires EU member states to enhance their cybersecurity capabilities while introducing risk management measures and reporting requirements to entities from more sectors and setting up rules for cooperation, information sharing, supervision and enforcement of cybersecurity measures. And the directive mandates that each member state adopt a national cybersecurity strategy, which includes policies for supply chain security, vulnerability management, and cybersecurity education and awareness. And moving on to the next slide, we come to the EU toolbox on 5G. So this was established in 2020, and it provides a comprehensive framework for mitigating cyber risks associated with 5G networks. And the toolbox has three main parts. And the first is risk assessment to identify potential cyber risks associated with 5G networks, including the risk of sabotage, espionage, and disruption of critical infrastructure. The second part is mitigating measures to implement technical and non-technical measures to mitigate identified risks, such as ensuring the security and integrity of 5G network infrastructure, implementing robust authentication and authorization mechanisms, encrypting data in transit and at rest, conducting regular security audits and testing. And the third part is about implementation and cooperation to ensure coordination and cooperation among EU member states, the European Commission and industry stakeholders to implement the toolbox measures and share best practices. So in 2024, the EU adopted a new piece of legislation called the Cyber Resilience Act. And this is a very detailed act that provides cybersecurity rules for those who want to place hardware and software on the European market. And it provides obligations for manufacturers, distributors, and importers. And it provides cybersecurity essential requirements across the life cycle of a product or a service. And it establishes harmonized standards that have to be followed and a conformity assessment differentiated by level of risk, as well as reporting obligation, market surveillance, and enforcement. So here's an overview of what the Cyber Resilience Act might mean. So if you are planning the design and development of a new product, you have to undertake risk assessment, you have to look at product-related essential requirements, you have to look at vulnerability handling, essential requirements, conformity assessments. And then during the life cycle of the product, during the maintenance part, there is still vulnerability handling throughout the product lifetime and an obligation to report through a single reporting platform. So this is what you have to comply with if you want to export to the European market. So this really, really improves the cybersecurity within the EU. The Cyber Solidarity Act entered into force in 2025. It aims to strengthen capacities in the EU to detect, prepare, and respond to significant and large-scale cybersecurity threats and attacks. And the Act includes a European cyber security alert system made of security operation centers interconnected across the EU and a comprehensive cybersecurity emergency mechanism to improve the EU's cyber resilience. Now I finished the part related to EU legislation. If I have a minute or two, I will touch briefly upon a couple of areas just to give you an overview. I talked about the EU internal legislation, but we also have to have an approach on cyber and hybrid threats. So this is a bit more related to the foreign policy aspects of the European Union. So we have adopted a number of policies and toolboxes to address this: the cybersecurity strategy, the cyber diplomacy toolbox, the EU policy on cyber defense, the joint framework on hybrid threats, the joint communication on bolstering resilience, and the security union strategy. And we are, or have, presented a couple of new initiatives this year: the preparedness strategy, the white paper on future of EU defense, and internal security strategy. So this was just to illustrate how we handle hybrid threats in the EU. We have established a cyber diplomacy toolbox and a hybrid toolbox, and this provides a framework for EU coordinated response through measures. It could be coordinated attribution, like who did what, and it could also be private démarches. And we have also established a cyber sanction regime in 2019 and a Russia-specific hybrid sanction regime last year. So finally, just coming to a slide which gives you an illustration of how this might work in the real world. So we see these toolboxes as applied when you have a declaration by the chief foreign policy high representative of the European Union, when she makes a declaration on cyber operations attributing them to Russia. That is in line with this toolbox. And the same when the high representative makes a declaration expressing solidarity with Albania. So these are examples of how we deal with hybrid threats and cyber threats in the European Union. So I don't know, do I have a minute? Or? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. We are running out of time, but a sincere thanks to our inaugural session speakers. May I request Claus to give a token of appreciation to Sri Narendra ji? No, just give it to Claus. Okay, let's move to our next session, which is titled as Standardization and Certification Supporting Policy and Regulation. To moderate this session, may I request Shri Vijay Madanji, who is advisor and mentor with Telecom Standard Development Society of India, TSDSI, to please come on the dais. I also request our other speakers, Shri R. Babu Srinivasa Kumarji, DDG Headquarter, National Center for Communication Security, DOT, please come on. Shri Dr. Prashant Kumar Onugote, DDG CA, Engineering Center, TEC. Ministry of Communication, Mr. Chitish Patla, Scientist D, Joint Director, Electronics and IT Department, DIS. Mr. Atul Kumar, Director, Government Initiative and Global Trade at Data Security Council of India. We have one speaker. She couldn't come in person, Ms. Nosheen Amrifar. She's a technical account manager at Sense Analec, handling electrotechnology and ICT sector. Mr. Javier Binoa, Director, International Project at ITSE. We had another speaker, but we could not join from INISA. We will have a separate session later on. Madan sir, over to you. And I think you know the limitations of time, but please Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dinesh, and thank you very much, people from the European Union and HC. Thank you all to give me this opportunity to chair this session with the experts here. And this is a very important session on standardization and certification, supporting policy and regulation. Because anything is important, specifications are important, unless they are tested and certified, it loses its importance. We all recognize that standards play a vital role in not only securing our digital systems in infrastructure, but also safe evolution of innovation of emerging technologies. Issues like sovereignty, as mentioned earlier, and end-to-end security in all domains, and also contributions by regulatory and policy matters are very, very important. The data protection and management, secure exchange of data across the domains, interoperable domains, I think these are required to be mandated, as was also mentioned earlier, by policy, and also cloud data storage, use, applications, and various platforms have to be interoperable and all that. So that, as mentioned, that there is a national portal and everybody can be plug and playing on that for security and all that. So it's my pleasure to invite very distinguished speakers and guests here, dynamic, both from India and European Union, and to share their valuable perspectives, but only, as Dinesh is pointing out, we have time limitation. We have to vacate for another session. And also, they will be speaking on current landscape of policy, security implementation, certification, and so on. And in the context of cybersecurity, with their respective countries and regions, let us begin with this session. Thank you very much, sirs. So I would now like to, bio of everybody is being displayed, I believe. And I will request you to have very short sessions and presentation. So I'm requesting Babu Srinivas Kumar, DDG, and he is also helping to test, audit, and secure operations of ICT and all that. Thank you very much. Welcome, sir.
So good afternoon, everyone. So thank you very much. So I just wanted to talk about the India's initiative in securing the telecom networks. So we all know that telecom is the backbone of all critical infrastructure. The other one is power. But the telecom is very important. Power can be substituted by some kind of generator or battery, but telecom can never be substituted. That way, telecom is somewhat to be more secure than the power sector. So it is a gateway to the digital services, so it needs to be protected. We all know that the need not be overstated again. With the Government of India acknowledged the role of telecom security way back in 2007. So they, at that point of time, there was no such precedence. So they want to do some kind of pilot. They tied up with India's one of the premier institution, and with the result of that pilot was the establishment of the center called National Center for Communication Security. Probably we are the only entity in the entire world who are working on the telecom security testing and certification. Okay, the scheme. See, actually the government mandates something called MTCTE, mandatory testing and certification of telecommunication equipment. So there are 5 parameters under this scheme. Security is one of the parameters. Security is done by NCCS, our unit, and the rest of the parameters taken care by our sister unit called TEC. Okay. So what is the scope of this scheme? The scheme is that any telecommunication equipment which is sold or deployed in telecommunication network or otherwise used in network, okay, that is the scope of the what you call this ComSec scheme. So it's a sweeping scope, you can say that. So our scheme, the concept scheme, it has been conceived as a in-country. The testing has to happen within India, and product-based security. And it has to be evidence-based. You have to do the testing. The test results will be validated by our team, based upon which we will give you the certificate. So third-party certification scheme, it is not the first party or second party. Then our unit called the NCCS is supposed to implement this concept scheme, and our head of the office is the scheme controller. Like any other concept, any other certification scheme, our scheme has also all the components like the specification generation and the lab designation, testing, certification, and how to resolve the dispute in case of any such thing, and the market surveillance. That's got all the components. But as I said earlier, ours is the very pioneer work. We did it, started in the year 2007 onwards. So there were no such precedents. So no parallels to copy. So there was a common criteria that's only for the IT and IT related products. No certification scheme was existing at the part of time when we launched the concept scheme. So that's a problem for ourselves. It started from the standard formulation. So your IP network is a very simple network. It's a router. IP network means it's a series of routers. So whether the interface or protocols used are same across the user to the network interface, that is not the case for the telecom. So telecom is a network of network and system of systems. We got PSTN, we got mobile, we got data network, we got the SATCOM, we got the cloud. Over the top of all those things are there. So if you wanted to frame the standards, it will be really, really difficult. You have to be expert in not only telecom, but also in the IT and cloud, etc. So that was the first challenge we faced it. And as I said here, there is no precedence. However, we have managed to frame ITSARs. We call as ITSAR for about 55 products. And then came the challenge from the security testing. How to group the product? You cannot expect the OEM to offer every product for testing. So we have to group the product. Here also we face how to define the main model, associated models. Somehow we defined it. With that, around 150 OEMs, they offer the products for the testing. Here what we did is, we declare one thing as a main model, and all other models will be associated models. Only thing is that main model will have the representative hardware interfaces, like hardware interfaces and the chassis and all, and software should be same across the main model associated model. With that kind of definition, the OEM can offer only one product for testing, and we will issue certificate for the main model and the associated models. And creation of test environment. As I said earlier, the lab is not equipped to carry out the telecom security and testing. So we had to train them, we had to handhold them. With that, we have done 9 labs who can do the testing on the IP router, Wi-Fi CPE, 5G core, and OLT and ONT. And the skill set, finding the suitable skill set is always a challenge in the telecom world. So somehow we are managing it. And once you issue certified, then you have to do surveillance activities and how to take care of software update. The telecom world, update will be happening every now and then. So with the same certificate, how are you going to accommodate the update and upgrade and the contraventions? If there is any violation on the certification scheme, how we are going to do that? All those things are the essential ingredients of the complex challenges. So as of now, where we are standing is, we have prepared the security requirement called ITSAR for 55 network elements. So another 100 equipments we have to do that. And we have designated the 9 private labs who can do the testing on these products, and some 140 equipments when they are under testing in progress. So this is the status from the NCCS. That what we are doing is, that again I am saying that we are the first one, we are even the pioneer in the telecom security testing and certification. So thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Babu. ITSARs and all those things are very important. And you have mentioned that post-certification also, certain things are required to be done. Thank you very much. Sorry, I was not using the mic. So basically, he has not only said about testing, about certification, but post-installation, if software updates are there, those also need to be secure. And any introduction into the network has to be assured by them and then introduced in Indian network. Thank you very much. Next, please. We are pleased to have Dr. Prasanta Kumar from DOT, and we had talked about security assurance. Now he'll be discussing about conformance and all that. Thank you very much, please.
Thank you, Madan Saab, and I'd like to thank Mr. Dinesh for inviting me. So I think basically I would like to talk more on more of a philosophical side rather than just talking about government, because though I'm from the government, like I'm implementing the conformity assessment schemes in the government. I love to talk about Indian standards ecosystem is like this. So we created a legal framework in 2025. We have come up with the new rules, and we have a mandatory certificate, as my colleague has mentioned. And TEC specific role is to designate labs and contribute to we develop the standards. So emerging standards like okay, so let me talk. We have some issues, technologies that are coming up, are drawing us to a different area of thinking about regulatory mechanism, not only in India, globally. So we have come up now the opaque algorithms and bias. See, these different algorithmic models that are coming up are, they work sometimes like a black boxes. We don't know how the decision has arrived. And it has another very strange feature is to the humanity. They have a dynamic self-learning and they can self-execute, autonomous. And then black box certification, we are entering into a conflict, that is a black book certification versus IP protection. This is actually where every regulator is really suffering. So a regulator is supposed to have a balanced approach. See, for example, in my case, we need to look at what is our national interest, what is our citizens' interest. At the same time, we should also protect, coming up innovations. I should not become a barrier to the trade or innovations. So this is where actually I will come up again. We have proposed, I just proposed in my scholarship, that is a continuous concurrent conformity assessment approach that I will come again. And then emerging technologies like quantum, and fragmentation of standards through the trade barriers. If everybody create their own standards, how to become, become a globally driven, technological civilization that we are progressing in. So now, these are the existing difficulties. Let us talk about the future, I've authored this book, this called Algorithmic Governance, published recently. I think if you have more questions, I can answer this. My scholarship is on basically governance and technologies. Nowadays, even AL, every law school is coming up with a technology and law. This is a very, a coming up subject. So AI-driven autonomous decision making is another big challenge. Quantum advantage exploitation, about quantum computers, what they can do. And synthetic data, deep fakes, cross-border data flow. Everybody wants to see that data should be localized, but I don't know what for. So we have to come up with those, like, what is my problem if my data is on moon, as long as it is protected? So why should we come up with a law that no, data should be in my house? Can it really protect you? I can steal data even from your bedroom. So we have to, these are the challenges that are coming up. So quickly, I would like to come up with a conclusion. I don't want to waste my, if anybody has, it is a fascinating subject. If really somebody wants to contact me, yes, please, you are welcome. I can talk about law governance for hours. And basically my PhD in law is on governance, so I love to, talk on this. So the continuous concurrent conformity assessment, pre-market impact assessment, ongoing audits, post-market monitoring. It is closely mirroring with the AI Act. This is what actually I recommended in my book. Let all the governments, be it Europe, US, anybody, we are supposed to come up a new model of living in this planet. Otherwise, we all just vanish. So what kind of model is, when I come up with a technology, a model, there is a big conflict going on between giving your source code and your innovation challenges, IPRs to me, so that I can test and see that whether it is really good or not. But who will protect my innovation? This is a big challenge. So it is innovations, we are becoming a stumbling block to the civilization progress. Innovation happens. Human being has to progress. Tomorrow we may have to establish our habitation on the Mars. But if you stop creating a bureaucratic hurdles like this, how can we really live like a human being? So the question is, like, when a model is generated, model has to be continuously and concurrently. Keep checking, a parallel algorithm should be there. So in my book, I have suggested, in the governance, suppose, for example, in what district has a social programs implementing algorithm, cluster of districts at the center of the provincial government, they can keep one algorithm checking the functionality of that, whether it is developing a bias, it's developing some kind of, malicious functions, every day, every time. Whenever it is taking a decision, it has to be parallelly validated by another algorithm, which is under the control of the governance of the people. This algorithm should be able to explain what is there in the box. Suppose I am refused of giving a scholarship for my education, so I should know why it is refused. I am a citizen, this is a problem that emerged out of technology. It can be solved only with the technology. A knife can cut only knife, iron can sharp iron. So hybrid transparency is a source code. This is even in India also we face a lot of problem, but luckily we came up with a very quickly a solution of moderating with that. And SCPs is one thing where we should focus. In SCPs we can really define protect both interests of the country as well as the innovations. So invest in testing and capacity actually, there are two models that I'm suggesting actually. One is either it could be a continuous conformity assessment, or it could be a hybrid with the insurance. Like suppose I sell you an algorithm, the buyer has to protect me for the protection of IPRs, which has to be insured, and then we have to reform, because we have international audience, I strongly recommend that we have to reform our WTO and WIPO mechanisms, and where we have to bring up technologies to control technology. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prasantaji. You mentioned about cross-border issues, but still sovereignty and still collaborative manner. You talked about hybrid transparency. You talked about SCPs. You talked about fragmentation and how standardization can avoid fragmentation. Quantum and 6G, you also mentioned about those things. And self-learning is, as everybody knows, is an important subject of controlling that. And Mr. Narendranath mentioned about not only you have to secure through enabling technologies, but you have to secure enabling technologies itself. That's very important cycle. And then self-learning and all that, evolving and continuing processes. Thank you very much, sir. Now I'm pleased to invite the next speaker, Mr. Kshitij Bhatia from Bureau of Indian Standards. You all know the importance of BIS and also how they are spanning across many issues and many things in standards, and everybody knows about BIS. So he's speaking on standardization of cybersecurity and data privacy, and just an overview of that, and short overview, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. So Bureau of Indian Standards, being the national standards body of India, represents India in ISO and IC, which are the two major international standardization activities. Third one is the ITU, where Department of Telecom is representing. So in this way, India is participating and contributing to the international standards activity, because all the ecosystem on which we are working on are have the global impact. And whatever standards we develop standards through our division councils. We have different councils for the different areas, but primarily today's focus will be only in the respective of the IT security and privacy. Privacy specifically I have included in this because wherever security comes in picture, privacy has a role into play there. There is distinction, but they cannot be separate. And this is the kind of quotes which I always use in the wherever sessions I go, just like Narendra sir was saying, there, he has some specific quotes which he mentions. So in the similar sense, I have this one that for the physical security, there is a law of land. And wherever comes the picture of the digital world, law of land is not the sufficient, I would say. Apart from the law of land, standards comes into picture. The standards gives you further guidance, the requirements which should be there for deployment of the solutions. They provide you specific the frameworks. Coming into the who is developing the standards, there are primarily these the three committees that I have mentioned, which at the Bureau of Indian Standard level, national levels, primarily looking into, but there are many other committees as well. One is the LITD 17, which is for Information System Security and Privacy, and we are the National Mirror Committee of the international committees, which is JTC1 SC27 for the security and privacy, as well as the recently constituted committee JTC1 SC44, which is specifically on the consumer privacy. Then there is a committee which is ETD 18, which is electrotechnical, which is taking care of your industrial process measurement and control, primarily the OT part. And then one specific committee related to the financial sector. We have our SSD committee related to the financial. There are other committees as well. There have been discussions related to the AI, quantum. All those are also covered but not specifically mentioned in these slides. So coming about some specific set of standards which are there, which are the international standards on which Bureau of Indian Standards through the India is contributing, and we adopt those as the Indian standards, as well as some India-specific standards that we have developed. One, the foremost standards, which all of the, I would say, who are in this today's session would be aware of the ISMS, the 27001 series, which is Information Security Management, which gives you the overall overview of the guidance. There has been discussion in the inaugural session by Narendra sir that now the CA has given the draft rules, draft policies, in which specific CISO, Deputy CISO, all these points have been covered. So this is one of the aspects mentioned in this 27001 series of standards comes the resource management. You have to manage your resources as assign the roles and responsibilities. So it's good to know that now what is mentioned in the standards is now coming into the picture as the actual on the ground. We have the series of 27002 standards which actually provide the controls, and considering the emerging areas, 27002 was recently revised in 2022 where the new controls have been included, specifically 11 new controls have been included. And there are some other standards also mentioned there. Primarily if we talk about the IoT, specifically the 27400 series of standards, 27402 series of standard, which is specifically device baseline requirements are there. Coming to the OT part, there is a series of documents on which we are contributing and adopted as a 62443 series of standards, which specifically talk about your the OT part. And then at the power sector level, we have the Indian standard, specifically 16335, which is now being revised, taking the care of the new emerging threats we are witnessing. We have indigenous standard that IS 17428, which is specifically for the data privacy insurance. And now we are aligning that in line with the DPDP Act, the Data Privacy Act we have of the 2023. And there are some standards specifically under development, which covers your artificial intelligence security perspective, as well as the privacy protection in the terms of the artificial intelligence. These documents which are listed at the very last of the slides, these are the documents which are still under development, and we are contributing to these standards at the national level. Talking about two specific standards and subjects which are there. Recently we published a standard which is again the Indian standard, which is IS 19319 2025 for the IoT device security and privacy, and specifically for the assessment and evaluation. That has specific 74 controls which are set across the three assurance levels, the levels 1, level 2, level 3. And these all controls, I would say it's not that all the things have been done indigenously, but there were international standards, primarily 27400 series, which gives you the overall IoT security framework. Utilizing that, what should be the checkpoints to check this whether that IoT device which is implementing that controls has whether that implemented or not, that we have covered in this IS 19319. And there is one more specifically that we are now under development, going to be released after maybe in a 1 year time, which is managing the privacy in the mobile applications. This is the things that we will be working on. And with this, I believe I end my slides, and specifically that you can get in touch with me if there is something. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very amazing that PIS is not limiting to telecom or ICT, but all diverse domain standards and all that. It was good to know about IoT focus they have. They are also collaborating with ISO, IEC, and recording JTCs and all that, we all know. Number of standards they have mentioned, about 27,000 series and others, and also CAA rules they have mentioned about. And checkpoints was one of the best thought which we got, that yes, there are checkpoints and we must comply to those checkpoints and all that. So security, privacy, and one good idea was consensus making and all that. Standards cannot work without consensus. Thank you very much, sir. Now, Data Security Council of India. Atul is well known, and he looks after all the aspects, and we are also very much aligned to them in this process and all. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Madan. Glad to be here. Thanks. Okay. Is it better now? Perfect. Thanks, Dinesh and team, for having me here. In next couple of minutes, I'll try to cover how the cybersecurity landscape is changing, and especially after seeing Chetan's presentation about the comprehensive perspective that India is contributing on the standard development. And one thing that we kept listening since beginning, when Mr. Naren talked about the emerging tech, and then Mr. Prashant talked about, Dr. Prashant talked about emerging tech, that's actually changing the larger gamut of how standardization is changing, and also the whole landscape of cybersecurity as a technology, as a policy, as a regulation is changing. So that's my intent. This is how we used to look at cybersecurity. If you look at, we are talking about the visibility, the coverage and accuracy, vigilance, strategic, tactical, and operational perspective, and then discipline and defense that we talk about, and the compliances, what we used to talk about. And that's the traditional way how we used to look at, and this is how we are looking at right now as well. But a lot of things are changing, and a lot of standards around these things are changing because of the emerging tech. And what that emerging tech is, if we say, this is what we typically define as emerging tech. It's AI, ML, quantum, big data, and so on and so forth. But it is just not limited to that. It is way beyond that. Even material sciences is one of the elements that talks about the emerging tech. And just to give you a quick example here, what happened in case of Majorana 1, which came out of Microsoft as a quantum chip, or as a quantum innovation, if you go in detail and see, it's actually a material science innovation that has happened, and now that's going to contribute a lot in overall the gamut of quantum. And it's a kind of a cycle that the quantum is going to contribute back to, say, for that matter, AI, and so on and so forth. So that's the how gamut is changing. And that is leading us to think, or about rethink, the way we are looking at the standardization, even looking at the national strategies, policies, regulation, and so on and so forth. Looking at this as a central stage, if you see what's changing, you'll see the architectures are changing, protocols are changing. And here we are talking about the technology standards, interfaces, overall interfaces in terms of cloud adoption, tech, and model around that, those things are changing. And two things here I'll talk about. One, because of all these developments, pace of innovation and pace of adoption, that has changed significantly. And before the session, I was talking about one of the youngsters sitting over here, and that's what we were talking about. late 90s when we used to see mobile phones in television, it took a couple of years of time to get it on hand, right? Now, we have seen ChatGPT, we talked about it, and within a week or so, we started using it, and many of us started using it. At least in this room, fairly, I can assume, being a technocrat, we started using it, and that's the pace of adoption of that technology. And every month now onwards, we have seen so much innovation happening in terms of LLMs, new models are coming in, and that's actually triggering a lot of discussion. Again, the regulations, policies, strategies, and the standardization. Because now all those things has to stand against the test of time. And as initially Mr. Narendra talked about, we cannot just keep redefining and changing our regulations, our policies, our laws, and so the standards. Those things should be defined in such a way that we are taking care of all of those elements, and it is standing against test of time. Because if we keep changing it regularly, it's going to create regulatory uncertainty in this ecosystem, and then it is going to create a lot of challenges for the innovators and the adopters and the developers as well as the adopter, I'll say, to adopt it and leverage those technologies. These things, again, I'll try to be a bit fast because we have limited time in hand. Here, a lot of data in these tools and technologies getting created. We have new interfaces. Now, if you take example in the Indian context, there's an application platform called Umang, where hundreds of applications are lying on top of it. And how things are getting exchanged over that is through APIs. So now those kind of interfaces are changing. We have event-driven architectures which are getting created, which is actually giving a lot of triggers for those people who might not be able to interact in that way as probably we can interact, right? The digital inclusion that is being led with those kind of technologies, and a lot of such things are actually getting triggered because of all those technologies, and so we have to look at our standards in that way. These are going elements which are getting triggered by this, the quantum and complexity of data to heterogeneous devices and so on and so forth. And this is initially what I was talking about. It's actually impacting the complete gamut from national security regulations, policies to your organization's architecture to policies and your way how you are looking at innovation and technology adoption. From here, if I just quickly move to the way things are changing, your typical way of looking at cybersecurity couple of years back was assessment-driven and assurance-driven approach. We used to have checklist-based approach, audit done, we are good to go. And now we are talking about the real-time way of managing security, and from here, we are shifting towards the resilience-based approach. Again, I'll just quickly, and this is the last slide, I can look at the moderator to close it, but yeah, this is how we used to do it. You have audits, you have assessment done, you are good to go. But now what we are talking about, and with the advent of emerging tech like machine learning and so on and so forth, we can predict the attacks prior hand, so that we are saying we are taking all the actions with those data in hand, predict it, and on a real-time basis, we are responding back to that attack. But now the way it is changing, again, the important thing is the emerging tech, the way we have leveraged it in almost all the domains in life. It is now a question about whether something will go wrong or not. But something goes wrong, how quickly we are bouncing back. And that's the resilience we are talking about. And here, that's the multidimensional approach where we are talking about so many, I'll say, stakeholders attached to that. We have automated elements, which means we don't need to be manually responsive to that, but we have to be confident enough that in an automated way, it's going to respond. Larger intent is limiting the damage. And here, as a last point, what I'll say, this is actually the multi-dimensional approach, multi-stakeholder approach is giving us that opportunity to make it as a global phenomena. Because any attack happening in one ecosystem, one country, one sector, one organization is not going to limit it to that segment only. It's going to spill over. And here, if the global cooperation can occur, and if together we can look at how jointly we can address that, that's going to help us a lot. And again here, the standardization is going to play a lot of important role here, because jointly that's a platform where we can come together, see it together, and address those things in a very homogeneous way, so that we can together address it, and then the question will not come whether it's a different approach that as India we are taking, or European Union is taking, or country X is taking. So we can have a very comprehensive approach. And then definitely the law of land will define a lot of specific things for that country, but at the larger level, we can have a synergy, because at the end of the day, it's a joint call of all of us to address those threats and enable the ecosystem to flourish with this emerging tech. And I'll stop here, and glad to be here again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, Data Security Council of India talked about protection and strategy, and your best slide was managing security, so many elements of security and all that from that perspective. Evolution and sort of all those things, perspectives. You said hundreds of applications and thousands of applications by different people. So you need thousands CISOs already here in this country in that guy. So then until now and in future was a major perspective which he discussed. And that is very, very good slide, one of those slides. One of my friends here has gone out, and he says nobody's talking about PQC and QKD in quantum, but I stress that we should. Now, we have given Indian perspective so far, and we must, in collaborative world, we must collaborate and ask what is European perspective, and we will have to merge these two perspectives, global perspectives, standardize, interoperate, and then we'll come to a safe world and secure world and all that. Thank you very much. And now, our next, in order that present, okay. Nushin Amritar, Technical Account Manager of Electrotechnology. ICT you talked about, and then Senlak we already aware. So this is a remote presentation. So we'll have a short presentation, and then we have other people from here, physically present, Xavier and others and all that. Thank you.
So yes, providing a platform for digital remote referee that I fully agree with 100%, but thanks a lot for providing the possibility for this. So in my presentation, I will be mostly focusing on giving some insight regarding the Cyber Resilience Act and the standards that we have developed to support it. Just at a glance, let's see who are the Senelec. Senelec connects to the TSC, are the three European supervisory organizations that are officially mentioned in the European Union Regulation 225, meaning that whenever there is a regulation or law on issuers that sort of so-called standard pull request, asking these three organizations to provide a set of standards to support that legislation and to provide certain, let's say, actionable description of the requirements, how to achieve the requirements set in that regulation. So SEN and SENELEC connect to a European level, but SEN and SENELEC work very closely with ISO and IMC. In name of Day2 one certificate, as Owen was mentioned several times, and we are working very closely also with the 627 and SENELEC. And our members are including the national standardization bodies in Europe, so the European countries, the MENA countries, and the big participation of different types of certificates in the standardization work. And the standards that we develop, repeat one more time, the standards are developed are consensus-based, reinforce steadily in our different committees, and value standards is very critical to implement commitments, identifying all applicable members. And every commitment to standards will be developed. Ijaz, can you pass to the next slide, please? You can move up to the next slide. So regarding the Cyber Resilience Act, what is the core activity of it? Very briefly, it's about two products, making sure a product is securely designed and securely installed for the market. one-to-one relation, that is called depth resolution seven topics. This is 41 topics in this authorization request, and not one of it's not based that topic one is one standard, topic two is another standard. So we see that we can bundle under one standard. A lot of the work I'm presenting is actually coming from previous work that we did supporting framework and directive delegated regulation regarding cybersecurity requirements. And as you can see that in the list from this, you see names of students that they can execute the topic that they're currently working heavily and densely on the delivery of these standards. We are of course looking what is available at international level, since satellite works very closely on the framework and very long standing agreements we have with our international counterparts at different times. So we are always looking what is happening at international level to align as much as possible and avoid any conflict. Please move on to the next slide. So just a summary of what the technical committees now are working on this standards. What is the Day2 secretary working group 9, which is Day2 CRA. We have also GT working group 6 that is working on the product security. We have CELT-TC54, which works on the smart card, personalized identification. They are heavily involved for the critical products as well as the prudent class of products. We have LCTC Cyber that will deal with more than 17 standards in the work program, which is great. We have also, it was mentioned, NLX65X, which mirrors that implemented IEC65 for industrial application. And in this case, it was mentioned before, it's related to the IEC document 62453 series. And then we have another technical committee on semiconductor technology that they are working on critical products as well as related to the framework of the smart card, and also for the microcontrollers and microprocessors. So they are busy with the standards there. I think I'm coming to the end of my presentation. We have a dedicated website to follow all activities related to our strategy related to CRA. So please have a look, and we do have a long series of different webinar formats, so that you can further look at and what we're doing. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. It was a very great presentation from remote itself by Nushin. Spoke about Senlec and other things. But what wonderful thing was international level, European level, and national level. Because Europe has got so many other countries and other things. So that hierarchy presentation was very good by her. And then talked about CRA, talked about 80% industry participation in these things and all that. These were very, very important aspects which was covered by her. And then at the end, we had a couple of directions which were told by her. And I think this is very important that you have an international level, European level, and this collaboration is very, very important, and international collaboration. And this is only possible through standards. So thank you very much once again. And now we have Xavier, Director of International Projects at ETSI. He is present here. I request you to kindly make your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Now, yes. I'd be happy to have the presentation here. So, thank you first very much for the information shared during the panel. It's very interesting. I'll give you a bit more information, complementing what Nushin already presented on the Cyber Resilience Act, now focusing on two aspects, one being securing artificial intelligence, which is some work that we perform in Europe. So this is clearly a new challenge where we know that the deployment of AI is bringing new threats along. It could be threats that are to AI systems or from AI systems or any scenario in between. So in Europe, we've decided that we have multiple angles that we need to address. So first thing is securing AI from attack. For example, when we have AI, which is a component of the system that needs to be protected, then there is mitigating against AI when AI is actually part of the problem, where a system is being attacked thanks to means that are, let's say, improved with AI. Then there is the angle where we use AI in order to enhance the security measures that are used against the attacks from other things, regardless of what they are. And last thing is also the aspects of social security and safety in the use and in the application of AI.
We'll be starting with our first panel on the topic towards a safer and more trustworthy digital communication ecosystem. I would request everyone to be seated.
Work takes place in their Joint Technical Committee 21 on Artificial Intelligence that addresses a wide scope of topics and focuses on producing the deliverables supporting the EU AI Act. But what's important here is that their working group number 5 is focusing on cybersecurity for AI, and they have ongoing development for a standard on cybersecurity specifications for AI systems that will be, or that aims to be delivered around July 2026. In ETSI, there is a committee dedicated to securing artificial intelligence, where of course the work program focuses on this very topic, and some of the work here also addresses part of the requirements of the EU AI Act. I'd like to flag here the publications that have been made so far. First, a very good outline of the problem statement for securing AI. Then specification of the AI threat ontology and definitions. And the more important deliverable is baseline cybersecurity requirements for AI models and systems, which has been initially published as a technical specification and is now being republished as a European standard. So I'd like to focus quickly on this one because it defines transparent and high-level principles and provisions for securing AI, a set of 13 core security principles that are grouped in 5 categories that relate to the AI system lifecycle. It's for those familiar with the India's Code of Practice for Securing Consumer IoT. It's a similar approach that has been used. This Code of Practice for Securing Consumer IoT actually reflects some principles laid in a European standard for consumer IoT security, and the same securing consumer IoT. It's a similar approach that has been used. Illustrating this design phase of the AI system, the development phase, the deployment phase, and the maintenance phase, and at the end you have the end of life. And you will see here a mapping of which of these principles map to which part of the life cycle. Next one is, I move to quantum. So we know that with the advent of quantum computing has created a disruption in how we felt our systems were secure. There is a lot of focus on quantum technologies in general, but also on quantum cryptography and security against quantum or through quantum. In CEN and CENELEC, JTC 22, so Joint Technical Committee 22, has been created for quantum. It is also looking at the work of the Quantum Committee in ISO IEC JTC 3, if I'm correct. They developed standards for quantum technologies, and again, a working group focuses on quantum communications and quantum cryptography, where ongoing work is taking place for a gap analysis of the current quantum communication and quantum cryptography standards. ETSI has very recently created a technical committee dedicated to quantum, which is actually gathering the work for ongoing for quantum in ETSI, which has taken place for a long time. There is a new, so this new committee is now gathering the work on quantum key distribution and post-quantum cryptography. You have at the lower part of the slide a kind of a timeline showing how Europe has been working on quantum since 2008. Work on post-quantum cryptography is taking place. I think it's worth flagging this new standard for quantum-safe hybrid key exchanges, which are used to secure future post-quantum encryption. What's in the pipe is secure implementation guidelines to developers for key encapsulations, mechanisms and digital signature schemes, cryptographic agility in software, quantum-safe enterprise transport security, and authenticated quantum-safe hybrid key establishment. I'm trying to rush. Quantum key distribution is also a very important topic. We have issued a number of documents for this, but notably a first protection profile for the security evaluation of QKD modules, which is really an important step and anticipates the need for quantum-safe cryptography. In the pipeline, now we have a protection profile for key processing modules. And I think with this, I think I can stop. This is the last. Thank you.
Thank you, Xavier. Wonderful presentation once again for cyber security work in EU, and then multiple angles, securing AI again and enabling technology as well as AI securing others and all that. Trust, social security and safety, PQC and QKD for our members of TEC, for IoT people and CDOT people and all that. And then referred about a report of standards itself, he has mentioned, of 304223 is very important. And core security principles were also explained by him. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madan sir. Please give them a round of applause. I think nothing better than this can happen with a limited time with so many speakers. So thank you very much, sir, for taking care of it. We have a small token of appreciation.
Only thing is, sir, at the end I'll say, I'll not conclude at the end, but I have been concluding in between also, so we'll take it as a conclusion itself. Thank you.
Thank you. May I request Xavier to please first give a token of appreciation to our moderator, please. Sir, please. Click a picture. Yeah, sentiment. Thank you. And now I would request Madan sir to please, Madan sir, I would request you to please give it to our esteemed speakers, please. Maybe Prasan sir, please.
Thank you, Beauty. Thank you very much.
Babu sir.
Thank you, sir.
Kshitish ji.
Security is assured. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Atul ji.
Thank you once again. Data Security Council.
And one, sir, please, one group pictures. No, no, no. Ah, we have a IMC memento, so we should give it to. We should give it to Xavier also.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Group photograph, please. Thank you, sir. With that, we move to our next session, which is a small panel discussion. And I would request Shri Narendranath ji to kindly come on the dais to moderate this session. And Atul ji, you can, Atul ji and Xavier could continue staying here, please. And I would request Mr. Shridhar, CV Head, Coin Academia and India Strategic Initiative at Tata Consultancy Services, Research, and he's also a Vice Chair, Study Group Services and Solution at TSDSI, to please come on the dais. Same, no, we'll remove it. Martin will close it, he'll give a vote of thanks, so he just for the vote of thanks, he will not be. Martin, you. All right, so Nushin will be online, Xavier is on the stage, TV, and Martin. Xavier.
I'm just looking at the title. Okay.
Please wait, please sit down. Last session with the closing remarks. Please be seated. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay, we come to the last session of the day. And as he said, it will be a short and sweet session of less than half an hour, actually. That's what's been given. So I think each speaker would be having around 5 minutes. That's all. So what we do is we are going to have the session is on how standardization plays an integral role in supporting regulation to address security. That's a session on. And we have Mr. Atul Kumar, who was earlier on the earlier panel also. He's from DSCI. And we have Mr. Sridhar from TCS. Ms. Nushin will be joining remotely, and she's from Senlec. And Mr. Xavier from ITSI. And you will be giving the vote of thanks. Okay, thank you. So the profiles of the speakers would be displayed as in the back. So I would not actually go into the profile. And what we do is we just have one set of questions for each speaker. And all of them would be actually giving their own perspective on that particular question. Okay. The question is that, the current, is like this regarding the current standardization and the support. And the topic is on standardization support for regulation. And then we do have these issues that we come up with regulations based on certain requirements that we have. Requirements are that, for example, cybersecurity is to be there, that equipment is to be secure. But then when you're talking of secure, then we say that how do I assure security? Then you say that I test it for security. If I'm going to test it for security and certify, what is the criteria against which I test and certify? So there are certain requirements that they have, but then that boils down to coming up with a set of requirements against which the testing and certification has to happen. And that boils down to having standards. So standards really support the requirements of regulation, in the sense the regulation tries to achieve a certain cybersecurity posture, and that's where the standards would come in. And there are things like standards precede regulations, or regulations precede standards is something that also keeps on happening. And we have a panel which is experienced in this domain. So what we'll ask them is that whether the current standardization processes that we have, and are they adopted, and how are they tuned to what's the cybersecurity threat landscape, which is rapidly evolving. That is one part. And then also then, since we have both Europe and India here, how is it that we both of us can work together in the standardization space? This is a question. So I would start off with Atul first, alphabetically. Sure. Yeah, and just you have 5 minutes for that.
Sure. So I'll try to pick up from what I started with in the previous session. So overall standardization, if you look at, there are a lot of, and that's why it takes time, because so many difference of opinions sometimes, so many different aspects that we have to look at. Priorities in a specific geography could be different from other geographies. Different sectors are leveraging different aspects of technology. So again, requirements are different. And that's why so many wide and varied perspectives are coming, and that's why sometimes the standard development itself takes time, right? But here I see this as an opportunity to for the collaboration, as well as look at it as an enabler to adoption of those technology areas. One aspect that probably we can look at while we are undergoing those processes, not the traditional way of standard development or standardization process. This could be probably the risk-based approach that we have to see, and I remember it is, I think, PCI DSS 4th version. They talk about that risk-based approach, right? And I'm just taking one example here. So because the way transformation of technology is happening, it's actually so fast that every time we cannot change it. And if we look at from the risk side, it will enable, and that risk perspective in different geographies probably would be in the comparable way, I'll say. The risk for me and risk for in other geography would be of the similar kind. Probably the way we are addressing that and our regulations in the different geographies are approaching that could be varied. Another element is in terms of probably the standardization and the standards can help us creating that level playing field for the innovation, and also encourage the adoption. If I just add it to the certification process, because when new technologies are popping up, as an adopter, we need to have that confidence that that technology which is coming in is good enough to be adopted. And here those standards can play a very critical role. And again, taking it to the next level could be the regulatory sandbox and the standardization in that form, or enabling that standardization from those sandboxes can also enable all those kind of level playing field that I'm talking about. Because many of the, like India has evolved in a significant way in terms of cybersecurity products. While they are developing it in India, it's a global solution and they are getting adopted here in India. A lot of those people are doing business outside India as well. But the confidence with those standards that we can have, and the certification on top of it, what we can build, can give them a major confidence across the globe to be further adopted and enhance their adoption. That's one. And in terms of collaboration, as a last point, I'll say that's something that's a need of almost all the geographies, right? At least all the friendly nations and the developing or developed countries. Everybody needs to collaborate on that, because everybody wants to adopt those technologies. And given the nature of cyberspace, borderless and all those things, I think that could be a good starting point to collaborate and sort of come on the same page in terms of standards. So I'll stop here and probably we can add further in case there's a possibility.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I will, Mr. Xavier, you'd like to pitch in now?
Thank you. I'll try and be very short. So we know that with a very fast evolving cyber threat landscape, the standardization work it becomes a real challenge, because we have basically to match the pace of standardization with that insane pace of evolution of threats, and that's an everyday challenge. I want to flag the efforts that is done in the standardization community at large in order to try and enable more agile processes in writing standards. We're experimenting, for example, in ETSI with new working methods that help come up with standards quicker in a cooperative manner, and also the need to already, as soon as you have published a standard, to already open, let's say, new work items so that you're already in the production phase for the next version and ready to, let's say, shoot from the hip, as we say, for the next versions that would cover these new threats. That's one thing. And for the cooperation, of course, I mean, this threat landscape, although, as you pointed out, there are many commonalities, and these threats, they don't really know this concept of a country or another geography. Sharing information about the threats is very important. And then also, let's say, working towards the certification aspect is very important. Sharing information about certification processes, but also harmonizing technical basis for certification is important. And last thing is also working on some new challenges for certification. I was talking about securing AI earlier. AI certification means conformance testing at some stage, and testing of AI is a new challenge, because reproducing initial conditions and things like this is a new challenge. So working on this is a topic. In ETSI, we have a group called MTS, Methods for Testing and Specification, working on this topic, and so we can bring something to the table with this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sridhar.
So thank you, Dinesh, and thank you TSDSI for having us on this panel.
No, Mike.
No, sorry. Yeah. So in terms of, so I also represent TSDSI Working Group 1 as Vice Chair for Cybersecurity. So I can tell you that there are a lot of things that are happening at TSDSI from the standardization perspective for the telecom systems. So if you look at some of the recent technology initiatives that are going on there, so we're working mostly on quantum and AI, and we all agree that the pace has been phenomenal. The technology changes are much more faster than the general 3GPP standards that are moving, right? So, it's important we address how we embed these new technologies into the current 3GPP standards and then move these technologies forward, and how do we easily adopt based on the specific requirements that are coming from the nations. Like, for example, we have the data sovereignty rules. So we also embed the Data Privacy Act into the systems, and then we have to also follow the general global guidelines that are coming on different things. So in 6G, and so we are looking at some of the new topics like AI interfaces that are getting into the 6G network, and the integration of PQC and QKD into the telecom systems. So if you take these two topics itself, so it's a huge effort in terms of organizing these things into standards. The first part, let's take AI. So the AI part is very, very tricky. So we are moving from very, very deterministic solutions to probabilistic solutions, and we don't know. It's all the black box kind of approach. So that we are taking, and it's also not repeatable many times. So in such a scenario, so how do we ensure that these systems are explainable, usable, and then conformance to a certain set of guidelines is something that is still under evaluation. The second point here is, so it's not just a single AI algorithm or a single AI model that we are talking. We are also looking from the perspective of integrating third-party AI algorithms that are coming into the system. So individually, each of these systems may sound secure, right? But when we combine them, the overall system might fail. So those are scenarios that are still in research. So I can't say that there are known practices or best practices that are available. So all these are problems for standards. So similarly, if you take the quantum side of things, right? So the first thing itself, so we're talking about PQC, getting these standards right, and then now we have standards available from last year, August, from NIST. So if we, in the first place, I think the quantum computers are also evolving. So one of the first guidelines that we were always thinking, right, there should be a guideline not to attack these algorithms, right, especially the defined specific algorithms which are under attack. So should not be there in first place, and that can be done through regulations. And then on the PQC side, so we have another interesting aspect which we sometimes overlook, is the crypto agility part. It also gives a lot of flexibility for organizations to innovate. For example, an automotive company can bring their own encryption standards which only they can use, right? And they can maintain their system safe and secure. So it used to happen in the older systems. Same thing is possible here. And even in PQC, when we bring this crypto agility concept, so we have to get there. So that's the standardization requirement that we need to do. On the QKD side, so similarly we have the concepts for interoperability. Today, at least it is very difficult to see systems coming from different vendors talking to each other on QKD, sorry. So that is something that is missing. So we have HC guideline that is available in terms of key exchange schemes and mechanisms that are available right now, but the systems are not ready, right? So these are some of the things that are developing. So this would mean, so there's a lot of the opportunity for collaboration, huge amount of discussions that need to go in terms of bringing these parties together, and the collaboration is really, really important. And the good part is HC is always an integral part of the Indian ecosystem as well. So we've been working with HC in the past also, things like so 1M2M platform. So we've been using 1M2M guidelines. So we're extensively using HC 303645 for the consumer devices for IoT. So we also have the QKD key exchange mechanisms that were implemented into Indian implementations. So these are some of the things that we're working on. So this still we can do a lot. The opportunity to collaborate on this topic, and we should look forward to build better standards and regulations for the entire world. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Sridhar. Now we'll get Noshin on board. I don't know if she's had a chance to listen to the questions that I'd asked. I'll just repeat it for your benefit, that, standards process, they come up with a lot of functional requirements, and that, make them all in line so that the products come in line with those standards. What we want to know is those current standardization processes, how are they adopted, or are they relevant to the requirements of cybersecurity? That's one part. And the second is, how do India and Europe, cooperate in the standardization activity? You are muted. Just yeah. Now you are aware.
But now with the
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so we've actually reached the end of the thing. I think one final takeaway is that, there's a lot of standardization activity happening. We talk of secure by design, and then we say that security should be built in right at the beginning of the product development life cycle. So in the standards activity also, I think it should be inbuilt that security also is part of the standards process. And that's one thing I think it's happening, and it's a good, I think, I hope you got the insights from the panel here. Now I'll request Martin to, summarize the session and also give a word of thanks. Thank you, Martin.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will make it short because we are running out of time. So, dear participants, it's an honor for me to close this cybersecurity session. I am a Chief Policy Officer of ETSI, the European Telecommunications Standard Institute, and I'm very honored to represent ETSI's Director General today during my very first mission to India and my very first India Mobile Congress. For over 35 years, ETSI operates as a globally recognized standard development organization at the heart of digital standardization with over 900 member organizations across 64 countries in 5 continents. ETSI embodies the principle that no country or region can face the digital transformation nor the associated cyber threats in isolation. The only way forward is very clear: global consistency with local relevance. Under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India has truly emerged as a global leader, building on world-class digital public infrastructure and setting benchmarks for secure, inclusive and scalable digital transformation. On the European Union, we observe a similar trajectory. So today, the collaboration between the European and Indian Standard Organization, ETSI, Sensenelec, TSDSI, TEC, BIS, and the industry body, DSCI, stands as a strong testimony of our shared Europe-India commitment to align cybersecurity policies and standardization efforts. As my closing remark, really allow me to extend my sincere thanks also on behalf of ETSI to Mr. Narendranath Gangavarapu, Mr. Klaas Niemann, and Mr. V.I. Madan, as well as all our distinguished experts, speakers, panelists from organizations including TEC, BIS, DSCI, Sensenelec, and ETSI. Really, today's rich, intense, and forward-looking discussions underscore the need for deeper collaborations, global standards through consensus building, and the continuous exchange of best practices. The renewed EU-India digital dialogue and the shared ambition to conclude a landmark free trade agreement by the end of the year demonstrates a shared ambition to foster open, secure, and human-centric digital innovation. ETSI, together with Sensenelec, remained firmly committed to engaging with the Indian stakeholders and leveraging initiatives like CESA, Indico Global, to promote interoperability and reduce technical barriers to trade through globally relevant and fully accessible digital standards. Please join me in a round of applause to all our speakers and panelists who really made this session possible. Thanks as well to the India Mobile Congress and the organizing COAI for the invitation of ETSI and Sensenelec. We are truly grateful. Thank you all for joining, and we can't wait to see you again next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I request Nath sir to give a token of appreciation to Mr. Sridhar. Martin. We also have a trophy, sir, from India Mobile Congress. May I request you to please give it to Mr. Martin as well, because it's from India Mobile Congress. And a group photograph, please. Emily, could you please come on the stage? Priya, you go there. For a group picture. Nitin? Thank you. Have a nice evening. Thank you very much. We look forward for this continued cooperation.
Tangible results and unlocking new horizons. This session titled India's 5G Journey, Building a Scalable and Secure Telecom Infrastructure, highlights the remarkable evolution of our telecom sector. Over the next 15 minutes, we'll explore the inside story of India's 5G breakthrough, the challenges faced, and the road ahead toward a more connected, secure, and technology-driven future. Now, joining us today with me, I'm Sunit Kumar. I'm Associate Partner with KPMG. Joining us today with me is Mr. Sanjay Malik. So I have a privilege to welcome a leader who has been the heart of transformation, Mr. Sanjay Malik. He is a Chief Strategy and Business Officer at Tejas Networks. And with a distinguished career, including leadership at Nokia India, Sanjay brings a wealth of experience and vision. Now at Tejas Networks, a Tata Group company, is not just a national leader, but a rising global force, driving research, indigenous project, development, and active participation in shaping global telecom standards. So I would like to welcome Mr. Sanjay Malik on the podium, please. So Sanjay sir, it's indeed a pleasure to welcome you on this quick fireside chat on leading a scalable thing that we see as 5G divide. So welcome to the podium, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sunit, for kind words. I'm not sure whether I deserve those or not, but really my gratitude to you.
No, sir. I think so. What I want to begin is with, to begin with the heartily congratulations. First of all, we have seen how entire Tejas Networks, have been pulling off many, would have seemed virtually impossible with Tejas Networks along with TCS and C-Dot, right? They have literally rewritten, the textbooks, amplified, demonstrated, how that country is brimming the incredible design engineering talent capable of building world-class high-tech products. So, many congratulations on that, leading as a forefront leader in this particular aspect. So many congratulations, sir, on that.
Yeah, thank you very much. And definitely it is a moment of pride for all of us, not all of us only at Tejas or Tata's, but all of us in India, that we have been able to roll out an indigenous, and when I say indigenous, it is designed in India, make in India, manufactured in India, maintained in India. So it's that kind of a 4G, 5G stack which has been done. And just think about it that we are only the 5th country in the world to have this end-to-end 4G, 5G stack. And this was done over a period of only about 18 to 24 months. And frankly speaking, quite a few other global companies had taken quite a bit of longer time on this. But yeah, 18 to 24 months. And it's moment of pride for me and moment of pride for me to joining
Tatas also, that basically, yeah, Tejas would be at forefront of the telecom revolution going forward.
No, sir, indeed is a remarkable achievement. If I say the quick time span, how that turnaround that we have seen, it has been an incredible journey. And the turnaround time, given the fact that how things have been moving, it is a remarkable achievement in itself. But what I want for you to just help us out and highlight to the audience is what are some of the key challenges, key imperatives that you saw, when this project started, and some of the key learnings that you can share with the audience.
Yeah, I think when we started about 2 years ago, naturally in such kind of a large program, there are quite a few challenges which come on the way. And see, normally the thinking is that, yeah, if somebody is bringing something new, so maybe you don't need all the features and all that, but in this competitive world, it doesn't work. So we had to bring something which is full-fledged, full-featured stack, full-featured functionality. It has to have all the latest and greatest of whether it is spectrum sharing, spectrum efficiency, whether it is dynamic kind of spectrum allocation. So it has to have all that feature. So it was not that, yeah, we have the luxury of bringing something as the version 0.1 and then we'll bring version 1.0 after some time. So the very first version which we came out was a full-fledged stack. So that was one of the challenge. After that, then you have to roll out 100,000 sites, which is not a small number by any imagination. So 100,000 sites, which is around 400,000 radios onto various different kind of terrain. So you have to do that in Himalayas also. You have to do that in hot places, and it has to work in all those kind of climates. So again, that was something, again, preparing the robustness of the system and at the same time implementing that at these kind of locations.
No, absolutely.
So that was again the second thing which was there.
Yes.
And again, thanks to our R&D team, which had really kind of had sleepless nights, and there have been people who have been kind of sleeping on the floor and all that to make this happen.
No, absolutely, as you mentioned, right? It is the hard work of the team that, and if you see the end result and being that fruitful, I think so it's really something that really replicates or really finishes out that, what has been achieved. But just one question that I had, right? As you mentioned, as one go, you didn't wanted to have that, 2.0 or something. Everything was orchestrated in one go. Now, but with one go that we see, right? As we see, right? AI, as particularly, everybody's talking about it, and I think so. You guys also, as a R&D, some of the key people are also working on it. But what you see as an AI, right? What are the few initiatives, or what you see AI changing network as such, and what are the few things that practical real world applications that you see, how the telecom networks, how it will generate, and how this evolution of future will work in this particular network that within this short span of time?
Yeah, I think AI is definitely one of the terms which is going to touch everyone's life, right? Everyone's life, everyone's business, and that's what I think if you go to any forum or any kind of session, you will hear something about AI. But again, AI and networks go very well together. And I would kind of use two terms there, that there is something called networks for AI,
right,
and then AI for networks. And when I say networks for AI, basically, yes, with AI, LLMs and so many functionalities required, the data is growing quite a bit. And the networks have to kind of satisfy requirement of this new data which has been getting generated for AI. So that's one part which I think, again, with massive MIMO, with all the technologies, the whole telecom industry is growing quite well on that. And then the second part is the AI for networks.
Right.
And AI for networks is something which, again, there are quite a few big, good concepts which are going on. few implementations have happened, and in our lab also, and in our stall, if you come there, you would be able to see that how AI is being used for the networks. And maybe I'll give you a little bit, few examples. So one in the service delivery kind of scenario, that all the things regarding, let's say, spectral efficiency, the beam forming, the intelligent beam forming, making sure that your beam is looking at the places where the subscribers are and not all over the place. So those are the things which are where AI is helping in improving the service delivery of the network. And I mean, I would definitely invite all of you to walk about whatever 100 meters, 200 meters to see that in action. And then second is into the service management.
Right.
So service management, again, some of these analytical things have been in use for last 10 years, 8 years. I won't say that it is the first time it is getting used, but the scale where it has gone, the intelligence which it is bringing, that has gone multifold with the AI model. So all your fault detection, all your predictive analysis, predicting fault management kind of topics, those are taking a kind of a next step into improving on the effectiveness and managing the networks in a much better way. Now there I would say that yes, it is the initial phase which is happening. Again, with my partner TCS, we have implemented quite a few use cases in BSNL network also on the artificial intelligence there. And yes, that journey is still going on, and I think there is a good road ahead for improving that.
As you mentioned, right, the road ahead, and we have heard the Prime Minister as well, Mr. Sindhe also talked about, right, that India should lead the path to 6G. Now, on this particular aspect, and we also see, right, a lot of, everybody right now, because yes, as India, we were late in adoption of 5G, but yes, we want to lead the path for 6G. Now, in this particular, right, as a ubiquitous connected network that India views, right, connected, unconnected to the unconnected. Now, what are the technology enablers, that we, or as Tejas, right, that you want to see to achieve that particular, cherish as a goal to lead the path for 6G?
All right, okay. So maybe I'll use a little bit different example there. I think, yeah, one is connecting the unconnected into the places where the coverage is not there.
Right.
So that's one part of it. So, and that again covers land, air, and the sea. So on that aspect, by building the coverage, yes, we can connect the unconnected in the deep rural area, underprivileged area. So that's one thing which we have been doing. But at the same time, I think the new technology enabler, which will again multiply this particular part quite a bit, is integration between the satellite network and the ground network, the mobile network.
Right.
So there again with our satellite IoT system, our NTN, which is there for connecting the satellite and the terrestrial network, that is somewhere again we are helping in connecting the unconnected in a big way.
Right.
See, if you have to build a coverage into unconnected area, maybe you'll put one base station and it will cover the area around it. But if you have the satellite communication integration, then you can cover a much larger area. So I can tell you that one of the projects which we had done for Department of Space, that we have connected 50,000 boats which are in deep sea, because there is no coverage there,
Right.
and
That's
then there is
obviously.
some emergency happens on those boats, then it becomes very difficult to find out what's happening, right? So we have put a IoT system there, gets connected to the satellite and gets connected to the mobile network, and that basically provides a seamless connectivity, and we are able to track where the boats are. So that's one part, and then I think at the same time we have something called direct to mobile.
Right.
Where the
No,
broadcasting, the messaging which is required for the emergency system, that also can be done through a direct to mobile kind of technology using the broadcast network. So it's again, I think these 3 or 4 things which we have been working on with specific to connecting the unconnected.
Okay, no, so I think so. That's a very good point that you mentioned, right? How I think the Tejas has been working, as you mentioned, right? The cases connecting the sea and to the unprecedented area where it's very difficult to connect. But as a fact, as we move forward, right? What do you see as the next steps? You know, as building up as an indigenous 4G, 5G network, because as the vision that we have seen from Prime Minister Modi as well as from Sindhya sir, that yes, we want to have India as an indigenous network where we, from end to end, is something that it is, you know, delivered through development from the Indian organizations itself. Now with Tejas and as you mentioned TCS, is how Tejas and TCS have been working together. So what do you see as the next steps that for developing this indigenous 4G, 5G stack, and especially as I talked about even the 6G, you know, 6G path, so 5G and advanced 5G or 6G stack. So what are some of the key next steps that as an organization that you have been doing or that you feel that should be done? And I think so as a movement that, you know, adoption that should be there for other operators or network providers as well.
Yeah, so first of all, my gratitude to Honorable Prime Minister for driving this initiative of Atmanirbhar Bharat, and based on that, we have been able to provide this India 4G 5G stack. So naturally, there are multiple dimensions where we have to grow to take it to the next level. And for taking it to the next level, one is definitely moving towards 5G advanced, and then the 6G standardization, and then 6G development.
Right.
So those are definitely the 3 areas which we have to go. And again, I think we are demonstrating 2 or 3 technologies at our booth here, where some of the ingredients of those solutions will be ultimately going to 6G and 5G advanced. So that's definitely one part on making it again ubiquitous kind of mobility, and whatever is required for 6G technology, we will be moving towards that. And then second part is, yes, it is India 4G 5G stack, and we have to make it global.
No,
because that's
absolutely.
what I think, if you would have heard Prime Minister yesterday, that we are ready to export it. And yes,
Absolutely.
Tejas would be at the forefront of taking it to the global level.
No, absolutely. I think so, as you mentioned, right, as Atmanirbhar Bharat, you know, the vision which Honorable Prime Minister has, and Tejas and TCS being one of the organizations leading the path. So then absolutely that we see, yes, we will be the, you know, India will be at the forefront, particularly in providing the 6G path to the rest of the world as well. Now, sir, very interesting fact. I think so. When we connected earlier, just before the panel, while we'll have a quick discussion with you, you were mentioning something about the vision that you have. So you probably told me, okay, so no, I'll tell you the mission that I have in particular, and that mission that you want to delve through. So you just kept a secret to me, and I'm still very curious to know that mission. What mission that you're actually talking about? What is the mission that, you know, Tejas, or as Tejas with collaboration of TCS, that you're looking through?
Yeah, I think again, maybe I would have touched upon it earlier, but as I said, yeah, vision is something which has been set by Honorable Prime Minister. We are the guys who are on mission, and my mission is to make an Indian MNC as a global company. That's the mission.
Absolutely, and I think so. With the short span, I think so. The things that, you know, the things that have been achieved through Tejas and the collaboration with TCS, I think so, is remarkable. So a very short time that we are given, but I think so, the topic or the discussion that we have, I think so we'll require a lot of time with you, sir, you know, to cover some of the more critical or some of the more core concepts and more discussions with you. But given the time constraint, you know, that is provided, I think so, the well justified, and think so, the people who have attended would have got a sense of things, what exactly has been done or what exactly a path that we are looking forward. So warm thank you, sir, a lot for providing your insights and providing your thoughts on the particular topic on how we are looking forward for as a 5G, as a infrastructure, and moving forward for 6G. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And let's
you,
take
sir.
India forward.
Yeah. So, sir is here for the next 2 days, 3 days, and probably, as he mentioned, the Tejas stall is there in the exhibition hall. So you can feel free and reach out to him if there's any further questions that you have. Happy to answer that as well. Thank you, sir, for your time.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So a quick appreciation of memento from the IMC side. Hold on. So a quick appreciation from sharing your thoughts and views.
forced a few of you to actually come into the room, at least the team, and I thought Martin did as well. So looking forward to interesting conversation today. I'm joined today on the stage by some of the industry stalwarts, or so as to say the people who have been protecting the critical national infrastructure for us. Mr. Martin from Vodafone Idea, he's the CTSO and DPO for Vodafone Idea. Why don't you come in and take a seat? Sanjeev Dhallam. Sanjeev is well known in the telecom space, does the telecom network from Bharti. He's a vice president with the network security. Dr. Pankaj Jalila, if he's around, I'm not sure he's here. Okay, we didn't get a chance to meet before, was Dr. Pankaj, but looking forward to speaking to you today. He's a director with the CDOT. Mr. Vikas from Nokia. Mr. Vikas is the global security sales lead from Managed Services at Nokia, based in Dubai. He's here. Debashish Mukherjee from Fortinet. He's a director and looks at the Fortinet business here. And Dr. Samay from VRV Solutions. He's around? Yeah, he's here. Again, I didn't get a chance to meet him as well, so good to see you here in person. Gentlemen, why don't you take a seat? Yep. Before I get into the details, interesting to see a very men-heavy cybersecurity stage again. I think one thing that I want to start with is saying is, if you look at the industry that we are talking today is telecom, and more often than not, I end up saying that telecom is no longer an industry at all. The convergence that you see in the industry, right from it being a telecom operator to becoming a bank, to becoming a retailer, and today we see almost all businesses converging into a one where I don't know or believe that actually it is a telecom industry. Coupled with the massive transition, I remember when I was in college, I got my first mobile phone, and it was a 2G phone that I was using, 3G, 4G, 5G. From it becoming, in last 15 years, becoming a critical infrastructure of the country where the stalwarts in the room are playing their role in protecting. I would safely say when we move to the 6G, a lot of these people will play a critical role for us to be able to protect and make sure there is adequate measures that we take, that we can securely use some of those sci-fi movies come to life as I die. And I'm almost 100% sure that what I am saying that it will be a sci-fi movie would happen, because by that time I believe I'll be dead. So even if it does not happen, I don't care. So my immediate projection is smaller, but the long term would be slightly less. With that, I will move to the group. There is a lot of informed panels, but I'll maybe, if you look at it, there's representation from the regulator, there is representation from the operator side, and also the OEM side. So from that standpoint, I have a complete bandwagon of people who will be able to decide how we move forward when it look at 5G rollout, the 6G rollout, and more importantly, the next rollouts as we move forward. So with that, Martin, maybe you're just next to me. Why don't you bring in, from your perspective, there's so much happening in the industry and in securing the national infrastructure, which actually has heterogeneous security solutions, and their native technology adoption was very, very critical, yet security was never in the foreplay.
Am I audible? Yeah, okay. So, few things first. When we look at telecom as a whole, it's a very, very complex domain to look at. Majority of the other industry has born with core IT in the backbone, right? So you would have a bank, the entire thrust factor is on a IT infrastructure that has been laid out. The differentiating industries are, if you look upon manufacturing, you still will have larger OT components still doing the core manufacturing, and IT is only a support function to safeguard and secure. Telecom was more or less similar in nature. During the era of 2G or up till the 3G, all equipments of telecom, you can consider them as OT equivalent. So it was OT driven, and least of the security is adequate enough to protect the core telecom infrastructure. The IT being where convergence of customer data, which is billing, CRM, etc. You protect them through those were standalone, good enough, adequate enough to protect. So telecom, although considered as telecom, up till 3G, protect IT is good enough. Put a rail guard or a fortify your perimeter in the telecom side, more than adequate enough to secure was the mantra that we laid back. Then came 5G, which virtualized, then came 4G, and then now with 5G, virtualized has moved to cloud native. The commoditization of the entire infrastructure has happened in the past 7+ years now, right? So when it became commodity, by telling that I fortified my perimeter defense in the telecom was no more adequate enough for people to secure. So as what we would secure in IT is what the mantra that we wanted to follow in telecom as well. So this is about 5-6 years back when we looked upon what we wanted to do at V. So today with enough amount of resistance that we had about couple of many 4-5 years back, it took beating with much of suppliers to penetrate layered defense as what is applied in the IT, penetrating in similar manner as layered defense in the telecom infrastructure also for us, right? Otherwise it was sheer access control that is laid on the perimeter of the telco infrastructure, and it is considered as a completely secluded and protected infrastructure. So deeper layered defense was something that we have to lay. Now this is protection, and breach today is inevitable. You would have learned from as many news that even the biggest and the most sophisticated industries get breached. So given that breach is inevitable, what do you want to do to beef up? You have fortified your defenses, but with defenses failing, how do you want to beef your monitoring methods appropriately? With the advent of AI, generative AI and agentic AI evolving through, we recently, as of today, we announced few things stating that how have we fortified our monitoring far more better. We coined it as Spark, Spark doing suggestive, preventive, predictive, AI at core, retro-analytic and conversational capability to monitor our telecom inclusive infrastructure for various attack patterns that comes the way, right? So fortification of defense by monitoring also are few things that we have done in the core telco domain as well.
Yeah, I think very interesting points, and if you look at it, I told you there is very deep knowledge sitting here which actually translates, and maybe similar to what Mathan said. So if you face a similar challenge, how would you differentiate your experience in securing the heterogeneous environment? And I see as your core ecosystem, you have taken a very different stance to security. You want to dwell on it as well?
Yeah, if we review the today telecom networks and these kind of services they are catering to, earlier they were utilized to connect only the people. Now the nation's digital economy are riding over the telecom infrastructure. Whether you consider healthcare, banking, digital payments, governance services, etc., any minimum disruption can actually impact the national resilience. So telecom networks criticality has multifolded grown over the last few years in terms of its criticality. All the national infrastructure critical services are running on the backbone of telecom infrastructure. So protecting telecom infrastructure is very critical. When we talk about convergence, now telecom networks have evolved with the convergence of technologies. Now you have, with the coming of 5G, cloud native based workloads coming, IoTs are getting exploded. Protection of these technologies apart from the legacy technologies expanded the threat landscape. So convergence of technologies has led to the threat landscape increase. So counter controls need to be invested and put in by the telcos along with the support of OEMs. Third part is very critical part is, as Mathan told, once you invest to detect and prevent the attack, but attack is inevitable. So in that case, when attack happens, you should provision enough capacities, enough infrastructure to recover from that attack. So investment in the redundancies of critical core network elements, segmentation of these core critical elements in the infrastructure is very critical. The fourth pillar is utilizing the AI and automation technologies into the network while they are evolving. When we talk about automation, automation platforms are today, most of the operators are utilizing in onboarding of cloud workloads, applications, service stitching, etc. And then it is being used extensively in operations too, in terms of self-healing of the networks. Second part is the AI. AI we have extensively used in building a couple of products which improved our consumer life, which is anti-spam shield and safe network. Spam shield is one product wherein we are analyzing billions and billions of call and SMS on a real-time basis and then plot a potential spammer on real-time basis to the consumer so that he can have a capability to reject the call at his own convenience. Secondly, we have recently launched safe network wherein any fraudulent link, we ensure that our customers are not getting fraud with the clicking of fraudulent links coming on the Telegram or WhatsApp, etc. Therein also we utilize the AI-based technologies. So utilization of AI, automations, defense implementation at multiple layers, etc. and understanding of your threat landscape is very, very critical as the telecom networks are expanding to the newer heterogeneous environments.
Thanks, Sanjeev. I think the 4 pillars that you put forward, I think those are the ones which really we have to dwell on further. And what I actually picked up is on the threat intelligence, at the 4th point that you were saying. And maybe Vikas, I'll bring you here. Considering the threat landscape that has evolved substantially on an ecosystem which was natively not very focused on putting a security, and considering you come from an environment where nodes or enabling the network is a critical infrastructure, what is your perspective on how the threat surface management operates on, and how you gather more and more threat intelligence to be able to secure the infrastructure as critical as this?
So thank you, Vibhav. Good evening. See, threat intelligence has always been a critical pillar when you talk about detecting advanced threats. Most of the equipment vendors, including security vendors, you name all leading vendors who are providing some kind of detection, protection to the environment, they leverage threat intelligence, which they are taking from open source intelligence. They curate it, make it more let's say relevant for a specific domain. So if it is for financial services, there are different players. If it is a telco environment, you need to curate that data. You need to also make sure that each and every threat feed which is coming into your environment is being utilized by either the SOC team for doing the detection and doing the remediation. Also for the baseline behavior, when you establish a baseline behavior, you also need to then have some correlation with the threat intel which is coming, and you need to leverage that and be able to detect those advanced threats. Also, if I speak from Nokia standpoint, we are leveraging our research labs. Nokia Bell Labs contributes a great deal. The fact that we are also doing managed security operations in various parts of the world, we pick up that telemetry as well. So correlating and getting inputs from different pockets, different operations, using open source intelligence, curating that information, doing our own research within our labs where we are doing malware analysis in a sandbox environment, and we are taking that piece of intelligence by de-anonymizing the information, because you cannot be sharing that information across customer base if it is identifiable. So we are removing that layer, and we pass on that intelligence through various methodologies. And most of the security products that Nokia is providing to its customer base, they are embedded as part of our stack. So this is something that we do. Last but not the least, in Mobile World Congress, which happened in Barcelona, we also introduced our partnership with the leading signaling intelligence, which a company called BICS, right, which is Belgacom Interconnect System. They provide signaling analytics and information on global titles which are suspicious. So that piece of information we are also providing back to our customers so that they can leverage from those suspicious global titles as well. Thank you.
Of course, thanks, because I think it's very interesting when it comes to threat intelligence, because as I think Martin started initially, the threat intelligence for the IT was a default de facto for us to have this information, but to be able to get information which is pertaining to heterogeneous nodes becoming very important. Debashish, maybe I bring you here. Why is this, how does you play a role in terms of protecting the infrastructure when it comes to the criticality and the heterogeneous environment that the telcos operate with?
Hello. So thanks, Vibhor. So being a security company, this is the backbone of our entire offerings that we have. Now, what I see from my customers these days, when it comes to threat intel, they are, expecting us to bring in all AI-centric solutions. Fortinet has already embedded AI into all its product offerings, right? And what we see is every telco in the region that I handle, every single telco is trying to introduce AI into the operations side of it, operations and management side of it. So today our entire SOC stack that we have embedded AI into it, right? And that is something that we are seeing as a very good offtake which is happening. And this is what is going to be a very, very critical piece of solution that the telcos are getting from us.
Yeah, I think Devashish, thank you. But maybe I think one important, and Dr. Pankaj, this is where I would want to bring you in. One is there are limited operators in the country, and when you look at limited operators, the intelligence pretty much remains with 2 or 3 primary players in the market. It's from a framework standpoint, do you see sharing of this information possible? I know certain plays some role in terms of doing that coordination, but do you believe is this effectiveness of the framework, and you feel there's a need to work in that space as well to ensure that there is adequate protection, considering this is beyond only services but more national critical infrastructure to the country?
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, being from government organization and government-funded national R&D, so we take this telecom network security from 4 these pillars. One is citizen-centric, where in India 140 crores, lot of poor peoples are there who is doing daily 2 rupees, 5 rupees UPI transactions. So for them, their security of that even 2 rupees and 5 rupees, it matters a lot. There are people who hardly afford a mobile handset. So for them, SIM cloning or some fraud or that particular handset, or a poor student who is having a laptop or desktop where pirated systems are there, their licensing is not there. So he should be able to protect. That is the citizen-centric. Another is government-centric, where a lot of cyber security policies, modifications are there. So government should be able to put the modifications in cyber policies and that monitoring and controlling, and at the same time facilitating our industry so that people should get benefit out of that. Then comes to the enterprise level, where different critical infrastructure is there, defense, transportation, finance sector, and different sectors is there. So that I'm calling as an enterprise level, and 4th pillar is national level. So some of the things national level I will not discuss, but we are in a big way into the national. We are not only using the threat intel, but India is also generating their own homegrown threat intelligence. So that I'm not going to discuss because that is for some other this one. In Operation Sindoor also, we have played in a big way. So coming to this part, we take it this 4 pillars. This network when we come, so network means network node, whether it's a endpoint, your mobile, laptop, desktop, or server. In middle, like your leaf spine switches, router, and then comes to server, and then this firewall, and all these things. So in this scenario, node, whether it's a middle node, end node, or it's a server or some other level protocol, and the link. So link security, data security, node security, application security, this is all linked. So we have, I request that we have a stall at Hall 1 at C4. You can see we have launched this Enterprise Security Operations Center where we have all solutions, endpoint detection, EDR, SIEM, SOAR, user behavior analysis. And the importantly is our solution is doing automatically, dynamically this auditing of the network, all devices. Usually we used to do audit in every 6 months or a year, but every moment our system is doing auditing and it is giving you the score and telling that their hardening is missing, this is something threat, and automatically it can plug in also. So heavily AI we are using, and our solutions is in India as well as in 4 countries abroad. We have already placed that thing. And then when it comes to link security, then in quantum secured, we have our own QKD, quantum key distribution, and PQC. We have installed that system so many places and it is commercially available. We have did transfer of technology. So security is end-to-end phenomena. Right from your common man who don't know anything about this cyber security, who is simply a user. But to protect him, it's a government of India's responsibility. When I'm saying government of India citizen, then I'm covering all developing countries because India believes in Vasundhara Vishwa Kutumbakam. So this is there. So we have all sort of solutions and we are doing that part. You can see in our install. So that is there.
I'm audible? Yeah. So just to follow on question, so you believe the question was more from a framework standpoint, is it working effectively for the operators to share and protect the infrastructure, the policies that have been laid under for, or the availability of this technology would be for all operators likewise?
See, no one can say that my solution is 100% secured.
Yeah.
Security is not something which you can say I'm secured. It's a dynamic thing. It's a journey.
Yeah.
It's working in Kerala Police. Recently, few months back, their chief minister have inaugurated Cyber Dome with Kerala. It is working in BSNL, I4C, Steel Authority of India Limited, so many other defense company I will not name, defense organization. So yes, we have prevented ransomware attack. We have prevented zero-day attack. We have, if we cannot, if we detect that something is being happening, and it is not in threat intelligence, but with behavioral and AI, we are able to narrow down that something is is not looking this. So we corner that particular system from the network till it becomes recovered.
Maybe we also do a validation with Mathan sir. Maybe you have a view on how do you go for this one. Yeah.
So two things that happens, right? So one, when we look at intelligence, most of us also focus on the fraud. Fraud is firstly, we'll set aside fraud as a cyber security issue. It's fraud, right? So for that, there is a different levels of intelligence that gets gathered. And then, like Sanjeev highlighted, that there are various intelligence using automation, AIs that are worked upon, and such is being shared. But in cyber defense, cyber security standpoint, so there are various initiatives the country has taken. So there is a setup of NCCC, National Cybercrime Coordination Center, which is on cyber's defense strategy focus, not I4C, right? So I4C focuses on largely the cyber frauds that have happened as a correlated cloud gathered threat information. Now, as telcos, what has come in as mandates to us are the volume of information attacks that we see on us is humongous because we are the digital railroads for the country as a whole. To give a number, on an average, we see roughly about 1.4 billion security events a day, larger than total UPI transaction in a day that it clocks through, right? And then there are national significant events that happen. So we hosted G20, we hosted Mahakumbh, we had Indo and regional conflicts that happened. These days that we'll end up seeing spikes to the tune of 30 billion security events a day. 1.4 to 30 billion events a day, right? Now, there is no better intelligence that can be made out of this. Nobody is in much better shape than looking at it from our own. So we mine these information and it is set aside back now to a national corridor. It is fed back into through API integration directly to CERT, NCIPC, NCCC, etc. These mined information today makes rich threat intelligence that is generated for India in India, and it is dispensed to various industries today. It could be manufacturing, it could be bank, because they are also under similar cyber attacks that are happening to them, right? So there is enough work in intelligence information sharing that is already happen in the defense space, cyber defense space. Fraud has to evolve. We evolve with monitoring fraud, and then how do we curtail
So
this?
as soon as you say
function area.
fraud, I think one point that comes very straightforward to Sanjeev. Sanjeev, you have been pioneering pretty much the fraud, and I was reading the Economic Times. There was an article that there is a 70% reduction in the overall fraud because of the capability that have built on the network. Obviously, it's a byproduct of the security, and it's very unique to Airtel. Now, looking at that scenario, obviously, one is what has happened in that space, and do you think what can we expect on this going forward?
I think we as an organization has been very particular about protecting our consumer from any potential fraud happening over the telecom channel. So we continuously review the overall chain of events which are happening across the telecom channel, which can lead to a financial fraud or impacting the consumer life in terms of spam calls leading to them. We started this journey with building an anti-spam shield product, wherein this was one of the biggest problem of the nation, wherein people were getting impacted with the spam calls leading to the lot of disturbance. So we took these initiatives and thought of building a product wherein leveraging the AI platforms analyze on a real-time basis billions and billions of events on a real-time basis, and that can help that can happen only with the help of smart AI engines today with the advent of that. Plotting a caller on a real-time basis as a spammer, this was one thing which we implemented, and same we implemented on the SMS, and we implemented this by default service to all our consumer. Then we started our journey to outside the barriers. For example, somebody is receiving messages on Telegram, WhatsApp or other OTT platform, fraudulent links which can lead to a potential spam or a digital fraud or a financial loss to the caller. We implemented a solution which we implemented across all the platforms, whether all the barriers that is analyzing on a real-time basis the fraudulent nature of a URL being clicked up by a user, and then on a real-time basis we are blocking that in our network. That protects our consumer and ensure that consumer is riding over the safe network. That in the coming time also will keep on doing the innovations around this space so that we enrich the lives of our consumer in terms of protecting the consumer interest from potential spams or scams happening by evaluating the overall call flows across the telecom barrier, how consumer life is touched when he is actually making a payment, etc. Anything which is getting lost from his wallet, how we as a telco, as a responsible person can intervene and safeguard the life of our consumer. That is our interest.
No, thank you. And Sanjeev, I must say that's a brilliant solution, and at least I save many minutes every day just to not answer those spam calls. Maybe I've not come to you, Samay, and Samay, I hope the word is right, but you know, there is a lot of talk. Everybody said AI at least once. That's a word I thought I'll forbid today, but considering there's a recent launch, many congratulations on day one. What is your view in terms of how the AI plays a role, considering this has traditionally been a latter adopter of security, and where do you see the space coming through, considering the adoption of AI in the security ecosystem? Do you think it's the protect with AI and protect the AI both play a role, or how do you look at that playing a role and unfolding for us?
Yeah, so definitely we see AI being played on both sides, right? You know, you'll see AI being used for attacks and also AI is being used for defending. I always say, you know, you cannot go to a gunfight with a knife, right? If AI is being used to attack you, you have to use AI to actually defend you. And I think for us, I mean, we look at what we do in Viavi, I think we are providing a lot more of the visibility to actually enable a lot of these defense capabilities. And one of the technologies I believe is going to help is the concept, especially on the telco side, is the concept of digital twin, where, you know, today a lot of these kind of attacks, you need to actually understand how you're managing the network, how you have visibility in the network, and build this kind of digital twin even before you, you know, a lot of the times you're upgrading your network, you're adding new, you know, components, and, you know, many cases this is where the security breaches happen. So having a kind of digital twin where you can actually hold do all your testing, all your visibility, all your vulnerability assessment before you actually deploy it on the network, something that helps in doing that. But I also see that AI is building all of these analytics to be able to anticipate the attacks before it happens. I always kind of do analogies like building an immunity system. It's kind of like if this is a body and you're trying to build an immunity system, the more you can see a lot of the data, you more can see the patterns, and you can get trained in this, then your AI will be able to detect quickly before events happen, before they spread across all the different parts of the network. So this is the kind of, I think, the capabilities that our security systems testing and emulation scenarios that can help anticipate, self-heal the network quickly for an attack, prevent it from happening in the first place.
No, thank you. I think one thing I really picked up there was, looking at how the AI can come into foray, but I'm still stuck at one conversation which was overhearing in the corridor. Maybe because that's majorly for you. If you look at the adoption of the security solutions, right, it has pretty much been laggarheads. I was speaking, someone was saying that some nodes are not accepting, there is disparity in terms of systems, the EDR is not getting deployed on some of those solutions, the zero trust is node specific, so on and so forth. You still see those isolations in terms of the implementation in a heterogeneous environment.
Yes, absolutely. So if you traditionally look at a telco environment, you have the IT environment, and then you have the communication network, which is, we call it as a critical infrastructure or network. And within that, you have legacy technologies still prevalent, 2G, 3G, and now with LTE, 5G, SA, etc., and 6G is on the cards. You have a very disaggregated network, and I'm not even talking about radio access network and then the the optical networks, microwave links, etc. If you just look at the CNF, the VNF environment, you also have bare metal. You also have, let's say, some of these technologies which are becoming dated and they are being now replenished or modernized. The attack surface has tremendously increased. And you find a lot of telcos, and in particular, I would say that both Bharti, Vodafone, and rest of the operators here are fairly advanced in adopting technologies to modernize their SOC operations and looking at critical infrastructure with a very different lens, right? So they don't have a very unified approach of treating IT and telco in the same manner. They have got specific teams, specific tools, which they are now deploying, and they are well ahead of the curve. I can say this with confidence, and I will let Sanjeev and Mathan corroborate this fact. But I feel that zero trust architecture, which has been touted for many years, is a journey. And with more so with as part of telco infrastructure, you need to have least privileges being granted to network administrators who are accessing these critical network elements. You need to constantly rotate the credentials, etc., because you cannot expose passwords, keys, certificates, which can, if they are in the hands of attackers, you will see attacks happening. Because the most critical part, besides you also have to take care of the financial fraud, but you need to maintain the resiliency of the network. The uptime is critical. So we feel that with the advent of AI, Gen AI, Agentic AI, where both VI and Airtel is on their journey, super critical that you need to have tools in place which can make use of Gen AI and AI technology in general.
I think just one quick point to Pankaj, maybe just a quick response. You feel there's a need to also have a strong regulation around AI because everybody's saying the AI, the adoption and the core network becomes national critical. Is there something that we should expect, just like a EU AI Act or similar, that we should expect from the government? Or a framework that could be leveraged?
Yeah, we are working on that, but we are heavily using AI, for example, around several millions of SIM fraudulent we found, and with the help of DOT, we disconnected that. 200 point of sales for this SIM alone in Jammu and Kashmir, we shut down, we arrested those people. 71 VPNs during this critical period, C-Dot had cached, and it was used by actually a terrorist. We stopped and we hold those people. It was, those VPN is not listed from our neighbors' country has been given to them, and it is a consistent journey. New and new things are coming. So we are using AI heavily on that.
No, so the question is maybe, and I think I'll come to you, Matan, you had a point there, but more from a requirement of having an AI framework to govern the adoption, at least in the core network space, considering it also is a national critical infrastructure.
So I think two aspects, right? So from a regulatory standpoint, while we all anticipate regulator should come and put in a framework what should be followed through, I think we should give them the due credit that as much as there is humongous volume of AI in itself today, right? Not just the data. What to adopt within AI, there is numerous platforms. And each of these lead to different levels of exposure. Will it lead to an abusive use? The answer is yes today, because today AI is used to launch attacks. Can we ask a Gemini AI today to auto-code a malware? Not on a straight answer, but then you would have the ability to do prompt injection to make the AI write a malicious code. So those are all, every single different AI platform that you have the ability to leverage them to put it into abusive use. So it will be unfair to expect a regulator will become fairly aware of all of them and bring in a framework. A broader guideline could possibly become the way, but larger, more learning can come in from the various industry adapter themselves, right? So we are far more early in adapting. So as adapters, and then when we try to secure AI, we build our own framework. We reference various other learnings that has come the way, put together a framework. It will be unfair to wait for a regulator to frame a framework and then say that I would start following. At least as private operators and technical adapters today in the industry, I would expect all of us in the industry to pave way towards our own rail guards on what we do, and then converge that to the regulator, whereby it can become a broadly adaptable framework. Today, while government has put in various initiatives towards AI governance framework, it is still in evolving stage. It is unfair for us to wait, because otherwise we would have missed the bus completely on either adapting or unsecuring the AI as a whole. Yeah.
Pretty much align on this. Rather, this will actually cut down the innovation cycle of AI, because while the governance frameworks or regulatory frameworks are getting evolved, this will not cut down on the AI future roadmaps, etc. As we are actually securing our physical infrastructure, this AI and automations are additional digital brains we are bringing in our infrastructure. So whatever the layered security controls at different layers, we are putting same kind of applicability applies on this AI infrastructure also, as far as securing of infrastructure is concerned, AI platform. Second is, one point is that where we need human in the loop, where we actually don't need human in the loop, only on the machine. For example, AI is doing the prediction. After the prediction, AI need to take an action. So there are some use cases wherein AI can take an action, but there are some use cases wherein operators can cautiously go with human as the decision factor rather than AI doing. This is one thing which can slowly adapt to going to the AI based decisions. But initially I would recommend on a critical processes. For example, you want to block a traffic. I'll take an example wherein AI system can intercept a denial of service attack to a normal growth in the traffic in the festival season. So it can actually cut down that particular source. So decision factor slowly can adapt to going to machines rather than initially it can be human based.
Thanks, Sanjeev. And I think human in loop is a very important factor. Some of you would have read just now the over-reliant on AI, so it's important to do a segregation on the basis of the task. One of the consulting firms actually got fined 400,000, 40% of their fees, because the AI-generated output was hallucinated output that got created. So definitely coming with its own sense of risk. That's why I used the opportunity to highlight it well. Okay, now maybe Samay, I think I know that a couple of people waving hands at me that we have last few minutes. At conclusion, right? So there are people, all of you together pretty much pave way for the next generational security. 6G is what do you think the security should look like? Are we way behind in securing, or it would be? I have always watched the Sky-Fi movies and we've been very fascinated. It pretty much is what can be realized. I see to realize. What do you think should be the critical parameters that we take now as we take those small baby steps towards adoption of 6G?
Yeah, so definitely one of the big discussion on 6G today is the discussion we're having here is having AI becoming native in the network. Now, which is, I think it's important for the telecommunication industry in general, as we were saying, it's going to be supporting a lot of different verticals. So being able to be adaptive, being able to be dynamic, AI will give it a lot of these capabilities. But it also introduces risks, right? One, how this AI is get trained, because the data that is being used to train is actually also produce vulnerability, that it can be attacked, it can be actually used against it. So, I mean, we are working right now even with the 3GPP and some of other standardization, looking at how to quantify and how to test this AI that's going to be actually part of it. I mean, we are in the testing business, and for us there is gold standard, but this AI is making this kind of decision. How are you going to put the guardrail around AI? And again, the concept of AI, testing AI protecting from AI, right? This is going to become a very important piece. So this is an area that we are seeing important. Quantum technology is definitely going to come specifically in the telecom industry. I think it's today, and we talked about the PQC and QQD coming together. I think it's a hybrid technology. It's complicated, so there is a lot of requirement to understand also testing. I think AI is going to come into this area as well for optimization, for how you're going to manage between that. So I think there is a bright future, but also complication that opens up more problems as well.
Absolutely, thank you. I know now this is my last third time out option, so I will now have to take it. But any last closing comments from anybody in the panel who want to highlight anything? Otherwise, we'll just do the conclusion.
Maybe I'll give it a stab. So just as a closing remark, I would say that telcos need to have a multi-layered defense in depth kind of a security strategy, adaptive in nature. Instead of having reactive security strategy, you have to go with a proactive strategy, which means you have to go and look for threats which are within the network, right? Threat hunting becomes critical factor. Leverage threat intelligence. Make sure that you go back to basics, right? Have multi-factor authentication, least privileges, right? Just contain all these things and get down to open source vulnerabilities as well, because every stack which is coming is open source. So you need to look at the SBOM, look at where the critical vulnerabilities could exist, and then work with vendors and work with industry to make sure that you are able to detect these threats well in advance, and you are able to share information with your peers as well. So be shameless, share information with your peers, and that's how I think security works.
Very well summed up. Thank you, Vikas. I think I just really go back from this stage, and that's my concluding remark as well. Very, very assured that as we move forward towards adoption of the next technology, there are very, very capable people here who will be able to protect us from the exposure, and more importantly, as we move forward with the adoption of newer technology with 4G, 5G, 6G, 7G, and hopefully to many more generations, there is enough and more power in this, on this dais and in this room to be able to prevent any exposure to us and make sure that we continue to leverage the technology in the best possible manner. For this, thank you so much, gentlemen. It was really a pleasure speaking to all of you and a lot of learning for me. So really appreciate your time. I think we have a token of appreciation or thanks for all of you. Just give me a moment.
Then we have Rahul Vats. I think so he'll be joining us shortly. Then we have Dr. Shurjit Singh Rao. Next we have Vinod James. Next we have Sharad Chandar. And next we have Arun Sharma. Thank you everyone. Over to you, sir.
Okay, sure. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you everyone for being here in the room till this time. A very good evening to everyone. It's my honor to be here to moderate this session with this elite panel of people here with me on the stage. And I think the topic that we are going to discuss today is very pertinent in today's time, responsible AI and India's role in global governance and social impact. I think we all know that AI is no longer just a futuristic concept, right? So it's a fundamental part which is impacting our daily lives as well as our global challenges as well, be it climate change or anything to do with healthcare and education. And India, with its rich history of innovation, diverse population and rapidly growing digital economy, is uniquely positioned to play a critical role in the global conversation around responsible AI. Now, India also as a member of a global community has an important role to play in shaping the international frameworks that will govern the use of AI. This panel today is an opportunity to explore these crucial questions. We'll be discussing how India can take leadership in shaping global AI governance, what challenges it faces in implementing responsible AI, and how we can ensure that AI technologies benefit everyone, especially the most marginalized. Now, without wasting any time, I look forward for this insightful discussions and to get the perspectives from this distinguished panelists that we share today. Okay, so maybe Arun, Rahul, if I can first start with you. In your view, how can India balance innovation in AI with the need of regulation and accountability?
Sorry, I lost the question. Can you repeat again?
How can India balance innovation in AI with the need for regulation and accountability?
Okay, thank you, Manoj, for the question. And I do agree with my neighbor friend, Jeevan, that we should not do this session at 5 from next time. Okay, I think this is a very important discussion. I was in another AI session relating to the framework, for agentic AI and what needs to be done for network privacy and privacy in general. First thing is that all of us, at least, and I'm talking as a telco perspective right now, we already are using a lot of AI in our networks, whether it is for energy management, whether it relates to trying to address the customer solve which is there, whether it's trying to use Autobots to answer queries from customers. So that's something we already heavily are doing. The new world where we are entering is, and also let's not forget the entire spam piece which we did on trust and safety is actually based entirely on the behavior and the patterns which we were able to see with our LLMs, which ran over like nearly a year before we could come to define something. So actually we have been using AI heavily into our day-to-day operations and serving the customers. Where it gets into a zone where we need to be careful is that how do we then ensure that we are not putting elements into it which breaches either individuals' privacy
or leads to an effect where I'm using a data incorrectly or reaching a wrong conclusion, right? So I need to ensure that I'm creating a responsible framework. I need to ensure that I'm creating a framework which is free from biases. I'm creating a network, or elements which are not leading to a wrong conclusion, so as to say. So it's important then to create this sort of framework. Till now, the way the government has approached, and there are a lot of experts in this panel, I'm sure they'll add, government has taken a very sort of a balanced approach on this topic, right? We have seen sort of a guideline discussion happening. We have seen a discussion on what we should be doing, and I know the AI event is planned in February 2026. But I think what we need to be careful is that we do not create any framework or any accountability standards which really hurt the innovation in the sector. We have seen the burden which has come in Europe, right? We have seen how people have reacted, of the burden of compliances which has been, given in Europe, and really then stifle the innovation which is there. We are a young country. We have a lot of dreams. We are doing a lot of experiments on what we really want to do. I think we need to have accountability as sort of a self-regulation coming in, sort of a prescriptive guideline where we can follow. But besides that, I don't think we need anything more as of now. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Rahul. I think you made a very good point to say we need to make sure that there is a balanced approach that is being taken, and we are a young country in this space. So, and I think, Jeevan, if I can come next to you, I think I would want if you can enlighten the group with how can India contribute to the global AI governance by showcasing indigenous AI as model for ethical and inclusive growth.
Thank you, Manoj. I think when we talk about Global South, if you look at the countries which are categorized as Global South, almost 85% of the population resides in the Global South compared to that of the Global North. So Global North cannot really define what the entire world should do. So I think the element of indigenousness is very, very important here. And we have the largest number of engineering graduates churning out every year in India. And with this kind of competence, I think we should aim to define the new stage of the technology. For example, in India, we do not have our own LLMs. And they are the basic firmament of this technology of AI. So we have India AI mission, which is started by the government, which is partially aiming at encouraging people to build up the source code. It so happens at times that now the people are thinking, why are we learning the source code? Because anyway, that's not, coding may not be required going forward because you have building blocks. Just put the building blocks together and your software is ready. But it is being oblivious to how it is being built up. So I think if we continue on that charter for a few years, 5 years down the line, we'll lose the competence that we are carrying. Hence, it is extremely important for us to continue with the competence that we already got in our country. Over a period, we'll definitely build up our own LLMs, and we need support not only from the government, but from the private organizations as well. If you look at what has happened in telecommunication, let me take our own example of Jio. We are building up the technology right from the scratch on our own in 5G. So the core on which 5G is running today is Jio's indigenous core. It's a standalone core. We are running a workload which is highest in the world, 220 million 5G users. So it is proven to the scale. So there is no doubt that if we really do the same grinding in the AI field, we would be able to do it. What's happening today is I'm leaning on somebody else's LLM. So we are calling the APIs, we are consuming the APIs, we're building up our applications on top of it. But what is underneath driving the latent requirement is the LLM. So the LLM is either from China or the LLM is either from US. So that's exactly what we need to build up on our own going forward. It doesn't mean that we don't embrace the new technology. We must, because if we don't do it, then we fall behind. So we continue to do that, but at the same time, parallelly, we start developing something fundamental on our own. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeevan. I think you made very important point to say, while we embrace the new technologies, but as a country, we need to keep on investing in building our own LLMs, and rather than just utilizing the APIs from those LLMs, we design the core as well. And maybe here I invite Dr. Shuktej. Dr. Shuktej, you have been a member of B20 Global Task Force on digital transformation for last 2 years. Can you please share some insights from your work on global AI governance, please?
Okay. Thank you, Manoj. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks a lot for being here to listen to us at this hour towards the fag end of the day in the conference. Thank you so much. Okay, Manoj. There are two things here. One is, what does India mean to the global governance of AI? The word responsible AI came to the consciousness of the digital world in the year 2023 in the G20 declaration under the presidency of India, when all the nations collectively converged on an agreement that there is a need to use AI responsibly. From 23 to 25, where we are today, over the last 3 years under the presidency of India and then with Brazil and now with South Africa, this has moved to now a very clear target around the world with very clear metrics. If you look at responsible AI, the question here is about trust and confidence. When we talk about trust, whose trust is it? It's the trust of individuals in the world on AI systems. In the year 2025, the work that was done under the B20 Task Force on Digital Transformation, with the help of KPMG, we measured around the world what is the percentage of confidence of individuals around the world on the current AI systems. And the score in 2025 is 46%, which is very, very low. So B20 has collectively created a common need and agreement around the world that this score of individuals' trust on AI systems needs to be upgraded from 46, which is in the current year, to 85% in 2030. So this is the first thing that has happened here. Now the second part is, what is the role of the government here? Because we are talking about responsible AI, we are talking about securing, we are talking about inclusion, we are talking about trust. So there was a second survey which was done in the current year, which was about the confidence of the respective governments around the world on the trust on AI systems. And that score, the readiness score of governments around the world on AI systems to be trustworthy, is 66% this year. And so the second convergence which is happening around the world through B20 task force is to take this score from 66 to 90% by the year 2030. Over to you, Manoj.
Thank you, Dr. Shuktej. I think that's a very objective way of defining, to say, from taking from current 66% to the 90% target. That's a very objective way of measuring things and the progress in a manner. Arun, maybe if I come to you now. So how can India ensure that AI benefits reach rural and underserved communities? Because that's a very important part of this technology, to say, how do we make sure there is an inclusive growth and impact?
Thanks, Manoj. I think that's a very pertinent question. And in the race to reach the top, we often forget who we are trying to service. So there's a lot of data that's available, but one bit that I liked, and I don't know who coined it, is that it can only be served through a triad of Samaj, Sarkar and Bazaar. So just like DPI, we don't know who really coined it, but now it's gained parlance. I think this trifecta will need to be in the center and front of every application that happens on AI. Sarkar has set up the AI mission, and earlier in the year, there were calls to set up centers of excellence in each state. That part hasn't moved through. But through the AI mission, there are several initiatives under the 7 verticals that are looking at serving at the bottom of the pyramid. On the bazaar or the private sector, there are more and more companies and enterprises that are looking at, again, focusing on the bottom line, the bottom of the pyramid. Anthropic, one of the largest companies in AI, has just announced its second office to be set up in Bangalore. And the 3 areas they've chosen are health, agriculture, and education. So it's these initiatives that we keep in mind, and we keep pushing them through incentives, through nudges, to build use cases for the public. We have a lot of 22 languages from the country. Again, in the spirit of exchange, government also came up with the Bhashadan concept, where companies could also donate the data sets that they had collected. If that initiative is only strengthened further, we can have enough language prototypes that can be used, because for most of our population, voice to applications is a big appeal. So in short, one is this trifecta that I mentioned: the public sector, the private sector, and the government. They need to, and of course, with all the ethics and accounting for all the biases, we develop solutions that are truly cutting edge, truly deployable for population at population scale, and we incentivize them further. We have enough resources to nudge them to move in that direction. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You made a very good point on Sarkar, Bazaar, and I missed the third one? Samaj. Yeah, that's a very interesting one. I really like that. And on this part, maybe Sharath, if I can come to you. So from Indian context perspective, when we talk about responsible AI, so in your view, how can or how it should be embedded in the national AI strategies and regulations? If you can share your viewpoints on that.
Sure. Thank you. I think if you look at successful AI, especially from an Indian perspective, I think there are 3 key elements that go into it. The first is innovation. The second is consumer trust. And the third is regulatory compliance, regulation. And I think while we look at the first and the third a lot, somewhere or the other, we probably need to understand that the key to balancing all of this, especially in the Indian context, is when you look at people's trust, people trusting AI, as was mentioned earlier as well. And in the business context, we often use the word consumer, but otherwise, people trusting AI. So therefore, I think one of the keys to achieving this balance in India between, the great innovative spirit of our people and among innovators in India in this field, and the need for responsible regulation, is to give primacy to consumer trust. Let consumer trust or people trust be the touchstone for all. Now, for instance, at Samsung, one of the things we do is to imagine the future of AI, which is based on people experiences or consumer experiences. Now, what this does is fundamentally, this approach will take into account the importance of responsible AI. So that is why in Galaxy AI, when Samsung began this, it began with a deep understanding of the consumers of Samsung. And our approach, therefore, has been to develop practical Galaxy AI features which provide meaningful experiences to users. So that's one of the ways to do it. I think another very important aspect here, if you talk of the Indian context, is to imagine that the road to the question you asked begins actually with cutting-edge research and development. And I think we should be doing a lot of that if we want to take global leadership positions. And in fact, in Samsung, we do a lot of work in our Samsung Research Institutes, which are not just adopting AI technologies from elsewhere, but also helping to shape them. And in fact, thousands of India's brightest minds who are playing a key role in driving this people-first features actually do that in Samsung Research Institutes. And of course, this also translates into a lot of meaningful patents thousands of patents, in fact. So I think that would be one approach that I would take.
Yep, absolutely. I think I couldn't agree more with you on this. Jeevan, if I come back to you now, so to ensure inclusivity in international rule making, right? In your view, how do we make sure that we develop AI models which are for both ethical as well as inclusive innovation?
It's a difficult question for me. But
Thank you.
let me give you a couple of examples. One example is everybody needs to develop their own models. That's what my organization primarily believes in, because you understand the requirement for which you are making the models. That's fundamental. And then what do I really need to do to be able to meet those requirements is something that I need to do. So let me give you an example. When a telecom company started building up a chatbot based on an AI, they wanted a conversational model to be built up. And the model did not understand the emotions. So when it was put to test within the organization before it was to be released, the executives reviewed it. And one of the executives, just like me, he shouted at the model saying, I want to quit your network. This is stupid, not working for me. It said, fantastic, thank you very much. This is the process to quit the network. And then the executive said, come on, I mean, if you introduce this to the customer, nobody is trying to convince the customer. So because the chat bot is not understanding your emotions. So what is right for me, I need to introduce. So I think what's happening today, all the program decisions where you don't need to apply too much of brains. It's like you know the source from which you are taking the data. You know how you are sanitizing that data and processing that data, and then inducing it into the model, and then getting the desired output. And it is pretty much defined. And you know that these are 10 instructions which the model has to see and take the decision basis which one is right. And there is a feedback mechanism which is called as a cybernetic. That mechanism is induced primarily because there is a human touch which is required in AI model today. Let me give another example why it is required. For example, there is an application which says, there is an agentic AI application which says, okay, while I am not aware, go to this site and make investments on my behalf. Now this site is screener.in, a fantastic site which gives you good inputs about the analysis of the shares and all of this. Now, the unforeseen incidence is what happens if the site is down? The agent is getting confused. The agent doesn't know where to go. So you got to give very clear instructions to the agent. And the alternatives in case your instruction 1 fails, what happens? Instruction 2 comes into work. If that fails, what happens? So you're literally guiding that algorithm. And hence, what I think is this ethical is something that agent will not be able to decide what is ethical, what is not. Is one who is programming it, he has to decide what is ethical, what is not. So it is always driven by a human being. And hence, in the new AI models, you see that a human touch is induced. So for taking a critical decision, it will come back to you and say, this is what my analysis is, should I go ahead? And you have to direct it to take that decision. Otherwise, you would have invested into some other shares which would not render you what you want. So I think it is very, what should I say, situation based. So it cannot be generalized, but for every organization or for every desired result, we have to decide our own rules. And therefore I'm saying that the LLMs that we are falling back on are designed by someone else. Basis what is right as per their part of ethics may not be right for us. For example, if you are raising a toast in France, you got to look into the eyes of the person. If you're not looking into the eyes of the person, then there's no trust between the two entities. So it depends in India. In India, people drink just like that without looking into the eyes. But it's okay in India. That's not okay in France. So I think it's situational, it's cultural.
Thank you, Jeevan. I think you made a very good point to say while we are using AI to develop these new chatbots and the applications, the importance of human beings and eye contacts in this. And that's a very interesting point. And maybe Rahul, if I can come to you on that, because when we are talking about developing new technologies to help the humankind, there is also a risk of deep fakes, right? I think we all are aware about this term. So in your view, what steps can India take to safeguard against risks like deep fakes and AI-driven misinformation campaigns? Because that's a huge risk that one is now looking up to.
Thank you, Manoj. Let me start. It's very interesting what Jeevan was. I'm just digressing for a minute because I couldn't stop listening to Jeevan. When we were on early stages of our chatbots, I remember our CIO telling us that when we started training ourselves, the first thing we encountered was that, so you train the chatbot answers, but what happens when the customer whom he is talking to, customer stops talking? Now, at that moment, your AI is in a fix because AI is trying to react to a situation, right? And at that particular moment, the AI is not clear where is it going now because you're not speaking anything, right? So his next step is not a natural corollary which really steps in. So I mean, just relating an incident which I remember. Okay, coming back to deepfakes and the entire fraud in the ecosystem which we are currently seeing. I think it's one topic where, as Airtel, we are very heavily, invested. Why? Because between the two of us sitting out here, we are like nearly, you can say, as good as 900 million customers, And so the pain of the customer, which the customer is facing today because of the deep fakes, is really something which we really care about, right? There are, old parents. There are people who are not so educated. There are housewives. It's rampant the way the things are happening. There are malwares being sent through images, right? And of course, the issue of digital errors, etc. So it's the entire ecosystem per se, which is really challenging, the trust and safety people are reposing, in our system. All of us sitting out here do our transaction, our banking, large part of things we do in our lives on this device. And if we are not feeling secure, it's really something which, troubles us. So I think what we have done wonderfully working over last 8 to 12 months, and I've got some people on my team sitting out here who have diligently worked on this. So our team of engineers sat down, we started working on the problem, and we trained our AI to detect potential malware, potential fraud, potential spam. And today, we are able to predict with nearly 99.9% accuracy that this call looks like a spammer behavior. I'm not saying it's a scam, but I'm definitely able to predict that it looks like to be a spam behavior. How did we do that? We looked at around 250 parameters, of what a spammer looks like, right? For example, will you change your SIM card 5 times a day, right? Will you be changing your devices, perhaps frequently? So those sort of inputs, we started putting, and we trained our AI engines to detect such fraud. We didn't stop there. We then moved on to say, can I protect you from entering a fraudulent link? And that's a journey we have just, completed. And now we have blocked, like lakhs of links total, all more than around 300,000, if I remember correctly, is the last point. So we are using our technology to really help the customer get into an era of digital trust and safety. But I want to return to a larger point. This thing about safety is not just a telco problem. It's not a problem of me and Jeevan. Right? It's not even a problem just of Sharad sitting out here because he is also doing a lot of work, let's say, on this issue. The problem is larger. The moment you try to tighten the screw through regulation on one particular edge of the platform, the traffic starts shifting to the other edge. So the moment I have regulation on a telco, it shifts on to the OTT. Right? So we really need to do a sector-wise, an entire ecosystem approach as to how we are, going to address this. I'm happy that India has taken a lot of lead already. We are leading in the world in terms of what we are doing. And all operators and ecosystem players have started responding. And I think more collaboration from the regulation side also would really help to take this journey ahead.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, Rahul. I think let's now change the gears from operators to another very important topic, which is digital sovereignty. And maybe, Arun, if I can come to you. So, in your views, can India align its AI policies with the global frameworks while at the same time maintaining its digital sovereignty or the needs for India as a country for 1.5 billion people?
Thanks, Manoj. Yeah, this is a loaded topic and being discussed in various forums given the geopolitical situation that we are in today. So if you were to break down what sovereignty would look like or what would be the elements of the digital sovereignty that we talk about, if we go back some 10, 12 years, it started with, data localization. That data localization is equal to data sovereignty. Data having hard compute in the borders on premise is data sovereignty. All that has changed now. All that is changing in a sense. For India, luckily, the key elements that we need for developing AI models: compute, data sets, and skilling. And of course, there are other ethics and all of that. But these three that we need, we are in a good shape. We have the right resources. India is the second largest, has the second largest skilled manpower. It's not nowhere what we need, but globally if we see, we are doing fairly well. Somebody made that point that we have a large number of engineering graduates. Within that, the smaller subset is people who can code and work on AI, although coding is also not a hard parameter. But going back to compute, with the data center rush that started out some 10, 12 years ago again, India fared well and has been faring well. There's a lot of investment coming in. I think this is a sector that has been growing at more than 25% CAGR over many years. So in terms of capacity, we have that capacity. We have advance orders that there are obviously the largest market, the US and India, it's going through a rough patch. But on our own, we're doing well. And we should continue to do well on that front. It's the data set part, which has India being a land of data. So if you look at our economy, as of today, we are close to about 15% digital. If you look at an economy of $4 trillion, about 15% of it would be digital. And the government's own ambition was to reach somewhere around 20 to 25% by 2029. Now, what would that entail? Within the 15% digitized economy, we are producing data that has to be consumed, that has to be stored, that has to be transacted, and you need all of that. I've covered the compute part. But for the data sets that we need for AI models, we are unfortunately have not been able to use the data that we sit on, the data that resides with the government. The private sector has been better in using its data, going with the big tech companies, Google, etc., which have monetized the data that they have. Unless we start with the AI mission, we have the AI Kosh, which is a large-scale data sets platform and data exchanges that are coming up sectorally within states. We have the health stack, we have the education stack, we have the agri stack. So all of that has to lead to models that can be utilized, and that leads to sovereignty. So the race for large language models is, I think, over, or we don't need to go there now. We can look at SLMs that can work for us, and put in our resources in solving problems or cases that are more relevant on the ground for us. So look at it as a contained sort of a problem and a contained sort of solution that we have in-house, and that will lead to sovereignty, and this is my personal view.
I think that's a brilliant point, and that I'm sure relates to what Jeevan also said, to say that, okay, we need to look at internally our indigenous things. And I think we have enough big size of a data set. If we can solve for this, of course, that would be helpful at a global level also. And I think we have spoken enough on the concepts and the strategies. Dr. Shuktij, if I can come to you now, in terms of operationalizing these things, some of these things. So this is your experience. If you can please share some insights on challenges and solutions in operationalizing responsible AI, that would be really helpful. Dr. Shuktij?
Thanks, Manoj. What I can share here is that we at Rakuten, we are at an advanced stage of execution of responsible AI. While the world is still yet to converge and agree on a common governance model, and as Rahul very rightfully said, that nothing more needs to be done in India, because India is leading the way. And if you look at the recent speech of Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Shri S. Krishnan in the United Nations last week, India already has an AI mission, multiple steps, and then within the AI mission, the 7th pillar is on trust. And then that 7th pillar is further elaborated into 7 principles to take care of responsible AI. And as a country, India is not willing to be, accepting frameworks made by others. We are right in the center with a model of governance framework proposed to the world. Now, coming to the execution of it, coming from the experience of what is happening in Rakuten, I can share that there are 4 key elements to the execution of responsible AI. And the first one, if you look at it, is that you have to be responsible by design. What we call to be responsible by design is that, at the point of designing a business process, at the point of designing a business itself, you take into account that this is a responsible handling of AI, dealing with data which is owned by multiple stakeholders, and we are responsible to each stakeholder for his or her data. So that is the first thing. The second part is that define how will you measure responsibility. So responsibility has to be broken down into clear measurements, and then you measure them on a regular basis, knowing that the key to the trust is all about data. It starts with and it ends with data. And fourth is that it has to be overlooked by an executive level. So majority of organizations and departments around the world, the responsibility part on data is not overlooked by the top executive. So these are the 4 major things that I can share are important for execution of responsible AI in an organization or in a department or in a sector.
Thank you, thank you. I think all the 4 points that you made, Shuktij, were very pertinent. And maybe the last question from my side for the session is, Sharath, when I come to you, and since our topic also involves about how India can contribute to shaping the AI governance at an international level and the ethical standards. So if you can share some viewpoints on that.
Yes, of course. I think when we look at AI from that perspective of taking positions of global leadership, so what are the touchstones that will make people trust on what India does? I think the keywords that come to mind are fairness, trust, accountability. And these are in fact, incidentally, the exact features that, or the exact yardsticks that Samsung also uses in terms of building its AI. So coming to how can India take this leadership, I think I briefly touched upon one aspect in my earlier response, which was taking a leadership position in research and development. And I talked about Samsung Research Institute's role in that. But you do more and more R&D in India. You tend to build more patents. You have more people, more young minds working on AI solutions. That's one leg of the solution. The second is, can we be nimble enough, to adopt innovative, emerging open standards? For instance, there's something called the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authority and Authenticity, which has brought out content credentials. And incidentally, Samsung's Galaxy S25 series is the first to adopt the standard. So, and this is a tool which we use to, understand the origin of content and to determine if it is AI generated. So I think such the quick adoption of such open global standards is one way to quickly assume positions of leadership. I think those are some of the points that we could keep in mind in this context.
Perfect. Thank you. I think, again, brilliant points. And maybe if I have to summarize what we discussed in last few minutes is essentially on this particular topic, we started with to say government has a balanced approach till now, and we definitely we have a need to build indigenous LLMs that can solve problems for India. We need to have a clear weightage. Arun, I really liked your point on Sarkar, Samaj and Bazaar. I think that's a very good point that you made. And then, so on that need for data localization and sovereignty, we have enough of data available with us. And if we can actually build up these policies, procedures, in terms of what should be the strategy for India to make sure that this data is safe, I think the world can learn from it. So, and see, as I mentioned in the beginning also, India is a rich country in terms of innovation, okay? And we have a diverse population, right? Of 1.5 billion of the global world population lives here. And so all these puts us in a very unique position to play a key role in the global conversation around responsible AI, right? And some of these points that we discussed today are very pertinent, and that can perhaps help the government and the regulators and the thinking tank in India to frame the policies and the frameworks around responsible AI in a manner which can actually be followed by the global as well. So thank you so much, everyone. And before we conclude, any questions from anyone in the audience? Okay. I hope everyone wants to go back in time. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Here.